Welcome to the live broadcast of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. This is round 5 and we are on tour in the Feyenoord Stadium. I'm joined by Grandmaster Robin van Kampen. It's such a pleasure for me, Robin. You are a star here in the Netherlands, Olympic team member. You're also doing your business degree and you got your GM title at the age of 16, is that correct?
That's right, Anna. Yeah, and I'm very happy to be here today. So far, I haven't been seen around Wijk aan Zee. That's going to change. I'm also going to be here this weekend. But today is a very special day because it's the first day they're not playing in Wijk aan Zee. We're in Rotterdam, which is currently my hometown and a place that I love very much. Not only are we in Rotterdam, Anna, we're actually at the football stadium of Feyenoord, which is a really famous Dutch football club. And not only that, Feyenoord is currently actually in first position in the Dutch
Are
league.
they?
Yes.
So we are basically in the stadium of the possible Dutch champion of the year in football.
That's right. There's still many games left, but they're leading by 5-point margin, so they could very well win this championship. And yeah, it's very exciting. I know some of the players in the A group definitely are football fans. We're seeing one of them right now, Magnus Carlsen, obviously getting ready for the game here. And yeah, it's going to be a really exciting day. As you can see, there's lots of people.
Look at that, Sergei Karyakin tweeting 8 minutes before the round. How crazy is that?
I mean, social media has everything nowadays, isn't it?
that's
So these
true.
guys are just trying to keep their fans posted on what they're up to. He looks focused. Like I must say, 8 minutes for the rounds to go. He doesn't look like he's happy. He looks like he's already getting ready for that battle. And today, Sergei Karyakin is playing against Adiban with white. So that's the lowest ranked player in the tournament. Maybe he's putting up his fighting face, saying, "Today is when I'm going to strike again," like he did against Luc van Wely, right?
Do you think he was expecting Adiban to be checking Twitter and seeing his post?
I don't think so. Although Adiban is also on Twitter, I know that
Yes,
for a
he
fact.
is.
I even follow him. I think I follow both of them. But surely he didn't expect to get that tweet out so early before the round. So here we see the current standings. Pavel Elyanov in the lead, but Magnus Carlsen right behind that together with Wesley So. For those who've been following the game so far, you could say that Elyanov and Carlsen really had a very impressive score so far. Of course, especially Elyanov, not being
Yes.
as familiar with most of the fans. And then Wesley So, a great score, but for those who watched closely, had that crazy game with Richard
Against
Rapport.
Rapport, he was basically lost. He could have been mated.
Yes, did that hurt a little bit as a Hungarian, maybe
Oh,
rooting a little bit for your guy
It
there,
did. I
Anna?
should be objective, but of course, deep inside, I was hoping. Of course, Wesley is a really nice guy, so I was basically rooting for both, if that's possible.
Okay, well, but I think it's needless to say that Rapport was playing an amazing game and somehow didn't manage to bring home the
Yes,
win, then
it
even
could-
lost that game. So Wesley a little bit lucky so far, but yeah, still a very close field. We see some people with very good scores already after 4 rounds.
Yeah.
And then today, if we're looking at the match of the day, which generally means whoever Magnus is playing, right? He's playing against Nepomniachtchi, who took one loss against Wei Yi. That was a very long and exciting game. Then the last round, he managed to recover with a good draw, in my opinion, against Aronian Levant with black. And today he's playing white against Magnus. So these guys are actually of the same year, the same age. So they've been playing against each other since they're like 12 years old.
Yes, and I think they were very good friends, or they are. I'm not sure how is their relation now after the New York World Chess Championship match, where it seemed that Nepomniachtchi was involved on the other side.
Exactly. So what you're talking about is that Nepomniachtchi actually was a second of Magnus in his match
Yes.
against Vichy. But then, of course, Sergei Karyakin played, and as a Russian, he felt compelled to help his countryman. So I do think they're still good friends, but there surely is some tension between them. And I've heard that actually Nepomniachtchi scores very good against Carlsen, although that's not necessarily based on the most recent games, but I think he beat him a few times when they were younger, much younger. So Magnus today with black. Very curious what is on his mind. Is he going to try to play for a win? I think Nepomniachtchi, although he recovered a little bit yesterday, he might not be in the best place psychologically because that game against Wei Yi must have come.
That must have hurt.
Yeah, that
the
must have
blunder.
hurt. Exactly. So, is he going to be very aggressive today? Potentially. If he's ambitious, he surely needs to try every game, to win his white.
True,
Um,
true. We see the players there. Magnus Carlsen very focused.
Yeah, and something is going on. I think someone's giving a speech. The players are. To me, that look that Magnus has on his face is like, yeah, yeah, let's get on with it. I want to start this game. But now I see a little smile coming away. So yeah, we're about to get started.
What opening do you expect in this game? Can you guess it?
It's very hard. So Nepomniachtchi predominantly plays e4 or c4. I expect e2, e4 today, and it could be a Scottish, for example, with Magnus opening with e7, e5, playing something solid. That's really Nepomniachtchi's trademark opening, the Scotch. He's one of the few top players who keeps on playing that. So that's very likely, in my opinion. Of course, it could be a surprise as well. He could opt for Spanish or maybe not e4 at all.
And Anish Gir was impressed by the Scotch as well, by Nepomniachtchi's game against Andreikin, and then he copied it and played it a few rounds later. So it's trending here in...
Did Anish actually say he was impressed, or did he just copy it?
I should have interviewed him, but I think he just copied, yes.
Yeah, so Anish actually, he also played the Scotch, so maybe this tournament we're seeing a little bit of a comeback of the Scotch compared to the Spanish. If any opening is trending in e4, e5, it usually is the Scotch, but of course the Spanish is still by far the main line there. But yeah, for the moment we've already seen 2 Scotch openings.
And the a3 Najdorf, which seems to be... What do you think about the a3 move against the Najdorf?
The a3 move against the Najdorf is something that I have not had time to look at. I'm surprised that it has been played already twice, by Karyakin and by Magnus. But it's funny to see that just, they're coming up with all these new moves, new tries. Not necessarily something that never been played before, but not by the best in the world. And it shows that they just, they just want to find a game and surprise their opponent and go for a good fighting game. So I like that there's new stuff being introduced here in this tournament. That's great. Today, actually, we have someone very famous starting off the round by hitting the gong. He's a very famous Dutch football player and also a coach now, coach of Feyenoord. His name is, I'm going to try and pronounce this because, it's not so easy.
Go for it,
Giovanni
yes.
van Bronckhorst. And he played for some amazing clubs, Feyenoord, Arsenal, Barcelona. So that's a very famous figure in Dutch football. And the players are now waiting for him to start this off. Once again, we're in the Kuip, the Feyenoord Stadium here in Rotterdam, and it's really a very exciting day. I don't remember ever seeing a chess tournament being played in a football stadium.
So definitely not. I don't remember any. And as you mentioned, most of these players are football fans. They played football yesterday, by the way. Both Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen were on the field.
Okay, so that combines well with today's happenings.
So the gong was hit by Mr. Van Bronckhorst. Is that correct, the pronunciation?
Yeah, Van Bronckhorst.
I should practice more. And yes, Nepomniachtchi seems tired. It's true that they had to take the bus to Rotterdam at 11:15, but...
Which for some of us is like a normal time to wake up, not to step into the bus. I don't know about Nepo, what his sleeping schedule is like, but for the moment he doesn't look too entertained and a little tired. I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Yes, I think most of the chess players, it can be said that they are night owls, and getting up earlier than 10, 11 sometimes is difficult for them.
Yeah, I can definitely attest to that, having played professionally for 3 years. It's very possible that your sleeping schedule starts taking on strange hours. So who knows when these guys go to bed? I know Magnus is also quite famous for, just staying up till 5 a.m. in the night and waking up right before the game and so on. So
did you check him on Facebook last time connected?
I heard about him being connected to Facebook very late during the match against Karyakin, right? So for sure, yeah. That's a funny fact about some of these chess players. It doesn't go up for all of them. I know that my very good friend Anish is pretty normal when it comes to his sleeping hours, and he doesn't try to stay up too late or stand up too early. But some of them they freestyle a little bit when it comes to those things, and why not? I mean, it's chess. You can sort of decide your own lifestyle.
I think the games are about to begin
Yeah,
with
and
a
here
smile.
we see we see them starting off.
Waiting for the arbiter to start the clocks, but yes, there he is.
And
C4.
we see, like I said, Nepomniachtchi either e4 or c4. He decides to go for c4. Clearly wasn't interested in e2, e4, facing e5, the solid way that Magnus pretty much always plays nowadays. And now Magnus, you know, he probably has decided what he wants to play against c2, c4. He should have, but still thinking a little bit about this.
Yeah, I think the huge problem also about playing e4 against Magnus is that he's got so much left over from New York, all the analysis he put into that match, and Nepomniachtchi must know that if he was really working for Karyakin.
So Magnus actually already thinking after c4. I find this kind of funny. You know, one thing, one of the players that I personally always lose to, and who also played in Vaikanze a couple times, is David Navarra. And he's actually famous for preparing at least 2 responses to each opening his opponent plays.
Seriously,
so
and
he ends up,
decides.
yeah, he ends up thinking a lot about the opening sometimes because he's like, oh, I have so many interesting options. So he doesn't always decide before the game. And maybe that's what's going on with Magnus right now because I find it a little funny that he's taking his time over here. So while Magnus is thinking, let's quickly switch over to some other games. Maybe these other players are playing a little faster. We have another very exciting game, in my opinion, today, which is Wei Yi against Anish Giri, our local hero.
Definitely the 2 youngest participants.
Yeah, and what we see is Anish Giri opening up with the Karo Khan. And that's actually something I've hardly ever seen him play before.
So it surprises even you.
Yes, actually today, sitting with a few friends in the bus, and they were asking me, what do you think is going to happen? And I told them, I honestly think it could very well be a Berlin. And whenever you say the word Berlin to an average chess fan, they're kind of like, oh my god, another Berlin, right?
So boring.
It's so boring, the end games, and it's too slow and whatnot. Then I said maybe a Najdorf, because Anish wants to go really fighting all the way, but that's, everyone knows Wei Yi against the Sicilians, really brave decision to go for that. So Anish kind of found a middle way here. He's playing something solid, but it's not the Berlin. So we're seeing Karo Khan for the moment following the main line. So this is going to develop fairly quickly. We're going to come back to this in a little bit. And let's check out what's going on in the other games in the meantime. Sergei Karyakin
against Adiban.
Our tweeter right before the round. So here we see classical French. It's a knight c3, knight f6. So we get into a typical French structure. And for the moment, this seems to be following the main line as well. So that's actually nice. Normally, it's all Berlins. This tournament, really much less. So we have already a main line Karo Khan, a main line French. Depending on what openings you like, that might not be your favorite, but it does signify that some of the black players over here are definitely not necessarily trying to be the most solid. So, we have some ambitious players today, and I think that's a great sign.
Yeah, Adiban started the tournament very well. He had very good winning chances in the first round, but then somehow his tournament didn't go in the right direction. But it must be very difficult for him. He is the champion from last year from the Challengers group and the Masters. There's such a huge difference between Challengers and Masters.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's not many players, to my knowledge, who promoted from the B group, from the Challengers group to the Masters, and then did extremely well in the Masters group. Because, after all, you're playing very good players in the Challengers. I never got close to winning that tournament. My best result was a 3rd place. But then I looked at those guys who I was struggling to play so much when I was playing the Challengers group, and they're getting smashed in the A group, right? So it's still such a level up. The higher you get rating-wise as well, the harder it is, and the more each point is worth. And we see that unfortunately so far for Adiban, who is having a tough time. But I like his decision today. He's playing very, in my opinion, when it comes to this opening, ambitious chess, and that's what we like to see, right? So let's quickly move on. I'm just gonna call this person your favorite player because I'm just gonna generalize since he's Hungarian, you're Hungarian. Is it Richard or Ricard or?
Well, I usually say Richard, but it would be Richard. Hungarian.
Okay. He's actually known for some very creative opening play. I mean, very creative play in general, right? once again, we saw that this tournament against Wesley So. He had this incredible game. He played some solid opening, but then slowly but surely found some beautiful tactics and was very close to winning that game. Really signature style for him, playing very creative chess. Today he opens with e4, e5, but we don't really have to be afraid. First of all, it's Richard Rapport, so something's going to happen. Secondly, Andreikin is going for an Italian, which gives both sides a little bit more space to, engineer some sort of setup that's not necessarily boring. So
yeah, I agree. Actually, our social media really likes Richard Rapport, and some of them were suggesting that Rapport and Jobava are the players that should be invited to most of the super tournaments because they really bring the show on.
I fully agree. Richard, I play with him in my German Bundesliga team, and so I know him personally quite well. And I mean, he's a really great guy, and very creative chess player. And I think that's what you're looking for as a chess fan, especially. So I'm very glad to see him here in Vaikante, and I surely do hope that things start going his way a little bit more because he's one of the players in the field right now that doesn't necessarily have a very good score, and I feel that he deserves more from the positions and the type of play that he showed so far.
True. Judith Polgar herself tweeted after the game of Richard, the game that he spoiled, that she was very sorry because it would have been such a brilliant game.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. All right, while we are scrolling through the opening, let's have a look at one of my good friends, King Luke. He's playing black against Wojtaszek. And King Luke, again, does not decide to put any pawns in the center. And earlier on, he did this against Sergei Karyakin, where he played the Pirch defense. Then he started thinking a little bit on move 10 or so, and I was wondering, like, Lukey, what are you doing? And I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to bash Luke, because once you bash Luke and he finds out, he will go after you and he will win. So I'm just saying, Luke today plays the King's Indian, which is my personal favorite opening. Not a line that I'm very familiar with c6 and d6. We see that over here. Normally the more active approach for black is obviously to play with c5, right? So let's have a quick look here at how this unfolded. First of all, 3f3 was played, which is a little bit different than a normal King's Indian, because perhaps Luke was actually planning on playing the Grunfeld. That leads to very different positions, but also not really a conventional Grunfeld because white hasn't put the knight on c3. So this f3 move is really kind of a 21st century invention. This really became very popular, around 2009, I'd say, and has been quite frequently seen on the highest level since. Now, Luke decides to go bishop g7, which is basically saying, okay, I'll just play King's Indian. And now basically with the knight coming to c3, we have a normal line, and most black players nowadays still go for c5. We actually saw something similar to this. I believe it was Aronian game against Nepomniachtchi, if I'm not mistaken, where we got into this Benoni type of position, and that was played. Now, Luke decided to go with c6, and for the moment, I think he played knight d7, and we'll see how this unfolds. But this is a very risky choice by Luke, so this is going to be an exciting game as well.
And Wojtaszek hasn't spent a single second about the game, so he was ready for the challenge.
Right.
He prepared against the King's Indian, obviously, and also the c6 variation.
Okay, so far we have a Caro-Kann, a King's Indian, and a French. I mean,
and we are at the Feyenoord Stadium.
Yeah, and we're going to find it looking like a pretty good day to me so far. So a lot of diversity there in the openings. That's very exciting, for really, at this level, you could very well have a day with like 5 Berlins and 2 classical Queen's Gambits. So,
but not today.
Yes, everyone who's here right now, and I would like to say also to the viewers online, we have a lot of people here sitting in the crowd. So
shout out to our great audience here in Rotterdam.
And so I think so far for the fans, for everyone here today, you can expect some fireworks. I'm not saying every single game is going to turn into something great, but the openings definitely look very promising. Let's switch back to Magnus's game for a second to just see what happened there. And what's interesting is that we actually see a sideline over here.
Look at that, we have a webcam.
Oh, that's... So you got to see, the room's filling up right now. So a bit of a impression of that. So Anna, actually, Magnus decided to play e5 anyway. E4, e5, c4, e5. When he gets to play f5, he does it. E5, he does it. And why not? It's the most solid move. Also against c4. Now, Nepomniachtchi plays knight c3 over here, and of course the classical main line at this point is to just go into some sort of a reverse Sicilian, right? And play knight f6 d5 as black. Magnus decides not to do that, and he goes for a sideline, which is bishop to b4. Now, I remember a few years ago with a similar kind of line, he managed to beat Peter Svidler, who allowed him to take on c3 and get some sort of a close Sicilian setup, which very quickly led to a mating attack. Actually, let me rephrase that. He was winning against Peter Svidler. He didn't win the game. But Nepomniachtchi here plays by far the best move and the most common move in the position, which is knight to d5, immediately attacking this bishop and asking black, where do you want to put it? There's a couple of interesting moves here. There's a5, there's bishop to e7, and there's bishop to c5. And recently, it's actually our friend Adiban who I believe introduced the crazy move knight a6 here. So bishop to c5 was played, knight to f3. This is all standard theory. Black now sort of regains this tempo. He lost by moving the bishop twice. He goes c6. Which might be a useful move, especially if he gets to play d5 at some point. And now he plays d6, e3, queen e7. Queen e7 purely aimed at once white plays d4, which is a move over here. Obviously, he would love to recapture here with the pawn, gaining another tempo against this bishop, but this is not possible right now because of the pin of the e-pawn. So another important aspect of this is that if you play something like bishop e2, preparing that idea, I believe that Magnus's
E4.
idea will be e4, exactly. Yes, and this will lead to another completely different type of position. All right. And since it's getting so busy in the room, which I'm really happy to see that, welcome everyone. We're going to just briefly introduce ourselves again.
And that's our dear audience. Now we can see it also on the internet, so everybody who's at home watching, we are at the Feyenoord Stadium in Rotterdam. We are having a great audience. I'm joined by Grandmaster Robin van Kampen. He is one of the strongest grandmasters of the Netherlands. He became a grandmaster at the age of 16, and he is studying at the same time. So I think that's a huge deal. I don't know, how did you do that?
Thank you. You're flattering me too much. What I would like to say to the audience, if you have your smartphones with you, you can ask us questions directly through Twitter. You use the hashtag Tata Steel Chess. If it's a really, really urgent question, maybe you can even whisper it into one of the producers' ears. And
Yes, I think
we'll
we can
make sure
take
to get to
questions
it.
from the audience directly as well, and we will repeat the
Right,
questions. So
exactly.
we are expecting your participation.
All right, so while we are still going through the openings, I want to go to the one game. No, we have two games we still haven't had a look at. So let's finish this little opening stage that we've been going through. The tournament leader, and we really should have started with this game, but you know how it is. When Magnus is playing, everyone wants to see Magnus. So do I. So here we have Pavel Alyanov playing with white against Levon Aronian. And this is really probably so far the most quiet opening game that I've seen so far. This derived from a Catalan. So we have here, actually initially this is not a Catalan, this could turn into many things, but with Aronian playing e6, he sort of shows that, listen, I want to play solid, I kind of want to go for that Queen's Gambit decline setup no matter what, and he does that exactly, so he plays these healthy moves, and here Alyanov could have opted for b3, which is the only real option that top players try if they don't go for the logical d4. Pavel Alyanov goes for d4 anyway, saying he has maybe stopped a few options in the normal Catalan here by delaying this move. But this is still very much Aronian's main repertoire, if I'm not mistaken. So this is expected by white. Taking on c4, the main line, queen c2, a6, preparing this typical move b5. If you don't take the pawn now, this will be played. Of course, the queen takes c4 move here is the main line, but then recently, especially this move a4, which is played in the game, is more popular. Black now develops the bishop in another way to this long diagonal. And bishop to f4 was played, a logical developing move. Bishop to d6, offering this exchange. And one thing that we'll see probably happen fairly quickly is Black likes to play the move a5 here at some point, because this square on b4 can be quite a nice outpost.
Indeed, and then a maneuver like knight a6, knight b4 is coming. He has just played queen c1. I think this was the first time that he was actually thinking. He had like 40 to 43 minutes on the clock.
Right. Actually, what happened is they changed the bishops on f4, and now an exchange was offered, and he played queen c1 back,
Yeah.
right? So first of all, white could consider letting black take the queen on f4. Obviously, that would cause a double pawn, but since it aimed at the center, it might not be so bad. But I like personally that Pavel Olyanov is not aiming to go for a quick queen exchange over here, and he actually decided to play queen c1 back again. Now, of course, that looks a little bit odd, and what happens a lot in these Catalan games is that you try to shuffle your pieces in such a way that they can be easily attacked. So, what is the real reason I think that queen c1 was decided for rather than, let's say, queen d2? Well, maybe he had some worries about a potential knight e4 in some positions, hitting the queen, right? So there's a lot of subtleties over here. Queen c1 is definitely the safest spot for the queen.
And where will you place the queen afterwards? Because I guess you don't want to leave it on c1.
That's a very good question. I personally feel that he probably is thinking about putting his knight to c4, first hitting this queen on d6, having a look at where Aronian is planning to put that queen, and then deciding where should my rooks go, where should my queen potentially go, am I going to try to maybe play e2, e4 in the very long run, or should I change the bishops at one point? These bishops are clearly opposing each other. Ideally, of course, I would like to get this bishop and exchange it for a knight with white to get control over that long diagonal, but for the moment, not too much is clear in this game, and I feel that maybe we're even in some sort of theoretical preparation. That being said, it's a quiet game, but as we see, white is trying to prevent the queen exchange, so this could still very well turn out in something exciting. No Berlin endgames.
Yes, and Elyanov, he's on +3, so he is definitely taking his chance that this is one of his best tournaments in his life. He will not go for quick draws. He should push and push because he is clearly in a very good shape.
Absolutely. One thing that reminds me of is a few years ago, well, it's not really a few, it's quite a few years ago, but it was Shirov who also played in Vaikonze, and I believe he had an amazing streak of like 5 wins, and unfortunately he didn't manage to sustain that continuous win after win, and he ended up losing a lot of games in the end. So the question really here for Pavel Olyanov, who's playing a great tournament, is am I going to try to continue this sort of, I wouldn't call it a lucky streak, but this very aggressive play that has been paying off? Or when I'm playing someone as strong as Levon Aronian, am I thinking a little bit more in the direction of, I'm going to try a little bit and not take too much risk and sort of pick my opponents? So far, especially looking at his game with Hare Krishna from 2 rounds ago, he's been playing extremely aggressively in that game, even seriously risking a loss, going out of his way with a move repetition and getting a worse position just for the sake of trying to win. If he keeps doing that, I salute it, I like it, but it might be a dangerous strategy him, going through the future rounds.
Yeah. On the other hand, there are so many rounds left, so let's just not forget that it's 13 rounds in total and we have only seen 4, which means that yes, he is the leader, he's got +3, but this is not even close to being there halfway.
Not even close. No, Vaikonze is a very long tournament. I've experienced that personally. I think it's 3 times that I've played, and especially what counts is who is still in shape near the very end. And that's actually when we often see, a player like Magnus Carlsen just being so consistent and being in great shape as well. It's very often that he's not even leading, in the second half of the tournament, but that those last 4 or 5 rounds is what's the really deciding factor.
He used to be a slow starter. I remember last year I think he drew like the first 4 or 5 games, and then he beat Luke in a game where he was lost. So that was just a very lucky start. But then he started his winning streak. You are right. That's what he normally does.
So here we see the last game we haven't discussed yet. Not too many moves have been played. This is Wesley So with white playing against Pentala Hare Krishna. Wesley opened with knight f3, knight f6 was played. Both players created a fianchetto over here. Then Wesley went for c4. So here black has a lot of options, right? You could go for a more King's Indian style approach with d6. You could go for a Grunfeld still with d5. But c5 is also a valid option, and now we're just in a normal symmetrical looking English. And after knight c3, here this type of position is always interesting to me, because the way that people play this nowadays, it's really kind of a battle of who's going to play d5 or d4 first. So if for example, black decides to castle here, I wouldn't be surprised if Wesley was planning to play d4 here. And normally speaking, of course, you would think about knight takes d4 in this position. I believe that it was Anish Giri who recently had a very good game against Hikaru Nakamura playing queen takes d4, and sometimes that queen could, for example, be transferred to h4, setting up mating ideas, not something you would necessarily expect from an opening like this, but to indicate there's a lot of new developments here as well. And actually over here, Hare Krishna opens up with d5, so he's the first one to strike in the center. And Wesley's thinking right now, probably trying to remember what was going on in his analysis. As you could sort of see, there's probably a lot of subtle differences. Maybe black could have also put the knight on c6 first and play without the bishop on g7 or whatnot. So he's trying to work out the subtleties over here. And this could go anywhere really. This could range from very aggressive positions with, for example, white playing ideas like taking and h4, h5.
You think he will go for that, Wesley?
I mean, Wesley is, one thing I would say, Wesley is probably known to be quite a solid player, but in my opinion, a very universal player as well. So he plays according to the position, and that's what I would say for a lot of the players over here. Nowadays,
He's very
normal.
pragmatic.
Yeah, you just play what the position requires you to do. So Wesley's kind of, considering his options over here. Much more solid could be to, for example, give a check. And if the knight goes here, you have ideas like queen c4, trying to provoke taking on c3, then taking with the d pawn, claiming that this bishop on g7 is not as active. So lots of options here for him to consider. And it's normal that if he didn't prepare this position, that he's taking his time right now. Let's not forget, Wesley, with his slightly lucky game against Richard Rapport, is shared second place together with Magnus Carlsen. So for the moment, one of the top tournament contenders.
Yeah, he's world number 3 on the live rating list, and he hasn't lost a game since 16th of July, if I'm correct. So that's like a huge streak.
Yeah, that's actually an incredible streak. He got close this tournament, but seems like so far nobody's beating him. And I would be surprised to see him lose today. Pentala being very, very strong player, but I must honestly say I tipped Wesley to be the winner of this event.
Oh, you did?
And that's just because I've been so impressed with his chess over the last year. Winning the Grand Chess Tour, winning all these great tournaments. And we're getting a little bit of information here about the opening. Hare Krishna is actually also new to this move d5. Clearly, I think he prepared it, but he has never played it himself. There are some very good players who did play this way, one of them being Anish Giri. My reference when it comes to openings is personally, because having worked with Anish, is that if Anish played something, it's probably good. To some extent. So
to some extent?
Yeah, he tries to experiment a little bit. It's not always worth, repeating over and over again, but he's definitely someone who doesn't go for clearly bad lines. So if Anish played this, I'm sure that this is still very much familiar territory. Anish actually having played it several times. So, all right. Let's switch back to another game. Which one would you like to have a look at, Anna?
And Draken Rapport.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not being objective now.
All right, so what do we have here? We said earlier this was an Italian, right? So Rapport actually playing, for his standards, very solidly with e4, e5. I don't think that's his main opening. He plays a lot of French with black, normally. So we see kind of a slow development over here. And here white decides to go knight c3, which to some might be an indicator that it's a little boring. A lot of people grow up learning that when you put the knight on c3, it's called like a Gyucho piano, sort of very slow styled opening. It's not really the case here because the bishop is on e7 rather than c5, so it's not so symmetrical. This actually makes a lot more sense here for white than it normally does. So he plays d6, and here actually black already has his first positional threat in the game. This is kind of a typical thing, I would say, in Spanish and Italian. Always be careful when it comes to this light squared bishop, which is one of your favorite pieces. But black right now trying to trap it and exchange it off for the knight with knight to a5. And if your bishop would move, then he would just keep pursuing it with those pawns and eventually trap it. Or at least be able to take it with the knight, which could be considered a success. So Andreiken plays a3. We can now understand why that was done. If black goes knight to a5, we have this decent square on a2, and we can later maybe attack that knight with b2, b4, gaining some space. So that's no longer a good move. And bishop to e6 was played, now trying to exchange it for black's own bishop, and knight to d5, kind of a normal way of preventing that from happening. So this still seems to me like very normal territory. I generally prefer white somewhat in these positions, playing this myself as white, but again, it's really the question for black now. Does he want to take on d5, or does he want to maybe play a more quiet move like rook e8, or something else? Queen to d7 could be a move. So that's an important question, and I think that's what Richard is now pondering about.
We see an information about the opening that this was played, this very same position was played in 1965. That's a recent game.
Yeah, so this is actually, it's some old theory, and last time this was seen in the Netherlands was in 2014 by a game of Nikolic, who is a very strong grandmaster, also lives in Leiden, here in Netherlands. So like I said, it's surprisingly solid coming from Richard, but then again, he's of course trying to not be too predictable and not get into something that his opponent prepared necessarily. So here we see a slightly different side of him. That being said, is such an explosive player that before you know it, there will be a piece sack or something special going on. So yeah, let's.
I think we have a group picture of the players. I don't know if I can show it. Yeah, there it is.
One.
Just been taken here in the Feyenoord Stadium. That's where we are. And also the players have a T-shirt with their numbers. At the opening ceremony, the drawing of lots was with the T-shirts of the Feyenoord team. So they all have one.
This was about an hour and a half before the round. So they've been here for a while. They got to see the stadium a little bit. And I'm hearing that something interesting is going on in Anish's game.
And also in that tweet, look at that chess set.
That's
artistic.
That's artistic, yeah. That's artistic.
I like it. I think it looks like very fine modern art.
Yeah, it's kind of like a cubism sort of influence, I think. So in Rotterdam, especially where I live close to the Blaak station. We have these cubist houses, and very, very funny shaped houses. They kind of look like they're not straight, and that everything in the house is supposed to fall like in all directions. But people live in there, and of course from the inside it looks very normal. But it's a very artistic style, and so I see that almost on a daily basis. It looks a lot like the chess set over here, so that's very nice. So what we have over here, once again, for those who didn't catch the first moves, I think Anish surprised everyone with playing the Caro-Kann, not something we're used to him, and Wei definitely wasn't necessarily prepared for this. And we were saying then that they probably are going to cruise through some of this common theory. So that's sort of what happened. Here we see the main line appearing on the board. And e6 is actually a move that I would say, again, in recent years has become much more popular. The standard move here was really always knight to d7. And then you get into this sort of positional struggle where white claims to have some edge because of the space on the king side, but black is very solid. E6 is a completely different approach where I would say it's a little bit more ambitious maybe for black, because very often he tries to play c5 and knight c6, which arguably is a little bit more active. Now the real downside of this move is the move that Wei Yi played, knight to e5, attacking the bishop, so we have to move that piece. Bishop to h7, now bishop to d3 was played. Taking on d3, all the mainline theory, and now knight d7. Of course, this doesn't follow up on what I said earlier, but at the same time, this does ask for an immediate reaction by white, because this would not be a good exchange right now, especially with the queens coming off on d3, which could hurt white's structure. So f4 here, also theory. Bishop to e7, attacking this h4 pawn. You can see that things are spicing up a little bit already. And actually, Wei Yi decides to sacrifice it over here. Anish takes that pawn. all these exchanges happen. And this is really the interesting moment because, if you see this position for the first time, your first reaction might be, okay, this pawn over here is very important and we need to keep it at all costs, because especially if I want to castle kingside once, or at least I want to maintain my structure on the king side, I need this pawn. So you might think about moving it to g6. King f8, of course, doesn't look so great because there's at least some sort of bishop b4 check.
Yes, and the rooks coming to the f5 will be annoying too.
Exactly, this could be annoying. So Anish actually played knight to e7 here, and that's a direct, I would say, pretty much double pawn sacrifice on g7 and h6. And it's Wei Yi who now, if we look at the video, is in very deep thought. He's probably trying to convince himself that he saw this before in his analysis.
But he must have seen it long ago, because I'm sure that he did not expect the Caro-Kann from Anish. Anish, on the other hand, he's up 5 minutes, so he still hasn't thought at all. This is all his preparation.
Yes, and Anish standing there looking at the position, making sure that this is indeed his preparation. I believe it is. Actually, if we go back, it is, I believe, he moved knight to d7, which was the novelty. And right now, this could very well be one of those lines that some authors described in the book, saying this is too dangerous for black, and not considering knight to e7. It simply doesn't look very good at first sight. So the question, of course, for Wei Yi and for all of us is, what is the point, right? What happens if we take on g7? So let's have a look. Queen takes g7.
You gotta move the rook.
I mean,
or knight g6.
Knight g6 honestly doesn't look like
not at all.
like the way. I think white is simply going to take the h6 pawn, probably with the rook, and it really doesn't look very good. So this is more active, to say the least. Now again, where does white want to go with the queen? The only real argument here to me of not taking on h6 with the queen is that all the other squares, and that's only two to be honest, h7 or f7, sorry, or f6, they have the advantage that it helps attack the f7 pawn, which is a very vital point in black's position right now. But okay, let's have a look at the more forcing or the more logical move, queen takes h6.
And now black has many options, because it feels like you can count on knight f5 or queen d5, castle queenside very quickly.
Yeah. It's to me, it's one of those really forceful kind of lines, because if you just looked at this at home without a computer, no way you're going for this.
No.
This doesn't look good for black at all. But what's his point? Is he considering taking on d4 here? It looks very scary to me.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I mean, that would be like real serious computer analysis, because this is not
Absolutely.
a human move.
Absolutely. You know, one of the few things I like about black's position is that maybe this knight has a very nice outpost on f5 if we can control the move g2, g4. You know, one of the easier ways to do that, and you know, on f5 would be a very nice defensive piece, covering a little bit of the f file, preventing, you know, some access to squares like g7, attacking d4. You know, one of the easy ways to do that is to take on g2, but this just doesn't look good at all to me. I mean, I'd probably go with my rook to the g file myself here as white, and it just feels like I haven't castled here with black. I'm not particularly happy about my prospects, but then again, you know, chess is such a concrete game nowadays. Maybe now we could consider taking on d4, launching some sort of counterattack here, but to be honest, at this point to me it's all kind of guessing what the exact idea is.
I still would stick to queen d5. It
Yeah.
feels safer.
Queen d5 definitely kind of feels like the logical move, because it forces a clear defensive reaction by white, simply because this pawn on a2, right? You don't want to give that up.
Definitely. So you win a tempo, you castle, and then you might capture on g2. You have knight f5, the d4 pawn can be hanging.
Yeah. So now rook takes g2 already looks better. Also, maybe you'd even say, hold on, that pawn is there to stay and I castle first.
Yeah.
So this definitely, compared to some of the things that I suggested now, looks like a much more sane way of playing this as black. And in that way, it's kind of a very active defense that Anish is playing here. He's giving up, let's go back a second to the position that's on the board. He's giving up this g7 pawn, but as a result, quickly with queen to d5 and long castle, he's kind of trying to shift the initiative back to his hands. And that, Anna, makes me think that maybe after queen takes g7, rook g8, both queen f6 and queen h7 do deserve some serious consideration. Because if I look at which pawn do I really want here as white,
The f7 pawn and not the h6 pawn.
exactly, it's the f7 pawn that really matters over here. So for example, queen h7. Now, if we try something similar, right? Instead of taking on h6, this already starts to look a little bit more tricky.
I agree.
But perhaps even here with knight to f5, black is doing okay. That's really for Wei Yi right now to figure out. One thing I like about what Anish is doing today is I think he's putting his opponent in an unpleasant spot, having prepared this line very deeply, I imagine. So, yeah, Wei Yi, he loves to play attacking chess, he loves to play active. Probably right now he sees like every single time I try to take that pawn on g7, black is somehow trying to escape to the queen side. Most of my attacking chances are sort of slowly going, and maybe I shouldn't take that pawn, but that also seems like a difficult decision to make, and the alternatives are not so clear. So interesting game ahead here, in my opinion.
Definitely, and as you mentioned, there's a big pressure on him also because of the fact that he knows that Anish prepared this, so it's not like Anish spent half an hour and then he went for it, so then it must be like a bad move.
Yeah. No, that's especially unpleasant. Now, there are already some interesting things going on in this game, and we see that, wow, these players, they're moving so fast.
What happened here?
We're move 17 already, and the position is absolutely exploded here. Let's move back for a second to just see what was going on. This was a normal French, and instead of going for something extremely forced, like queen b6 is one of those lines that tends to go into heavy theory, black was playing a little bit more quiet. Bishop to e7, a6, sort of standard moves. So you'd expect to see a little bit slower play, but clearly both players were still very familiar with the theory here. And this is an interesting moment. So it's always kind of the question with white: when do I want to take on c5, or do I want to take on c5? What's the advantage? Well, in the long run, I get this nice d4 square for white. What's the bad side of it? It sort of activates black's pieces. And Karyakin here decided to take and play queen f2, which sort of says that, okay, of course black would love to play b5, b4, especially if we decide to go for a queenside castle, which is common in these lines. Now, if you decide to play b6, this might be a lot more interesting for white because the attack on the queen side is not so fast. So
he decided to go for knight d7 instead, keep the b5 option in the air.
Yeah, and I see that in this position also queen to a5 was played. So this is clearly still a theoretical battle, not only by these players but by previous Grandmaster games too. Adiban played knight to d7. So this is kind of confusing because first he moves to the queen side, now he's moving back, and we find out very quickly what his point here is. After the logical move, trying to get the d4 square, right? He immediately goes for f6.
That's why I love the French.
You like the French?
Yeah,
I was about
I
to ask.
do.
You're a French player as well?
I am, and I love that sometimes you try something on the queen side and then you push f6. It's all about doing something about the space advantage of white, because you just cannot let those pawns on e5 and d4 exist for the whole game, because then you lose.
Right, you're a little bit pressed if you don't do something very active. Well, he's going for it very quickly, but then again, with this move knight d7, it was really kind of asked for because that's looking towards this side of the board, right? So, of course, Karyakin taking here, and I'm surprised to see bishop takes f6 because initially you feel like queenside castle is the move, but then looking a little deeper into this, it suddenly turns out that this move e5 is probably what really worried him.
And the queen is misplaced on f2.
Exactly. After f takes e5, we have a very nasty trick here. The check on g5 actually picks up the white queen. So, very clever idea so far by Adiban, who shows that there's a little bit of a disconnect here in white's position. And bishop takes f6 may have been required, but it's not a move you like to make because now immediately your f-pawn is under fire.
And if you look at the clocks, we just see that Adiban is up 4 minutes, And Karyakin, he has thought almost for half an hour out in the opening, in an opening that Magnus Carlsen sometimes plays.
Right, that's true. So this could have been, some sort of preparation for the match. Um, okay, it really doesn't stop here because still, if we look at this position and White can make a few consolidating moves, castle, put the bishop on d3, then very often this structure over here, one of the easy ways to look at it, they are central pawns, but they're not really moving. And there's this easy rule which says the more pawn islands you have, the weaker your structure. And that really goes here for black, right? Having 3 pawn islands, white having 2. And I would say that this f pawn on f4 is kind of just as good as a central pawn, covering this important e5 square. So you can't just let white make his moves and play something like b6, bishop b7 here. It's too slow.
So he went g5.
Adibon is not wasting any time. He knows that. Plays the move g5, which honestly looks a little crazy, but then again, it's the only real way of putting pressure on f4 because e5, still falls to knight takes d5. White has that under control. But g5, there's really no good way of saving a pawn here.
No, he is winning a pawn, but it just feels a bit dangerous opening up the king. But as we said, we start from an hour and 40 minutes and he's on an hour and 43, it means that he still knows this position.
I'm fairly sure that this is still in his preparation. The one thing I'm thinking right now is Adibon is going to think here. We can already tell that he no longer knows exactly what's going on. And to me, this looks like one of those typical positions. You prepare it with the computer loves it for black because he's a pawn up. And then you play it during the game, your opponent starts thinking, and okay, you win that pawn. And then he plays something like king to b1, right? Like Karyakin did. And, really the only reason he goes king b1 is because if we go, let's say, bishop d3, there might be ways that somehow a check over here could still be annoying, or a queen trade could be there. So he just says, I'm going to step out of that, and bishop d3 will be next. And of course, I'm going to try to open up the king side even more. And now you're sitting there as Adibon thinking, okay, how am I going to defend my king in the long run here?
Yeah,
because that pawn is not really, useful until we reach some sort of an ending or until I stabilize my position on the king side. So, although the engines might very well say this is great for black, I like white's position.
No, I agree with you, and I know this feeling when you prepare something with the engine and your material up and the engine loves it, as you said, and when you have it on the board, suddenly you realize, I'm a human and I have emotions. I'm scared.
Yeah, no, there's going to be a lot of calculation required here, especially on the black side. As I said, the main reason I like this position is white's moves are just fairly easy. The bishop more or less has to go to d3. The rooks probably have to go towards this part of the position. And first question for black: do you play f3 and try to hold on to that pawn on f3, risk losing it, or do you actually end up taking on g3 at some point, thereby really opening up the position? So a lot of questions here for Adibon, but that being said, I love the opening choice. It's going to be a really interesting game. So this game is a guaranteed sort of firework, and that's exactly what we're looking for.
Definitely, we should have a look at it afterwards. Let's go back to Magnus's game for a moment.
Absolutely. Let's see what's going on in Magnus' position. All right. So what we see here is really kind of almost a traditional isolated pawn position. Last time we looked at this, we were left with me saying in this position queen to e7 is played, and white would like to play d4 and take with the pawn. If he doesn't play d4 now, e4 will be played. So Nepomniachtchi indeed decided to go d4 and take with the knight. And these types of positions are still considered slightly more pleasant. And if we look at the game, I'm wondering how Magnus feels about the outcome of this opening. I almost feel like maybe he must have prepared it. He plays d5 over here, which really is a choice. I would almost say it's a matter of style, because it's not a requirement to go d5 here. You can also just develop the knight and the rook and sort of play that position slower, but maybe more active to actually commit to this isolated pawn and play d5. So Nepomniachtchi accepted this sort of challenge.
And went for knight b3 immediately.
And played knight to b3. So this is putting Magnus under some pressure, because If you ask me, knight b3 only has one idea, which is you play d5, okay, what about me just trying to take that? Because if there's one thing that black doesn't want, and that's to exchange his bishop on c5. So a move like bishop to e6 here, it just doesn't feel right. After exchanging and maybe white putting another knight to d4, maybe also strengthening that with b3, bishop b2, feels to me like you've lost your most significant attacking piece, especially when that dark squared bishop hits this diagonal on d6 to h2. That's like one of those pieces you need to maybe set up a mating attack, right?
True, and this is not the position where you can just give up the d5 pawn, counting on the rook d8 pin, because everything goes with a check.
Yeah, so right now I'm trying to understand what Magnus wants to play. My first reaction is, okay, you're gonna have to sacrifice this pawn, but how exactly do you go about doing that? Bishop to d6 looks like the most active move.
If knight takes, you want to take and then rook d8?
Yes.
Or bishop e6?
Let's say rook to d8. So of course we're introducing a little bit of a threat over here, trying to win the queen. White's gonna have to move it somewhere. You know, he could decide to go all the way to h5, but that also kind of exposes his queen. So this is one of those important moments for Nepomniachtchi. But at first sight, it feels to me like he's forcing Magnus to do something that he was not necessarily planning on. It really is a matter of style. I would, if I'm not 100% sure with this position, I'd feel a little bit more uncomfortable with black than with white. But then again, almost every square to me here has a drawback. If I go to c4, that might give, for example, black, after the move knight to c6, might give him a tempo to get his knight to g4. If I go to h5, then where do I exactly go after g6? Because h6 is a strange square. If I go to f3, then again this knight starts jumping. So it's not that clear if, you know, to what degree black has compensation here. Very interesting game ahead if Magnus ends up sacrificing the pawn, but to be fair, I'm almost sure he's going to do that. So
yes.
Again, very early material imbalances over here. In Adiban's game, obviously black being a pawn up here, soon to be white with a pawn up. So fighting chess, I love it.
Me too. I think today's round is especially for the Rotterdam audience. We have a lovely audience here in the Feyenoord Stadium and also online. So this is going both ways. You can use the hashtag Tata Steel Chess for the tweet, and also our live audience can ask questions if they dare. So far, nobody? Yeah,
All right.
we are scary, I think.
I'm scary?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm scary.
Okay, I have two requests. First, one of them is a jump to Luke, but there is also our current Dutch champion, Jordan van Foreest. Let's not forget about him. You know, by far the most up-and-coming player in the Netherlands right now, playing really interesting chess, and apparently today he is playing an absolutely crazy game. So let's quickly go over there, especially for all the Dutch spectators. I think it's nice to see what he's up to. He started off extremely well, beating Erwin Lamy, someone that I pretty much never managed to beat, so I was very impressed with that. And then in the last few rounds, things went a little south for him, and his results were not so good. I think he lost 2 games. Today he's playing against Vladimir Dobrov, who, if I'm not mistaken,
He was
qualified.
the winner in my group.
In your group?
I was leading and then he beat me.
Ooh.
That's why I'm here and he's playing. They are playing in Vaikanzee, the Challengers. So normally the Masters and the Challengers are in the same place, but today we are having the Masters group here in Rotterdam and the Challengers in Vaikanzee. So tomorrow we are all back in Vaikanzee in the Morian. So you can visit us there as well.
All right. Well, this looks like it came from some sort of a Caro-Kann, but again, so many moves have been played that I would just prefer to have a look at the current, you know, what are we up to right now. And to be honest, my first impression is that this looks very, very bad for black.
It does look bad. What is the king doing on f7?
What's the king doing f7, especially aligned with that queen on f6? You know, very pressing question here is what's
rid of the
f
f-pawn.
Get rid of that f-pawn and get that rook into play, right? So, first impression, things are looking very bad for black. He does have a check with the queen on d4, but I'm just going to step aside, and I understand I'm not going to win that piece, but hey, this also gives me some new options. Like, for example, maybe I'll lift my rook to a4 and kick the queen out like that and get my rook into the game. So My first impression is this was some sort of an opening disaster for Vladimir Dobrov, and I think we're going to see sort of a signature quick win by Jordan, who to me always seems very unaffected by losses. That's one of the few things that I'd like to say about him. Very, very good at just coming back and playing decent chess no matter what the circumstances. So for the moment, for those who like Jordan and his chess, I think, first of all, very fun game ahead, but also a very promising position for him here with white. F4 immediately isn't required, but it does seem awfully logical. So
Expecting F4.
Interesting to see what will happen here. Okay, we're going back to the Masters group, and I'd like to have a brief look at King Luke's game.
Sure.
Okay, again, there's a lot happening. Things are moving very fast in these openings. Last time we left off, we were around this point, and so this is a same-ish King's Indian. I was saying that I really prefer the more conventional way of playing with an early c5. Luke goes for this old plan with c6, a6, then going b5, and creating some counterplay on the queen side. And the move we see here, Anna, is actually kind of a modern way of tackling this. This is the move c4, c5. And it's saying, well, if you want to play b7, b5, that's fine. But it's going to come at the cost that you're going to somewhat separate this pawn structure. Now, the other thing that is important to keep in mind is why does white not play a4? In this case, normally black decides to go for a5, and then later on he gets the knight to c5 after taking on d4. And that c5 square is very important. And white will never have the option of really driving away that knight with b2, b4. So this tends to be, a good sign for black in these types of positions. So c5 is the way it went, and also the main line here. b5 anyway. This is really what you're supposed to do. He took on b6, knight takes. Now the threat is clear. He wants to jump with the knight to c4. Knight f4 was played. Kind of inviting this move e5, right? You're like, I'm playing a King's Indian. When am I going e5? But not right now, because after e5 we really see that maybe the pawn structure doesn't look so bad now, but after, for example, exchanging the queens, yes, and the b6 knight hanging actually immediately. But even if we would have to play knight d3, we suddenly see this is looking not very nice. So we could pretty much almost generalize that e5 is no longer on the part of the black plan anytime soon. So a5, now the idea is to go bishop a6 and exchange the bishops. Okay, knight d7 and bishop a6 played. And to me this almost resembles more like a Benko gambit, Volga gambit type of position where black is not down a pawn, but white is also significantly more developed. So that's a completely different kind of position than you expect when you play maybe a normal King's Indian. And honestly, maybe it's strange, but I played, before starting the King's Indian, I've always played the Benko Gambit. And I have a real aversion, like I don't like playing this type of position with a pawn on a5. I'd honestly almost prefer it just taking this pawn away, having proper pressure over this a file in the long run, putting my rook on b8, and I know what I'm doing. I might have to wait a little bit, but my chances will come as white's trying to progress and advance here. With my pawn on a5, my pieces are just not very active.
Yes, it feels weird to place the rook on a6 and the queen on a8 when it's not an open file.
Right. White's moves here are fairly easy. He plays rook c1, rook b8, also logical play by Luke, and now rook c2. So what's white's plan? It's fairly simple. He wants to double up on this half-open c-file and then hit the c-pawn. And honestly, Anna, my first impression is that although it definitely isn't very bad for black, I feel that play is easier for white. And I'd slightly prefer playing white in this game for the moment. I think also looking at Wojtaszek's time, 1 hour 34 minutes.
Yes, and 1 hour and 9 minutes for King Luke, who is not having his best tournament.
Not yet, but Luke is a tough nut to crack, and he could still make a comeback. By far the most experienced player in Vaikanzei.
25 times he has played. This is the 25th time that he is playing the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. You are 22?
Yes.
Crazy.
Luke was playing before I was born, so um, but that being said, King Luke today, opening choice. Okay, I like it a lot more than when he tried to play the Peerage against Karyakin. That didn't really turn out very well. But still, I do not see this being an amazing piece of preparation. I prefer White's position. So
You think that his yesterday's football was not a great preparation?
no, I think the football was okay, but I would like to see Luke put some pawns in the center at some point this tournament, and not only with White. So maybe you have some comments on that after the game. But let's be serious. This is not a very bad position. One of the things I would like to do with Black is to play c5 at some point, and maybe I can manage to create some activity by opening up the scope of this bishop before really getting into trouble with, for example, rook to c1, followed by knight to d1, defending this b2 pawn, and really being stuck and tied down to that defense. So this is still not so clear at all, and Luke could very well turn this into something very decent. So okay.
Do you know the reason why he's avoiding main lines? Or this is his usual style?
No, I mean, for those who followed Luke throughout his career, there was really a time when he was ready to go for the sharpest lines, especially the Najdorf with Black, where he'd play anyone and he'd do it over and over again.
Against Kasparov and just going for it.
Kasparov against Shirov, against those players who everyone was afraid of playing, especially Sicilians. What happened is simply that the computers became so important, and I think at the same time Luki decided to be, he was more interested in other stuff as well, like poker and so on. So his attention shifted a little bit, not fully away from chess, but he had other interests. And
he has become a father.
He has become a father now. That's also a recent development. So what it is really is that I don't think it's practical for him anymore to try and challenge a lot of the younger players. And Wojtaszek definitely qualifies as a very well prepared player in the main lines. I mean, even if he has a month or two to prepare, it's not so easy to just catch up, because a lot of these players have been doing this for years, working very hard on novelties, on computer ideas. So he's trying to play very tricky openings like King's Indian and Peerage to sort of get out of the normal theory. And jump a little bit when it comes to openings, right? Not be too predictable. But in my opinion, he's trying to do that while playing very sharp openings, whereas I would do it while playing very solid openings. So that's where Luke and I differ a little bit in character, I think, as well. It can turn out very well, but he's not making life easy for himself. Let's put it that way.
That's true. Let's go back to Veji's game for a moment. If we see any progress against Anish Giri.
Okay, so he actually decided not to take on g7. That's really an admirable choice, in my opinion, because, like we said before, the first reaction is let's take the pawn and think. But then it also turned out that things weren't so clear. Black was going rook g8, queen to d5, etc. So it looks like Anish still in preparation, although now he has started thinking. And that's interesting. So first of all, let's do a quick count. It looks like Black is up a pawn, and ideally he still gets to play something like queen d5 and queenside castle very, very soon. Question is,
what happens to the f5 knight? Sometimes that could be the question.
Exactly. Well, the first thing, of course, what is White actually? What's the point of White not taking the pawn? Well, he wants to play g4, right? And as soon as g4 is played, he might add more pressure on the f file with rook f1, and especially with this bishop scope on both the e7 and f8 square, that could turn into a very dangerous attack. Now, Black preferably would like to still play something like queen d5. But another aspect that we have to consider is that in the previous lines, when Black was taking on a2, it was a direct mate threat. Whereas now White has a little bit more options when it comes to ignoring this this threat altogether. So he might just go and play g4, forcing the knight back. Knight h4 would be kind of a cute move, but I don't believe it works. If you take the knight and play g5, I can still play queen f6 or maybe even queen takes g5, but queen f6 suffices obviously. So the knight does have to go to e7, and now, for example, white could consider taking it, leaving the king in the center. You could also consider, what we previously mentioned, rook f1, attacking f7. So actually, first impression, I really like the choice that he made, Wei Yi. I like the position a lot more than what we previously looked at, and it kind of worries me that Anish is now thinking about what to play, because it feels like this is a good moment to still have a move or two prepared.
Yes, but this must mean that the move that Wei Yi played is not the first nor the second option of the engine. So on the one hand, it's pleasant to know that Wei Yi didn't play the best move of the engine. On the other hand, now he really has to think. And the moves you were suggesting, the variation where white would have been a pawn up, well, that's where black was really active. And now black is a pawn up, but he has to really make the most precise moves.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I'm always the type of player who, if it's a very sharp position and my opponent makes a very sensible move that I haven't analyzed, rather than thinking, oh, this is probably not such a good move, I'm thinking, oh my God, maybe
Why did I not analyze
why did I not analyze this? Why didn't I think for myself, right? So I don't think Anish is quite that worried yet, but yeah, it's a little bit peculiar that he's starting to think now. Again, I think this is a very interesting attacking choice that Wei Yi played. Arguably, this is more aggressive than queen takes g7, which really gave black some sort of luft to get out of most of the threats and get the king to the queen side. So right now, Anish under a little bit of pressure, thinking about what to play. If I'm not mistaken, some move has come through, and he actually played g5. Okay.
Well, it makes sense if we want to castle queen side that we don't mind pushing the pawns on the king side.
Yeah, absolutely. And also some of the more logical squares, like for example queen e4, obviously not that great of an idea because knight g3, also queen to d5 is an option. So queen f2 is, my first impression, the best move. And still, of course, white's idea should be to play g2, g4.
Yeah, but what I like about g5 is that now my knight will not have only the e7 square available. I can jump to h4 or g7, that looks ugly, but maybe h4, g6, and then to f4.
Yes.
That would be my dream.
Something like that. And what's also interesting is, we were talking earlier about how important this knight is as a defensive resource for black. Is he maybe considering to play g4 himself? To just stop that altogether, and then maybe, if it gets attacked, just defend it with the rook, and then, our old plan of castling is very much expected. So
I like your idea, and also you can play sometimes queen g5. If you're a pawn up, why not swap queens if we can, without losing material?
Exactly. So queen g5 actually would be positionally already quite dangerous, because if the queens are off, the king on e8 is really not in that much trouble. So actually g5, I like that move a lot, and I must say he did play it fairly quickly. I mean, he thought, a bit less than 15 minutes about it. So I'm pretty sure that he found the move that if the scenario that you described is correct, and they were looking with the computers and this was not suggested, g5 might very well be the reason. This looks like a very strong move to me. So what should white do? Well, one thing to do is, since we don't like allowing g4, is to play queen to f3, but then this move queen to d5 becomes even stronger, because we'd love to exchange the queens under almost any circumstances. So difficult choice here for Wei Yi. Where do you go with the queen? Interested to see what he comes up with. It's interesting. It's such a dynamic position. One moment I like white's position, but now that Anish found this move g5, I'm certainly a little bit worried for white now. So this keeps shifting. One idea I see, and then we are going to move on to next game, is the move rook to h5. Just showing that I can control the g5 square, and I might actually introduce some ideas of taking that knight with the king still being in the center. If I have a strong follow-up with, let's say, an e6 or some kind of queen move going into black's position, that might be possible. So there are resources for white. It's not a lost case at all, but Anish having found a good move here, I think.
I think we have a special clip coming up. Magnus Carlsen doing a 1-2 with a famous Feyenoorder football player. Can you pronounce his name for me, please?
Ben Wijnstekers.
Thank you. Do you know much? We are back here in the Feyenoord Stadium in Rotterdam with tournament director Jeroen van den Berg. Jeroen, how does it feel that we've got this audience here? This is the 79th edition of the tournament. Please tell us your impressions.
Well, it's the fourth consecutive time that we go on tour with the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it's the second time that we come in Rotterdam after a very successful round in the building the Rotterdam in 2015. And now we come to the Feyenoord Stadium, which is of course also a great location, the most beautiful stadium of the Netherlands. And well, of course, I saw many people. Many people have come to see us, so it all feels good. Now I hope that the games will also be interesting today, but from what I've seen, it looks very positive.
Do you think this is the first time that a chess tournament takes place in a football stadium? Because with Robin we were discussing that we don't remember any other event.
Well, maybe you were not born. Yeah, you were born yet, I think. I'm from another generation nowadays. But in 1997, you were probably young, and Robin also, the Dutch Championship was played in this very same stadium.
Oh,
so
all right.
we
So
are
this is
actually
not the
here with the
first
chess
time.
tournament for the second time. And then it was won, I think, by Predrag Nikolic and Jan Timman, and they played a match, and that match was won by Predrag Nikolic. It was not in the same building where we are now, but it was also in the stadium here in Rotterdam. So it's not the first time. And also, if we go back another, let's say, 20 years, in the 70s, there was a very famous match between Jan-Hein Donner and Hans Rey. And it was played in the Olympic Stadium in Amsterdam. It was the decisive match for the Dutch Championship, and the Dutch audience probably knows their classics, Donner and Rey. It was an excellent match with many anecdotes.
So in the Netherlands you have a tradition of connecting football with chess.
Yesterday was a match between Telstar and the chess players in the Telstar Stadium. So nowadays the chess players like to play football as well, not
And
only
the
chess.
other way around as well, I believe so.
Yeah, Edgar Davids was there yesterday. He likes to play chess. He's a famous Dutch football player.
Why do you think, as a tournament director, that it's important to bring the players, to bring the event from Wijkenzee to other locations as well, to be on tour?
For us, it's a concept. We know that many people, probably also the people that are around here, like to visit us in Wijk aan Zee. I know they like to, some of them even play our amateur tournaments, the weekend vierkampen, dag vierkampen, or the tienkampen, all quite popular. But at a certain moment we thought it's also time, also Tata Steel wanted to broaden their philosophy with the company. We do the same with the chess tournament, so not only we are happy that the people visit us, we thought, well, we go with the tournament to visit the people. So that's basically the concept. So now we are in Rotterdam, and next week we are in Haarlem, which is, by the way, also a beautiful location, the Philharmonie.
Can you tell us briefly what else can people do here, so they can see the masters playing, but this is not only the event that you have here?
No, they can see the masters playing in the other side of the building. We are on the same floor, but if you go out of the stadium and go well, somewhere here next door we have a congress about moving sports and brain sports, and it will take until around 5 o'clock, and the people can also have a watch there. There are many famous speakers such as Erik Scherder, Peter Blanchet, Hans Beum, and they will try to find, let's say, a connection between these two sports, so brain sports and moving sports, and also where you can make each other stronger. Which is, by the way, interesting, because I think that the football world, for instance, can learn a lot from the chess world, and the other way around as well. So that's basically the idea of the Congress here.
I heard that, for instance, former Barcelona trainer Guardiola, he really believes that chess strategy helped him to improve his football strategy, and he consulted Garry Kasparov.
Yes, and also in his biography is also even a chapter about chess, because he really loves chess. Also the coach Benitez, he's also a chess lover. But I know this. Yes, it's correct. Well, this is good for our sport, of course.
Yeah, definitely. So much connection between physical sports and mental sport. Why do you think that chess is still so popular? Because this is such an ancient game, and nowadays with modern technology, isn't it that this is supposed to be now a boring game? Why do you think that chess is still exciting for us to watch?
Well, I think you see that more and more people are going to learn chess, also young people, and you can follow it on internet, so you can have easy access to all the grandmaster games that are being played around the world. When you are young, you can easily be much stronger when you have talent, simply because you have the help of the computer. And all these things together, I think, makes chess more popular. Day by day, also because of all the modern technology, what we are doing here, for instance, this interview.
That is true. And do you think that chess helps certain skills? It helps children. Would you have chess in schools, in every school in the Netherlands?
Well, yes, I believe in it. I think it's very good, especially at the age 9, 10 or 11, that if you learn the rules of chess by that age, on that age, it helps to make you to make decisions. So I think it's also proven that it's a good age to learn chess. But I also believe that it's for older people, if you cannot play chess, to learn the rules at the age of, for instance, 50 or 60, and to play some games every week. It's also good for your brain to keep it. Yes. Alive.
That's true. I think there are many studies also available on the internet about the benefits of chess for children and also for adults and for elderly people. So I think this is beautiful that it's a sport, but it also helps us develop certain skills. Even if you don't want your child to be a chess player, just simply.
No, but it's not. I don't mean that you have to be world champion or international master or grandmaster, but simply learn the rules and play some chess with your friends. Yes. It really helps, I think.
How happy are you with this year's field, the Masters and the Challengers?
Very happy. Of course, it's very interesting for the tournament that we have both the world champion and his challenger, Karjakin and Carlsen. Well, they played the last round against each other. But
did you do that on purpose?
No, we didn't. We had a double draw of lots, so we couldn't do it on purpose, even if we would have wished. But 5 players in the top 10, some fighters like Richard Rapport. No, I have nothing to complain. It's Wesley So, who made a huge jump on the world ranking list. No, I'm very happy with the field. And they are fighting, which is also good. By the way, the challengers are now playing in Wijk aan Zee while we are here. It's also a great field and also very interesting. Marcus Racher, who won all his games so far. So, yes,
and
I'm quite
Jordan
happy.
van Forest, the current Dutch champion, he's doing very well today. We've just had a look at his game. And he seems to be winning.
Already now, after 1 hour?
In a crazy game against Mr. Dobrov.
Okay.
And this year, you also made sure that... while you have Anish Giri always in the Masters group, you did not only invite Anish, but you also invited his beautiful wife, Sopika Goramishvili.
Yes, Sopika played last year in the top 10 Kampen. By the way, you did it yourself as well. And then she became second after Vladimir Dobrov. And somehow we had this idea that it would be nice, but then I checked, are you interested? She was interested. And then I didn't even know that she was pregnant, so it's quite a task, She's a young mother, and now with the lowest rating in this strong group, so I admire her that she has accepted the invitation. I can assure you, it's for her. It's at the moment. I think it's a tough tournament, but she's fighting. She's smiling. But okay, it will be tough. But of course, it's very nice that we have a couple in the tournament. But now one is in Wijk aan Zee and the other one is here.
Only for today, right?
Only for today. Yeah. No, also next week in Haarlem.
Just for 2 days,
Yeah.
but mainly together. And she was winning in the first round against Liu
Yeah.
Shanglei, so she's
Yeah, but that was
she
the
is
draw.
a very
Fine,
strong
yeah.
player
Yeah, I know,
herself.
I know, of course. But yes, no, I know.
Now, two of the top Dutch grandmasters have just become fathers, basically, a few months ago. Do you think that they will educate their kids to be the future Olympic team of the Netherlands?
I don't know. Probably, well, Van Wely might have some ideas. I don't know. You should ask him, and I'm sure that you will get a funny answer. And with Anish and Sopiko, the wife of Luc Van Wely, by the way, also plays chess. He's also an active chess player. But knowing both of them, of course, probably it's inevitable that these two children will learn the rules of chess. But I don't think that they, for instance, what the father of Judith Polgar did, that it will be something that they should learn or whatever. Let's wait and see. I don't know.
But for sure that chess will play a part of their lives.
Yes, I think so, yeah. Yeah, already now.
Next year will be the 80th edition. Are you planning something even more special? It's already huge what's happening here, the Wimbledon of chess. Everybody loves Wijk aan Zee, and now the Chess on Tour events. But can you make it even bigger for the 80th edition?
Well, we are not that far yet, but of course we have already plans, but I'm not in the situation yet that I can tell something about it. And also, but 80th tournament, I'm already happy that it has been guaranteed, which is also very nice that Tata Steel is looking forward. But of course we will make a nice party of it. Actually, not everybody knows it probably, but the company itself exists 100 year next year. So we have two huge jubilee, the chess tournament 80 years and the company itself 100 years. So I'm quite sure that it will be party time in 2018.
And how are the chess skills at the Tata Steel company? Do you have like a local tournament?
No, we don't have it, let's say, during the year, but in January, during our own tournament, in the first weekend, we have many side events also for people from the company, and many people like chess. And also it's good that many of the employees of Tata Steel, they are very proud of the tournament. And for instance, when you play the tournament, you can even take some free days almost for free, also to encourage that they will play chess in our tournament. And but it's good that not only the CEO of the tournament, like Theo Hendra, likes the tournament so much, but also the people who are working in the factory itself. They really like it, also because of the long tradition.
That's really nice, and we love the tournament. I think everybody here would say the same. Finally, I would like you to predict today's games, if you don't mind.
Ooh, I must admit that I haven't.
Anish, let's begin with this game.
Let me see. It looks interesting.
I think this is the current position is this one.
Okay. Time used? Can I see it somewhere?
The time.
Yes. Well, let me make.
I don't see the clock.
Sometimes you have to be national. I think that Giri will win this game.
It's 53 minutes for Wei and an hour and a half for Anish. What do you think about that?
Then I think that Anish will win. Yeah.
So a victory for Anish Giri. Tournament director Jeroen van der Berg says it, so I think we should take that. Who else thinks that Anish will win?
Well, of course, I also hope it, but it looks well. It doesn't look so bad for him, and with this time, it's obvious that he's very well prepared. But let's see. But it looks okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if I can bring up the other games because it's normally Robin who is very good at this, and I'm so clumsy. I'm clicking here and there. I will need Robin.
We can also ask Robin back because I'm sure that the audience want to hear a serious commentator.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm doing something not right at all. Robin. Guys, don't let me use the mouse because I halved the board already.
He can probably restore this.
Thank you so much.
That is my favorite Tata Steel Chess moment. Maybe when tournament is over and if I play good.
Many very nice restaurants here in Wijk.
Maybe from fish restaurant.
which is closed already, unfortunately. But okay, in fact, there are a lot of moments because atmosphere in the Vike is fantastic. Chess atmosphere that I like very much and appreciate.
When I won the Tata Steel Challengers, that was my favorite moment since I qualified to the Tata Steel Masters.
A dive in the North Sea, just to celebrate it's over. But yeah, that's basically my finest moment.
Welcome back to the broadcast of the fifth round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We are still at the Feyenoord Stadium in Rotterdam with Grandmaster Robin van Kampen, Dutch Olympic player, Grandmaster at the age of 16, studying about business and all that tough stuff. Anish Giri has played g4. What do you think about that, Robin?
Well, I mean, this is the first thing that came to my mind as well when I saw the move g5, right? I thought queen f2 is the logical reply. I really don't still like the prospect of white playing that move g4, especially, the one drawback that I saw here is that if I move my queen anywhere, like let's call it d5 because we kept on going there, it's still such an annoying move because if we do go there, then the queen f6 is now possible because the pawn has gone from g7, right? Threatening mate, threatening to take the rook, all sorts of bad news. So g4 really struck me as the way to go about this because we do need to move the queen on d8 eventually to get the king castle to the queen side. So g4 just seems like the way, and like you indicated earlier, we also have this nice idea of check now, which might be useful. So I think this was very nicely played by Anish. This g5 g4 idea came as a bit of a surprise initially, and my suggestion here was to play rook h5, although I will definitely admit that this is a little bit my speculative side, saying that there's not much use for the rook on h5 other than stopping the check. But really what I'm trying to do is just I hope to be able to take here one day and get some play over the dark squares, or at least open up the f file. And my main reason for that is just I don't know exactly what to do against this simple plan of castling queenside. So this looks like a tough spot for Wei Yi, where I think in order to keep his attack going, he needs to sacrifice more material. Just a pawn is not enough anymore. So he's gonna have to make a decision here and do some calculations as well. But yeah, Anish is playing this very well. For the moment, I think I don't know if he's winning or anything like that. It's too early to say, but surely his preparation worked out very well. And he's got Wei Yi under pressure here. So it would be quite a special occasion for Anish,
to win his first game in Rotterdam.
Well, yeah, and also just generally win when I'm there. I think
that's what you wanted to
it's a nice
say.
correlation.
I thought it was for our audience here in Rotterdam.
Of course. But, recently, without bashing Anish, he has been under a bit of pressure for his drawing streaks. And I feel that, if he wins today, the correlation might be involving me into the, So who knows? I'd love to see Anish play a great game today, and a win would be even better.
So he will take you everywhere from now on if he wins.
Take me back everywhere. Okay, we have a couple of other games. And Wei Yi is in deep thought over here, and he's looking. I'm hearing that he's looking just around the hall, looking,
Yes,
finding some inspiration.
He's not looking very confident. That's true. Normally he's very calm. He barely moves, and now this is a bit strange. I don't think he's comfortable with his position.
Yeah, I still personally find it very hard to really tell what a player is thinking. I know it's what everyone tries to look at a person and see or feel what's going on, but I've seen him, I've played him actually twice, and to me he's one of those players where I think it's very hard to get a grip of what's going on in his mind just by looking at him. I don't think he shows much of a, really what's going on in his thoughts at all. So, but for sure, if he's uncomfortable, that's understandable. That is true. I'd like to have a look at the game of Adibon, who played that.
Oh, definitely the French defense.
Who played that French and won a pawn.
Oh, look at that!
Okay, so let's briefly go back to where we left off. We set king to b1, and I was saying in this position, what is your idea? Because first of all, you need to get your pieces into play, especially these two. That means you got to move this knight. But first of all, you need to make a decision about this f-pawn. And letting white open up the g-file, basically with king b1, he's threatening to take on f4, you could almost say, just because it looks so dangerous. So he did end up playing f3, keeping the position closed. Karyakin responded with g4. Again, he just wants to move these pawns ahead so he can open up the files for his heavy pieces. Knight to e5, moving the piece out of the way for the rook and the bishop, and activating the knight. G5, obviously, again, kind of like a poison pawn, right? You don't want to take that one, and especially here, it just immediately runs into big trouble over this pin. So queen to g7 was played, and Karyakin is not waiting.
Insisting, g6.
He's insisting, this pawn is also yours. Please take it. So the g-file, Karyakin clearly thinks the g-file is everything. It just needs to be somewhat opened up. To me, the most logical response is to take with the pawn, to at least have a little bit of, collateral, so to speak, of, just putting some more pieces in the way of the king. And rook to g1, I suppose, is what he really just wants to do. And maybe he thinks that by sacrificing this pawn, he created some squares for his rook to
it's been taken by the
double.
h-pawn, exactly.
Yeah. So h takes g6. I'm expecting rook g1, but this is a double pawn sacrifice. And for the moment, the one thing I really do like about white's position is that if black were able to just move the knight and, let's say, put the pawn to e4, that would be great. But that always runs into having to sacrifice the d5 pawn. So f3 is still difficult to defend in the medium long run. And white's pieces do look very active. But the knight on e5 is your main worry right now. So especially this rook g5 and rook, queen g3, if that's a way of getting rid of it, while putting pressure on the g-file, that would be a great achievement. But Adhiban does have a little bit of time here. He could go bishop d7, he could maybe go rook f5. So for the moment, I'm not convinced by white's compensation yet. But there's a lot of things to consider here, especially for Adhiban, who is probably, it's harder for him on the defensive side right now.
True. And I guess the other attempt, trying to push h4, h5, might not be that good if it allows black go g5, g4. And suddenly these pawns, the ones you sacrifice, will be very dangerous post pawns.
Exactly. So, for example, if you do end up putting the pawn to h5, that's not a guarantee you're going to open up the position, especially if black manages to just push that g-pawn and find some support on another square. So, well, very speculative by Karyakin. I definitely don't think he feels like he has it all under control, but this is sort of how this is how he managed his position. He gave that pawn, or at least Adhiban took it from him, and now he just has to follow up. It's all or nothing, and
that's interesting because this is not normally what we see from Karyakin.
Not at all, not at all. But of course, the one thing I would say about Karyakin is, for all of those people who followed the match with Magnus Carlsen, there we saw, you could say signature style Karyakin, very solid and so on, but it was really, really magnified by at least 5-10 times, because against Magnus it's very hard to take a risk and sort of get away with it. So he just really went with sort of his core quality there and defended a lot of not so great positions. But when you look at how he beats weaker players, he is actually a very risk-seeking player at times. So this is not new, it's just that we don't get to see this side of him as much. And now in Vaikanze, again, all respect to Adhiban, but with playing a person who's rated well over 100 points lower than him, that side will come out, and he will be playing speculative, he will be sacrificing, and that's a lot of fun to see, especially after a somewhat dry performance at the World Championship match, although it was a very impressive performance, in my opinion.
We should, of course, once again mention that we have a hashtag, Tata Steel Chess, for Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere on social media. So you can tweet us, you can post your photos, pictures, questions, opinions, anything, predictions. Also, we are expecting predictions about the results of the day. And Pop Your Question is another hashtag that we use, and that's for asking the players the questions you have ever wondered. So if you wonder why Magnus Carlsen wears red socks, then please tweet us.
Have you ever wondered that before?
Yeah,
Does
sometimes I
does
do.
he wear red socks?
I think he wore some basketball socks for the last game of the World Chess Championship match. So it's actually not so silly to ask him about his socks.
Okay, that's good to know. I might pop a question myself later on. Uh, all right, which game are we looking at next? We left off at. Actually, I would like to see if Magnus already decided what to do, and he did, of course, decide.
Went for the pawn sacrifice,
Yes,
as you suggested.
exactly. Last time we checked, this was the position, and I said you cannot just let white take on c5. It's worse than losing a pawn on d5. But the one thing he did very differently than me, and that's why he's Magnus Carlsen, is he put the bishop on b4, which really to me is not a move that crossed my mind at all, because I'm a simple guy. I see bishop d6. I think to myself, okay, that might be a mating attack one day on h2, and so there's where I'm going to put it. He went bishop b4 anyway. Obviously, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and here he played rook to d8. So kind of similar. I was proposing the thing with bishop on d6. Queen h5. I'm still a little bit, I'm not 100% sure what the point of bishop b4 is. The first thing that comes to my mind is that it sort of stops white from developing his own bishop in the short run, but it's not that easy to see. One thing I like, and I think now maybe the point is coming out, and I must say it's quite a deep point. So white would really like to play bishop d2, or at least be able to get some of his light pieces out. And this bishop on b4 is really stopping him from doing so. Knight to d4, trying to change some pieces, make use of that pawn, also not possible. So he plays a3. And now you might say, but yeah, okay, a3, now bishop d6, what's the point, right? I mean, what is this extra a3 move about? Now, a3 is probably not a very good move for white to have, because, for example, the move bishop to e6 now hits the knight on b3. In general, it's very hard for me to see how a3 helps white in any way. And it might, for example, the knight on b3 might be weak at some point, right? So I must say it's very subtle, and I think it's quite an impressive. These little details. This is really what makes a 2850 player stand out from the rest. This could make the difference in some positions, and I'm not sure how relevant it is, but clearly there was some real thought that went into this, and Magnus thought that sometimes bishop to e6 hitting the knight could maybe be important. What happens in the game is that Nepomniachtchi immediately decides to go knight to d4.
And Magnus bishop e5 also immediately played. He stood up. Now he came back to the board, but it's interesting to see that some of the players, they really like to walk around, others just sit there forever for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
What do you do normally when you play?
I like to walk around a lot as well.
Oh, me too. I stand up immediately.
Yeah. So when you make it there's this classic misconception that when you play chess you have to sit at the board the whole time. It's really not true. A lot of players prefer to walk around whenever it's not their move. I know Anish walks around all the time.
And he usually grabs a pawn or a piece that he can play with.
Yeah, he also grabs a piece exactly. He has his habits. But it's a strange sight to see maybe only one chess player at the board and not both. But very common, especially at higher level chess. It's really not uncommon.
And sometimes it's just an empty board.
Yeah, sometimes one player makes a move, walks away, and the other one is still not there. So that also happens. The game might still be going on, but there's no one there for a bit. Okay, so let's quickly think about this move bishop e5. So what exactly does Magnus not like about knight takes d4? Well, looks kind of clear to me that this is not as promising as maybe some other options, because there's no direct way for me to win this pawn back. Of course, I could just go bishop c7, opening up the scope for the rook, but this would just allow simple development by white. And again, I think now white is ready to just properly develop his position, and there's no clear compensation at all. So taking on d4, not to be so recommended, and that's why he didn't play it. And after bishop e5, obviously the main question is what happens if knight takes c6, right? So knight takes c6, b takes c6, and Magnus's idea is that still this bishop over here is struggling to be developed. And
it's not easy to develop it. You need to move the rook from a1, push
Yeah.
the b pawn, and then
I can't actually do anything with my b pawn right now. So I would like to play, for example, rook b1, like you suggested. But I think this also runs into an immediate problem with g6. Now,
and bishop f5 coming next move.
exactly, and even if you put the queen on f3 after bishop f5 hitting the rook, you think that maybe e4 is a good
And
idea.
that's a nice little trick.
Yes, but then bishop takes e4 actually works, and this double bishop sack actually gets you to win the queen because of the check on the king. So, very interesting pawn sacrifice by Magnus, in my opinion. It really took a different course altogether. It's actually a very positional one. Unlike me, he's not trying to mate white here. He's just trying to show that with only a few pieces more developed, he makes it very hard for his opponent to further improve his position. And if it's up to black next move, he's just going to create more pressure against his b2 pawn. And the same kind of problems with rook b1 not being possible and so on, they still apply. What exactly is the added value of a3 compared to not having it? Still a little bit unclear, but the position seems to be quite full of competition now, in my opinion. So
We
that
might
a3
see
move,
about this b3 weak square on move 50, perhaps.
yeah, and perhaps something to ask one of the players later on if they make an appearance, because that's an interesting little detail.
Look at Nepomniachtchi, because I think sometimes we have this concept that chess players have a poker face, but Nepomniachtchi is not the kind of guy, is he?
No, I think Nepomniachtchi is not the poker face type of guy, and in that aspect also, for example, Hikaru Nakamura is kind of famous for not being particularly strong when it comes to the poker face. He seems kind of bored almost to me, to be honest. I think he's mostly annoyed because he thought that this idea here with knight to b3 really put some pressure on Magnus, and Magnus seems to have found a way in which the pawn sacrifice for the moment looks sort of justified. And of course it's unpleasant when your opponent finds a way to stop you from developing. It kind of also gives you no easy moves forward. So now he needs to think, how do I keep my pawn, or at least give it back in a way that maybe I can retain some advantage? In these kind of positions, what I would personally try to do is really look for, okay, I see I have a development problem, my pieces are a little bit discoordinated, so if I can give back a pawn but get some kind of positional pressure, or maybe take over the development advantage or whatnot, that could actually be a very good way of exchanging my advantage into something a little bit more sustainable, a little bit easier to play. So that's what he would love to do. The question is it available? And I think we're going to find out in the course of the next few moves. Right now, very important decision: do you take on c6, or maybe do you keep the knight on the board and maybe attack this bishop, when I think Magnus will play bishop f6, keeping this pressure? That's really a question for him to answer.
It's a fascinating round that both the world champion sacrifices a pawn, Sergei Karyakin, the challenger, he sacrificed 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Everybody goes for it. Also, Anish Giri was ready to sacrifice a pawn on g7 and then on h6. What a round!
Yeah,
Exciting
it's
chess.
very, very dynamic chess indeed. And well, let's also check in with the tournament leader, Pavel Oyanov. We've only looked at his games once so far, but he's a very important game to follow against Levon Aronian. Last time we checked, it was a somewhat dry Catalan, but I was personally happy to see this move, queen to c1, happen over here, not allowing a queen exchange. Let's quickly go through the moves. Bishop to d5. One of the main things black would like to do, of course, is to maybe play c5 one day. And if he reaches that structure, he can play c5 without any problem. It might just be an equal position. But of course, the question is knight c3, indeed, attacking the bishop on d5. And here we see that although c5 could be an idea, he actually goes for the idea we mentioned earlier with the knight maybe coming to b4, but he goes through c6 rather
Instead
than
of pushing
a6.
a5 and
Yes.
a6.
So one option that he could have had here maybe is this one, and he decided against that. Knight c6, e3, that puts some more defense on the pawn on d4. Knight to b4, queen b1. This is technically complicated play, but basically now he's creating the threat of e4, e5. But you see there's a lot of shuffling around over here. Queen to e7. I guess that after the move e4, black now at least has the choice to play bishop c4, and perhaps then follow up with c5. A5 was played. This is kind of one of those moves that you would love to make it as white, or to just have it, because playing A5 with black sort of cements this knight on B4, and really the pawn structure is not very dynamic anymore. Black is very solid after that. But the question is, are you really willing to sacrifice a whole move that you could use playing, for example, E4, and going for something like this, which looks a little bit more move-to-move play and sharp? He decided that it's so important that he wants to spend a move on it right now, and maybe in the future this could mean that the knight on b4 could be destabilized somewhat, or forced to retreat. C5 played. That was an idea we mentioned earlier. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5. And the first impression here is I like it for white, because whenever we get this bishop without an opposing bishop, that's sort of a success in the Catalan. So first impression, kind of nice for white here. E4, kicking the knight away. D takes c5, okay. Queen takes c5, and now e5. And I think nobody's surprised when I say that Pasha was probably trying to go knight g5 over
Pasha.
here. Pasha, I think, is his nickname.
Oh, really?
So,
I did not know.
yeah. I mean, I'm not an expert in the Eastern European nicknames, but I've heard it before. And
I thought you were like best friends and you can call him Pasha.
I thought I'd just throw it in, you know. I don't know if I'm friendly enough with him, but...
I heard of Sasha, but I didn't know about Pasha.
Yeah. So knight g5 here, that idea. And of course h6 is a move, but he decided queen e7.
H4 he played.
H4, yeah. The reason why black, by the way, goes queen e7 first instead of, let's say, h6, which also stops it, is that it immediately steps out of the way of rook c1 as well. So so that makes sense, and h4 is played. Anna, I think this is a very nice position for the tournament leader.
It is.
At the moment. You know, we went a little quick through that stage where black went c5, gave up the bishop, but let's just say I think that was a very good stage for Elyanov. And for the moment, he's won some space with this e4, e5 operation, and with h4 he's renewing the threat of knight g5, which is truly very annoying because nobody wants to play g6 here with black. Although there might not be immediate repercussions, it, for example, could create a weakness on f6 if that ever comes to be. So, you know, h4 is annoying, and I'm expecting some sort of h6 move. You know, one idea, but I must say that I've kind of a liking to rook lifts in general, is this rook a4 move, which, you know, has been created because Elyanov spent a move on this a5 idea. Of course, that would be very bad if white could just get the rook to the g4 square. So imagine he plays h6, something I expect, rook a4, then definitely don't move this knight and allow a rook swing to the king side, because it's probably going to be dangerous. More likely, Aronian will be thinking about holding this knight on b4 and not letting white past it. So.
And this is a situation we've been talking about before, that there's no one sitting at the board. It's all happening in their minds.
Yeah, well, I think h4 shouldn't come as too much of a surprise to Aronian. You know, another thing that maybe would make him think twice about h6 is that since white still has the light squared bishop, the worst thing that could, of course, happen is if he ever manages to create a construction where, let's say, the queen goes to e4, and this bishop somehow gets to this diagonal.
Yeah, queen bishop battery.
Yeah, and then, you know, if you're forced to play g6, then h5 would be very annoying. But that's quite far from happening right now. So I think h6 is required. Definitely better than g6, which, you know, after h5 the pressure immediately starts building up again. But I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised because I thought Aronian generally very solid in these lines, doesn't get into much trouble. To say the least, Elyanov has you know, a game with a lot of chances ahead here, and
It's
definitely
a very pleasant position.
Yeah, definitely doesn't look too bad. Now, what could be the good scenario for black? Let's also talk about what black wants to do. My opinion is that after h6, let's say I move my queen out to activate, is that black would love to play the move like b6, then get his rook behind, open up the b file, and in the very long run create chances against b2. If white doesn't manage to build up some sort of kingside initiative, this could actually be the future that the game is heading to. So imagine I just kind of play it, you know, very standard. Something like this is not crazy to me at all. And this makes you wonder, especially because, again, talking about stabilizing this knight on b4, I can try to attack it, but now with the rook coming in, it's very, very nicely defended. So at first sight, it looks good for white, but then again, I also see a clear plan for black, and I don't see an immediate way for white to move forward on the king side. So this could be one of those positions that optically is better for white than in reality it really is, So I have a lot of respect for Aronian when it comes to evaluating, complicated positions, and it might just be that he had a better vision of what was going on here than I do. I still like White's position for the moment. So the next 5 moves will really give us a good indication. H6 was played, and yeah.
What's happening in the game of Wesley So, the current world number 3?
Okay, let's have a look. Wesley So against Hare Krishna. Last time we left off after d5. Wesley answered with d4. One of the moves I didn't suggest, but of course makes some sense as well. C takes d4, knight takes d4, d takes c4, so a lot of central exchanges. Check was played. And after knight d7, I guess that Wesley doesn't want to recapture here, because after queen takes c4, black could immediately attack with knight e5, or probably more likely knight b6. So he castled first, keeping the pin alive, and after castling rook d1, knight b6 was played, and actually also quite exciting because, as we can see, Wesley decided to really sacrifice this pawn. He's not planning to win it back anytime soon. What does he have in return for it? Well, first of all, an immediate threat against the queen. Something like knight e6 could be possible. This bishop shouldn't have too much trouble developing. And the question is, where does this queen go? Because queen c7 could immediately be attacked by either knight to b5. And then also you have to watch out for your e7 pawn, which is attacked by the white queen. So first impression, looks like nice compensation for Wesley here.
I like the pressure that he has built. As you said, the black queen doesn't have a clear square. Like, I wish I could hide it somewhere on b8.
Yeah,
even not that, bishop f4. It's not. I don't see a square for it, basically.
Yeah, you could hide. I mean, you could hide on e8, but it seems to run into similar problems after knight b5, because this knight c7 threat is really serious. Of course, you can decide to put a piece on d7, but if that's a knight that's seriously hindering your development, if that's your bishop, then pretty much you're losing all your material advantage, because also a7 will be hanging. So my first impression is that Wesley, the more I look at this position, the more I start liking it for white. So Pantala needs some sort of very strong move here. Yeah, not many moves played in this game, by the way. Only 11th move, I believe. So unlike the other games, this one is moving a little slower. And it seems that both players are not entirely familiar with the position, having a little bit over 15 minutes only.
What's going on in the game of Sergei Karyakin? We left it where he sacrificed 2 pawns trying to mate the black king.
Yeah, and again, a lot has happened here. It's really moving very fast. Last time we checked in, it was h takes g6. I suggested rook g1. Sergei played bishop d3. Well, both of these moves kind of seemed like they had to be played at some point. And we said, what does Adibon want to do? Well, he wants to safeguard his king, but a good start doing that is just developing your pieces, right? The other rook actually went to g1. That's not something that came to my mind, but also makes sense.
If you want to push h4, h5.
Exactly, the pawn wants to go to h5, and then you have both rooks being active. Knight takes d3 was played, c takes d3. Of course, that's the drawback of moving your rook. Now you have to take with the pawn, and rook f5. And quite honestly, I'm starting to dislike White's position a lot here. I'm still a good 2 pawns down. My h4, h5 doesn't seem to have immediate effects on black, who is just going to play g5 once I decide to do that. So let's say here h4 could be an option. Imagine I just develop h5, I play g5. I mean, surely you can keep pushing that pawn. You can push it all the way to h7, but
the black king will hide
exactly.
under the pawn.
It's not my king is not going to get any weaker. In fact, I'm really happy that you put your pawn here, because it helps to defend my king.
It's a shield.
It's a shield, exactly. So to me, Anna, this doesn't look so great for Karyakin. I mean, 2 pawns down, already more pieces traded than I would like as white.
Yeah, he went for rook g4 and now rook a f8 played by Adiban. We were praising Sergei before for being so brave and sacrificing the pawns, but you might be right that he might have pushed too hard, too much. This is...
Yeah, what I think the main problem here that we also have to think about is what is this knight doing? This knight is being dominated, so to speak, by this pawn on d5. If it could jump to e4, that would be great. For example, here rook to g1, rook to f6. You know, you'd love to have a move like that, but I don't think it's possible. And going through d1 to e3, it might be something we'll see in the game, but it surely seems a little slow.
It feels slow.
Yeah, and now of course h4, h5 is not even an idea anymore because the rook can just take it. So I expect, for example, this to happen. I still don't see immediately what's wrong with black's position. And it's not a position where you can just win a pawn back with white and be like, I'm fine. No, your position is really bad.
And this f3 pawn, that's a huge passed pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, so Adiban playing rook af8. I'm going to be very bold and say I think there's a very good chance of Adiban winning his first game today. I really don't believe in white's position here. This happened very fast, but we see that Sergei actually has used a significant amount of time compared to Adiban, who's still very comfortable at 1 hour 15 minutes.
Also, the body language says that Adiban is comfortable and Karyakin isn't.
Yes, I'm surprised to see Sergei sort of sacrificing these pawns so quickly, and then it looks to me like it's already well on its way to peter out. So either Sergei is going to find a way to turn this around, or we'll see Adiban just slowly improving his position, maybe exchanging more pieces, improving his king, and for the moment I'd put my money on Adiban here for sure.
Me too. Anybody else?
All right. And we see here a statement, I think it's a Facebook statement by
From
Adiban.
Adiban. I practiced chess on the rest day, no football. I made the choice between chess and football when I was a kid. That's a good one. In spite of the 2 losses, I'm totally loving it here. The amount of focus and determination I need to maintain is on a different level, and I'm liking it. I have to keep getting stronger by the hour, and soon I will be ready. That's what he said 20 hours ago, so he seems to be ready.
Yeah, it sure looks like he's ready. That's interesting. I think, you know, I've always learned it's very good to do some physical exercise and take your mind off a little bit when there's a rest day. Adiban clearly has a different way of looking at it.
I think the players clearly have their preferences. Some really wanted this football match like Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
And Sergei Karyakin, Adiban and other strong players, they decided that it was better to have a real rest without actually moving your body.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, he even says, I was studying a lot of chess. Well, if he was studying this line, he definitely did something right. It's it's working out very well for him. And one thing I would say, I know Adiban quite well. I met him a lot when I was playing professionally. Is I think he's a very positive guy in general. So, and that's actually a very, very good attribute to have in Baikanze, where if you take 1-2 losses and you're like, geez, I still have 8 rounds to go and those rest days, it's hard. A lot of people actually end up doing very poorly near the end because they kind of break mentally. I think Adiban is someone who doesn't suffer too much from, playing a bad game, not sleeping well, and so on. He just plays and he's loving chess. And so for him, the way I look at this Facebook message is just saying, guys, I'm really here to learn, and I'm not planning to win the tournament, but I'm going to try my very best, and whatever comes my way, I'll take it.
And that's what he's doing, and we might see a brilliant game by Adiban today.
Yeah, so definitely so far looking like he's in great shape for this day.
What about Anish Giri? That was also an interesting position.
Right, again, a few moves have been played. So last time we left off g4. I said rook h5 with the idea of rook takes f5, but I agreed that it is a little bit ambiguous, wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do with it. So c4 was played instead, which, since we always got into trouble with queen d5 and queen g5, to be fair, it makes sense that he defended against it. I guess the reason queen g5 check was not played is because White can retaliate with a tempo, perhaps, with bishop d2, or maybe even more so, if you do end up playing queenside castle here, which is kind of your plan, White's now ready to play d5, and suddenly he's eyeing this pawn on a7, when your king again is in some sort of trouble. So this is something that Wei Yi came up with to still prevent black from castling in a normal way. Queen to b6 instead, hitting the bishop was played. Bishop to c5 seems like the normal reaction, and queen a6 attacking c4, and b3 to defend it. And in this position, Anish played g3. That's the current position.
And Anish has a huge time advantage as well, as we saw it in the case of other games, that there's one player really deep in thought and not meaning that they are calculating the brilliant mating attack.
Yeah, the thing I like, and I think looking at the previous line where we saw the pawn on a7 could become a target with the queen on this diagonal, especially on f2, this makes a lot of sense. Basically, Anish says, okay, I need to at least temporarily transfer my queen to a6. It kind of happened by tempo, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. Now I'm ready to queenside castle on the next move. I think that's his idea. But then the question is, let's say I move my queen somewhere like queen to e2, and you do end up castling. Now I definitely feel like black is better here. But the question is, how do you get your queen back into the game? Are you going to spend time doing something like queen a5, queen c7, or something like that? So that's kind of the next roadblock there for Anish. But I think it's fair to say at this point that his position looks better and better, and his king definitely isn't in too much trouble here. So queen b6, queen a6, if he can just castle and then safeguard his king, then the biggest challenge is sort of over, and it's really black who's thinking about how to convert my pawn advantage.
True. And these two players face each other very often. Just last year they played 3 times, and it's 1 victory for Wei Yi, 2 draws. I think Anish really wants to prove that he's the better player.
Yes, Anish actually, I believe, lost the last encounter in Bilbao in a Berlin defense. Maybe that's also why he thought, today no Berlin, because that didn't work very well for me last time. But
how much is that an influence when they choose the opening and they remember, oh, last time I played the Berlin and I lost against the same player? Do you think they need to change the opening just to be psychologically in a different mood?
Well, it really depends on the character, right? Like earlier on, we're talking about Luke and about his career, and he always he saw it as an opportunity to improve, because if you lost the last game, it can go much worse, right? So he kept on playing the knight of until he wouldn't lose, and then once he didn't lose, he played so many games, and he actually did very well. He became an expert at the opening, right? So. But I think when it comes to these really solid openings like Berlin, they invest so much time into it, these players, that it almost feels wrong to just decide against playing it based on one game. But of course, there's these, independent reasons, playing this individual opponent that I don't like to do this because of such and such. I think Anish was just very ambitious today, to be honest. Playing the Caro-Kann, I just think he wanted to find something
he
to
went
lure.
for the factor of the surprise that the Caro-Kann is not an opening that Wei Yi expected.
Exactly, and Berlin clearly wouldn't have given him as many winning chances. So I think really Anish was he saw an opportunity to strike today. Maybe also thinking about how Wei Yi lost to Magnus Carlsen in the previous round, and he just went for it, and so far it's working well.
It seems like all the players are very ambitious today here in Rotterdam. I think it's the atmosphere as well.
Yeah, it must be. It must be. Well, when you're playing at the leading football club in the country, then some spirit comes out. Yeah?
And look at that, it's full house here at the Feyenoord Stadium. I love to see that there's so many fans here, so many people love chess. Also very young people. I see some of you are really young. Oh, can you play chess as well? Yes? Yeah? Oh, that's great. And if you have questions, please let us know.
All right, we're going to let Wei Yi think a little bit about this and move on to, let's have a brief look at your guy, Richard, and what happened over here. So last time we had a look at this position. We're talking a little bit about Italian. Is it boring? What's going on? And I said it's always kind of the question here. It's not actually the question if you want to take. It's the question when are you going to take. So Richard said not yet, and the reason White doesn't really want to take on e7 is because it doesn't really render you the bishop pair, because those bishops on e6 and c4 are going to end up being exchanged. Doesn't give you much. Instead, Andreikin played bishop g5, and this is not making it very hard for White. This is pretty much forcing the exchange. You don't want to move the knight backwards or anything like that. Obviously, you cannot take on d5 with the knight, because this will just end up losing a piece with both the knight and the bishop hanging. So bishop takes d5 is virtually forced. Of course, White's ambitious way of playing is to take with the pawn, keeping the bishop on c4 alive, and now knight to d4 was played. That's clearly the best square. b8 simply is kind of blocked out by the queen right now. a5 looks dangerous because after bishop a2, knight's almost trapped. And d8 is kind of a bad square because the pawn is dominating the squares as well. So d4 is a normal exchange that he's offering. It was taken, queen to f3, and now rook a to e8, planning to play bishop d8. So my first impression is, okay, black looks very solid, but what about this pawn on d4? Can I attack it one way or another? And the only way that White can attack it here is obviously to move queen f4, but this doesn't really seem to work. First of all, knight h5 is possible. Secondly, simple move like h6 almost forces White to take on f6 when suddenly we have opposite color bishops and this one's defending d4. So rook e1 was played instead, and after bishop d8, h3, seems to me like it's a bit of a waiting game. The question is really, can White attack this d4 pawn in the long run, or is black just doing okay here? I personally don't really like black's position at first sight, because I don't know where the play is coming from unless you just say I'm going to change the rooks and I'm going to be fine. But White has the bishops and the somewhat safer pawn structure here. Queen to a4, okay, queen to d1, and queen to d7.
Offering a repetition of moves.
Offering a repetition, yeah, it's kind of a battle for squares, I would say, because if you play bishop to b3, I guess Richard's idea is that at least I get this move queen to b5, and now I have some pressure against this pawn as well. And now what we see is queen d1, queen d7. I mean, I don't believe Richard ever wants to repeat the moves because he's so aggressive. I don't think he likes draws at all.
But do you think in this position he has any aggressive ambitions?
Well, his somewhat aggressive ambition now is to play queen f5, right? Hitting both the bishop and the pawn on d5. So that's really his idea. He's saying, okay, queen d1 stopped my previous idea. Now I'm going back and you have to deal with the square that you left earlier on. And I like that Andreikin here is ambitious. He doesn't go for any sort of repetition after bishop d2. I'm pretty sure that queen f5 is going to be met by the very aggressive g4 here. And I think White can very well start advancing.
f4, f5, g5.
Yes, exactly. Something like this could just be possible, and maybe then see the queen come back and start some sort of an attack. So queen f5 no longer a good move. Bishop d2 is working very well against that. h6 was played. It's a little bit of a waiting game that black's playing here. White plays b4. Let's see if there's any new moves. No, this is the current position. See, I think what happened here is that Richard played a very solid opening line, and he has continued to play very solidly throughout the game. But it hasn't worked very well for him. I feel he's a little bit pressed here for space. Maybe he does have to make the decision to just start exchanging the rooks at one point.
He went to rook e5 with that idea and also putting pressure on the d5 pawn.
Okay, so rook to e5 was played. That's understandable. Okay, first impression. It's important to note that you might think it's not attacking d5 because of the exchange, but of course it is, because if, let's say, I make a slow move, black will actually take, because after exchanging the rook, there's a new defender of the knight with the queen on d7. So the pawn is really attacked here, but I think Andreikin, his choice is not very difficult here. The move f4 looks very logical, more or less forcing black to either go back or exchange, and again, I think it's only natural that White tries to expand on the king side. Um, so rook to e5. I see Richard's trying to provoke f4, and he has something in mind against it. Not exactly sure what it is.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to go for the exchange of rooks after f4 and say that then he will not be mated and at least he
Yeah.
provoked f4. I'm not sure, but he definitely wants something happening in the position. He doesn't want just a boring dead draw.
Yeah.
Let's go to Magnus Carlsen's game. What do you think? We saw. Which was the last position we saw actually?
Magnus was after bishop to e5, and
Oh.
actually something happened here,
Yeah.
so that's a good suggestion.
Many moves happened. Bishop
This is where we
e5.
left off last time. So here I said either knight f3 or knight c6. He took on c6 and played the move bishop c4, aiming for f7 somewhat, but mostly just thinking about getting the queen back to e2 and then somehow finding a way to start developing this bishop and following up with that rook. So Magnus played g6, queen e2, and changing the bishop. Now I think really the question here is like, Magnus Carlsen is a pawn down, and he's really playing as though nothing special is going on at all. Why? How is this possible? Why does this work? It still works because, again, it's not clear how White wants to develop. But I must say, with the light squared bishop off, this move rook to b1 is now possible. Earlier we always saw an issue with bishop to f5 being there. Now it looks like a healthy move that was played by Nepomniachtchi. And here Magnus played rook b8.
So the question for White is if he has time for pushing the b pawn and then going bishop b2.
Exactly. So really b3 obviously loses the pawn, so b2, b4 is what Jan has to think about. And I don't immediately see the problem with this move. It could be something simple like c5, a5, but that would probably allow bishop to b2. So the question is really what is happening here. First of all, I think it's fair to say that in this position, Magnus Carlsen, although he might still be very much within the drawing range, I don't think he has any winning chances. So Magnus Carlsen win out almost rooted out completely at this point. There's just not enough pieces to and win back the pawn and create some sort of initiative. So, but the question is, can he comfortably draw after b2, b4?
Do you think he has this on mind that now I'm playing already for a draw and I shouldn't be too ambitious?
It could be on his mind for sure, but it's not a very happy idea, so to speak. Yeah, it's not something that he was planning to do from the very start.
Yeah.
Although a draw with black against Nepomniachtchi is by no means a bad result, but I just don't really see how he's planning to draw it right away. Let's talk about a5 for a second, because imagine we have to allow bishop to b2. Then at least let's try to change some pawns first. Now, if we end up exchanging everything here,
yes, in best case he will win back the pawn. In best case.
yeah, and there might be possibilities of changing the queens and getting some sort of 4 against 3 endgame, but that's just not a very exciting prospect. So I think I'm going to leave Magnus figure this out for himself
and draw somehow.
And draw it one way or another, because there's a lot more exciting games going on.
Let's go to King Luke then.
Yeah, let's go to King Luke. Alright. Okay, so last time we left off with Luki was after rook c2. And I said White's plan is fairly simple. You go rook c1, then play the knight maybe to d1 to put pressure on specifically the c6 pawn. And also we said if black can play c5 in some proper way, that would be great. For the moment, one of the issues is that always the d5 square becomes vacant for the white pieces. So a4, bishop to f2. Not entirely sure why you need that move now, but it's some sort of prophylactic move. Rook to a5, knight d3. Okay. I still think White's main idea is to go something like rook c1 and knight d1. Maybe the move bishop to e3 was really just aimed at the fact that as soon as I play knight d3, knight c4 becomes an option. And then my bishop on e3 will be attacked. So I'm removing it, and then now knight c4 is not as big of a deal. And Luke here plays e6, which is, it doesn't really give White a lot of information about what your plan is. Do you want to play d5, knight c4, or are you still eyeing c5? So he kind of leaves it in the middle here. Knight to b1.
That's surprising.
Somewhat surprising.
Though the knight was not very well placed on c3, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
but it's a bit slow.
He wants to reroute it, but it's a little slow. I think the reason he chooses knight b1 now is mostly that after something like d5, of course this knight would be very nicely placed on c4. So now White is able to stop that. I think that's the main idea. c5 was played as a response, and now things are sharpening up a little bit. So we see several exchanges, and this is the position Luke aimed for. Of course, his main trick is that after bishop takes c5 here, he takes with the rook, and he wins material because of this nice little check on d4. But the question is, what happens after rook takes c5? But I believe Radek made another move, which is rook to d1. I'm guessing that rook takes c5 didn't appeal too much to him, and the main reason might be something like takes, knight d7. There's other options for sure, maybe even something slower, but at least here, for example, the bishop would be forced to a somewhat strange square here on a3, just to hold on to the b pawn, and then still after something like queen b7, it's not so clear if you can deal with the pressure in the long run. But there might even be moves like queen c6 here that are also fine. So he just wants to keep the c5 pawn and more material on the board and plays rook d1.
And that's the last move, and we see that Wojciech has more than an hour on his clock, and Luke less than half an hour. That's not really good news.
Yes, Luke is very low on time, I must say. For move 23, this is really... the thing is, people normally call it time trouble when you have like a few seconds per move.
But it starts way before.
Yeah, it starts way before. Once you have like a minute per move, I almost call that time trouble when it's such a long rate of play.
So this is move 23, and they need to make it until move 40.
Yes. So he has to make 18 moves basically still to get there, and I mean his position looks decent to me now. I really, especially with this knight on b1, it really doesn't seem that impressive anymore by White. But Luke has to take care when it comes to his time. So he needs to make a few quick moves or find a way to really force equality and reach a very simple position. Yeah, so Luke here to move. I guess he's going to have to go for some sort of centralization. Maybe it will be queen c6. Maybe he will consider something like c4. But I'd say that White is still running fairly little risk. If he gets time, he might think about something like knight a3, knight c4 in some cases, but at least the knight looks nice on a3. So I don't think Luke equalized, but I do think if he plays a few more good moves, he could get very close.
Queen?
And
no,
we see
not
him.
queen.
We see
queen?
him. I think he's very seriously considering queen c6, which looks like a healthy move to me, defending the c5 pawn.
Yes, he's still thinking about it. He was about to touch the queen.
A little hesitant, yeah. Okay, he plays queen c6
on the board. What do you think about having a look at the challengers for a moment? Because even though they are playing in Vaikanze, we have Jordan van Forest playing a crazy game, probably a crushing attack. And also Marcus Rager, he is the leader of the challengers with 4 out of 4. That's an impressive score.
Okay, so here we have Jordan van Forest, and I honestly, last time we saw this position around here. And I said f4, he played bishop d2, but in general the consensus was that we have no idea how this even happened. It looks very bad for black.
And we were expecting f4 as White.
We were expecting f4. Let's quickly look how this actually came to be. So it was an advanced Caro-Kann. one of the main lines. We're not going to go into too much detail of the opening. This is actually something that I've tried as well with white, to be very quick. Set up some sort of pawn chain like this to block all the dynamic possibilities on the queen side for black. Especially the move c5 becomes more and more difficult as you set up this V pattern almost, right? It didn't happen because black very quickly went for f6. But clearly something went wrong here. So knight to e1 opens up the scope for this bishop and maybe thinks about also changing it. e5, so okay, it gets really crazy here. But to understand how this king got into the middle, we need to look here when a check was played on b5. So it
That's
honestly,
where it all began.
yeah, that's where the trouble began for him. And if we look at what's happening now, I must say Jordan played this much more quiet than I would have. I would have really tried to play f4, but still it seems that he just managed to force this bishop off the board basically, and that would still render him some sort of crushing attack. Looks like in the complications, black simply lost a piece. He didn't have a good way of defending the d5 bishop here. His main defender is the queen, and it's under attack here.
So after bishop c4 check.
Bishop h2 check, kind of a desperado.
No, sorry, when Jordan gave check on c4, that was the. Oh no, it was already bad.
Yeah, it was already bad. Black just really
was,
didn't feel like giving this bishop up, which is logical. This also definitely doesn't look good for black, who simply.
Yeah, this is understandable that he didn't want to go for this. I mean, the queen is trapped, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It actually is. It's actually trapped over here. It's true, in the middle of the board. So anyway, it looks like Jordan won a piece. And quite frankly, the position is not very exciting anymore. Although his king is a little bit in trouble, it looks to me like it's a piece for a pawn, and I think we're going to see a very quick win today by the current Dutch champion. So
yeah, kudos to Jordan. This is a crushing victory after 2 defeats.
Yes, after 2 defeats, and it also shows that playing football on the rest day can be a pretty good idea. So yeah, but that's great. I mean, Jordan, he's still very much up and down in his results, but as I said earlier, I think the good thing for him is that he doesn't seem very affected by a loss. So he shows that here. I think this could end any time. As we're looking at the challengers, let's quickly have a look at Marcus Racher, who's at 4 out of 4, and already the favorite by rating to win.
Oh, this is also very interesting. What is the knight doing on g7?
It's a very wild game. I'm not quite sure how we got here, but I could definitely see where this is going.
Shall we see just the last few moves?
Okay, so it was first of all, it must have been a knight if looking at this.
And not a3 but h3.
Yes.
It's trending to push one of those pawns.
If you're trying to figure out, if you're sitting here and hoping to find some advice against the knight or as white, I really can't give you any. It looks like you can kind of just blindly pick a pawn or a piece here, and it's going to be played by Magnus or by Roger or by anyone. But don't make a developing move like bishop e3, bishop g5 is kind of not the way to go about it anymore. You gotta kind of look at the sides here with white. So no, of course I'm kidding. But h3 is actually one of the popular lines.
Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry. Let me make sure.
Yeah, we should really go quickly through these moves because maybe the game is about to finish soon.
Let's quickly go through this. So what we see is kind of a typical fight over the d5 square. In the Najdorf. This is interesting. Black is probably planning on putting it on a8 to fight for this. First sight, this looks all very promising for white, who also has maybe this f5 square at some point at his disposal. d5 really sharpens up the game here. Knight f5 hitting the bishop. Bishop d8, ed, bishop takes. This looks like it's losing material at first sight. But after knight takes, it turns out that this bishop is also hitting piece over here. And if we take it on d8, then the rook will end up defending it. So a lot of tactical complications. But really what we want to find out...
Bishop h6. Yeah, we can understand the idea behind it, but it's still a beautiful move.
Beautiful move, because if we take it, it's not actually mate, but it is a very bad position for black.
Yes, you win back the piece and you are attacking.
Exactly. So bishop h6. Knight to f4. Okay, trying to get the knight to g6. Oh, and he played knight takes queen to e4, bishop f6. Now knight takes g7, using the fact that if we take, it's check, and we pick up the knight. So a lot of tactical nuances over here. But anyway, to me, the way it looks is that now the queens are, they actually have been traded here, because what black did very nicely is he sort of managed to find a way to not let the white queen into any sort of proper attacking position. So as a result, he traded. He takes. Now he has to take care of this knight over here. He would love to go to h5 and attack both the bishop and the rook, but of course this knight is very nicely defending that. So he took it instead. King takes, and now rook a4. And we're
so he's got a pawn up.
No, we're actually, he's a pawn up, sorry, you're right. And it looks like a very good position for Marcus Rogger at first sight.
He will pick up the b4 pawn, and if he can, then the a6 pawn as well.
Yes, so something like this would be his dream scenario, where with the bishop and this rook over here, he managed to maybe stop the d pawn if that becomes a dangerous sort of asset. So rook takes c2 kind of feels like it, feels like you have to play that. And maybe black could try to put up some resistance here by playing rook a2, since this looks like the most dangerous pawn for white once he gets to that a6 pawn. So, okay, let's put it this way. It seems to me like Marcus Rogger has some chances to win.
And in worst case, he draws.
Yes, exactly. So still, because Lu Shanglai, he was a former world junior champion, very good player, a little bit underrated at this rating, if you ask me. Even a draw for him would just not be a bad result at all, considering how great of a start he's had. So the challengers so far, I would say no really major surprises, but of course, mostly I think a very nice win by Jordan, in the making. So,
let's go back to Magnus Carlsen. Is he suffering?
Yeah, so what I was thinking before is 4 against 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I kind of switched away with it, from it, because I felt like I'm probably not seeing something, because it's Magnus Carlsen and he just doesn't go for that. I just didn't see the resource here for black, right? Yeah. And I think, honestly, there wasn't a real resource. He just tries to hold on to a draw here. And, okay, so queen a2, all it does, it looks very nice, very clever, but all it does is secure a bunch of trades on b2, because if you don't take with the queen here, but with the rook, then the a3 pawn is falling, right? So let's just reroute a little bit. White had issues developing the queen side, managed to change 2 pairs of pieces, got to play b4, and Magnus Carlsen just tries to actively change as many pieces as possible and go for a drawish endgame with a pawn down.
That's a sad scenario for the world champion, of course. This is not what he wanted.
Yeah, so this is defending the queen, so this exchange is being forced. Queen takes, rook takes. Honestly, yes, it's not a great scenario for him at all. Not just because he's not going to win, he still needs to draw this, and with 2 rooks on the board, that's a lot trickier than with 1. I think what we're going to see is probably taking in some shape or form. He could be clever and maybe try to delay it and put more pressure on the b file, let's say rook b5. But
he went a5.
Okay, he went a5. Interesting.
And he's not afraid of b5 because then he might push a4.
Yeah, so b5 feels like the most complicated move, so to speak, because, or almost necessary, because otherwise you might end up losing that pawn back. Of course, it's important to understand we don't really have a choice almost, because in this mass exchange, it's actually black who comes on top with a back rank mate. So we can defend the pawn on b4 now. We need to play b5. It looks like a very strange move, because it's like, I want to just change all these pawns on the queen side, hold 4 against 3, and call it a day.
Yes, but at the same time, you're allowing white to push b5. Now he has a passed pawn. Next move could be a4, and that's a protected passed pawn, so I guess that should be avoided.
This would be actually a disaster. What I think Magnus's idea is he wants to play rook d3, perhaps. And the main idea is that a4, as great as it sounds, now doesn't really work because I don't have a way of defending that pawn. And again, the nice thing for white is, or for black is, he actually already got to play a move like g6, creating some luft for his king, whereas white, he can't actually launch a proper counter-attack here because taking again fails to, fails to win a pawn back. So after rook d3 in this position, what happens is that maybe white has to play something like rook a1, and that doesn't look like a particularly active move, so that's good news for black. I'm going to change my opinion a little bit here. Rook a1 I really don't like, so perhaps it's more appropriate to suggest some move creating some space for the king and then launching that same counterattack that I described before, hoping to gain the c5 pawn, which, by the way, you will probably win the c5 pawn here, because rook c8 fails to, let's say, b6, and you're getting distracted here with b7. But I can see Magnus Carlsen engineering some other construction to draw here with some kind of idea like this. And if we take on b4, we're actually in trouble with white.
Yes.
Funnily enough, that's something you definitely don't want to do, because this pawn is running, and the moment that you try and go after it, your b5 pawn falls. So for example, you try to go rook c4, obviously I don't let you take it, I'm just going to take the pawn and defend it. So, but instead, what I was referring to, and again we're going back to 4 against 3, something like this is actually possible, and white still gets to win the pawn. And I'm going a little far now, but maybe this is important to mention. In general, 4 against 3 is really not that simple if white has a little bit more of an advanced pawn structure. To be specific, the pawn on g4. Now, if you get this h5 move in, this really makes it difficult to win.
Yes, I think as a defender it's important to remember this structure.
Yeah.
Pawn on h5, other on g6 and f7. This is normally what you want as a defender.
Yeah, so, if Magnus can go for this, he's probably going to fairly easily defend this position. I don't think Nepo really has any choice but b5. So yeah, b5 to me, rook d3 for the moment. It looks like Magnus Carlsen has it under control. And then, maybe it went a little wrong for him in the opening, and this was just a really decent defense by him where he never really was in trouble. But if Nepomniachtchi, she finds some way to still pose some problems, like for example get the 4 against 3 with the pawn on g4, this could still be a long day ahead for him defending this. So, yeah.
I think we have a tweet about this game. Let's see if we can bring it up. HH is saying Nepomniachtchi has the coveted privilege today of playing for 2 results against Carlsen. Hashtag Tata Steel Chess. There's the hashtag you should also use for tweeting or posting on Instagram, Facebook. And also pop your question is the other hashtag if you want your question to be asked to the players. I think he's right.
He's definitely right.
Definitely right.
Yeah.
And that's so pleasant to play the world champion and
Yeah.
not have the option of losing. Basically, he can just try and see whether he manages to win.
Yeah. No, today looks like Nepomniachtchi, he never really had anything to worry about other than how big is my advantage.
Yeah.
So again, but if Magnus holds this to a draw, that's that's a very normal result. So the way he does it really doesn't matter that much. If it's under control. So let's move on to one of the other games and see.
Before we show the next game, we have a special video prepared about the players talking about their favorite chess books, Robin.
Okay.
Your favorite chess book?
I think it's My System by Aaron Imtovich.
No, you definitely learn it.
Probably Gawain Jones Dragon System.
It's not one book. Probably it's Dvoretsky book series. Yeah.
Favorite chess book, My Great Predecessors.
Book of Poligieski, this Grandmaster Preparation.
So That has been a special segment, the Pop Your Question hashtag that we are using here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I think it's great that our audience can ask the questions because I'm usually the person interviewing the players, and I have my own questions, and it's a privilege to ask the players the question you want. But now we want to encourage everybody else to ask the questions. So anything you would like to know about the players, hashtag Pop Your Question. Robin, what is your favorite book? By the way, this is Grandmaster Robin van Kampen, Dutch Olympic player, Grandmaster at the age of 16, and so on and so on and so on. And he is, by the way, top 10 commentator according to many sources. So you are having here one of the world's best chess commentators.
Okay, thank you, Anna. You're flattering me too much again and again. But my favorite chess book, I've said this before, I have a series that I really love, and I worked on with, I think, one of the coaches who was just here now, Herman Groot is his name, a little bit as well, which is My Great Predecessors by Kasparov, which kind of takes you through a timeline of all the world champions and their biggest competitors, who exactly came up with which kind of ideas, and how did they influence the game of chess, and how do we kind of see that back maybe a little bit in modern chess as well. And yeah, that's really my favorite book. Also covers Max Euwe, the Dutch world champion, which I like a lot. So yeah, that's really just something, if you have time to study a little bit of chess, or you like history as well, which I do, definitely get the series. It's a lot of pages to read. I think there's 4 or 5 volumes, but it's so worth it. It's really a really great series. So.
Definitely recommendable. I was going to say the same, or Bobby Fischer's Memorable Games. That just difficult to pick one favorite game, one favorite book.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of good books out there, but definitely start with My Great Predecessors. I'm serious.
Let's go to Anish Giri, because you were talking about the past of the Dutch chess, and Anish Giri, the future and present.
Yes, Anish being clearly the best Dutch chess player right now, although we probably will have Luke coming around once in a while saying that maybe that's not true still. He tends to do that. And he definitely should keep doing that because it's a lot of fun. But what's going on in Anish's game? So I was saying he transferred this queen to a6, and it was kind of a necessity because when you try to go, for example, check, this was kind of an important moment. When you go check, king to b1, and you castle, then still d5 gives white some attacking chances, looking all the way to a7. So Anish cleverly got kind of his queen to a6 with a tempo, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on c4, played g3, kind of nice because the queen needs to keep defending this pawn on a2, and here we see that Wei Yi sort of tries to consolidate his king's position. Anish plays b6, attacking the bishop, and actually immediately asking him the question, what are you doing about d4? Not much for Wei Yi to do. He planned on playing bishop d6 here, I'm sure. And okay, now we just have Anish being 2 pawns up, and the question is really, how big is this advantage? Is it enough to play for a win? And that brings us back to the point I was making earlier, which is the only reason why black would not win this position is not because white can, take back the pawn on h6 or something like that. The main source of problems is really this queen on a6.
Very much misplaced.
Yes, although it served a great purpose of getting the king, into some sort of safety, now we need to reroute it, and that's going to take a lot of valuable time.
Oh, we have a result. So that means that a5 was a draw offered by Magnus Carlsen, and it was accepted by Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have the first result.
Okay, so the players...
And I think that means that we will have a guest soon. We are hoping for Magnus Carlsen to appear here in the live commentary, or Nepomniachtchi, or both.
Exactly. So maybe the players can even analyze the game together. That would be great. Yeah, so they actually agreed to a draw. Let's quickly go there and then come back to Anish. They literally agreed to a draw after... Oh, no, actually he played king to f1, it looks like, and offered a draw. So
he offered a draw.
We can still ask him what exactly happened after b5. Perhaps, I'm guessing that, my line with rook d3 was not even the best, or at least we missed something there, and that black was not even suffering one bit. So...
Yeah, I would have been surprised actually if it was a5 and a draw offer, because Magnus, even if it's a draw position, he would not offer a draw, I think.
Yeah. So if we go to Wei Yi against Anish Giri, rook takes d6 has been played. I'm expecting either taking on h6 or queen to f4, hitting both the rook and the pawn on f7. So, but okay, Wei Yi right now thinking about what the best defensive option is. If he takes on h6, I definitely think Anish should try to keep pieces on the board, because he could maybe leverage this pressure on the d-file somewhat by maybe going c5 or something like that. So if he goes here, first of all, probably you have to go something like queen to f4, and I'm not exactly sure how he should make this work, but I would love to play c5 at some point. Maybe even, is that a possibility here, e5? Probably it's not a possibility because there's a check, but there are some tricks, because obviously d takes e5 fails to this hanging, and also queen takes e5 fails to this hanging.
Yeah,
but,
if the king was on
yeah,
a8, for instance, then it would work.
the check might save the day though. And again, that brings us to, this queen is just so misplaced, but when do you have time to get it back into the game? If you decide to do it now, then the problem is that white's going to take, and the question is, can you keep a material advantage? Because if you take the pawn here, that puts your king back into a very, very dangerous situation, as you're forced to probably play king d7, or go for a queen ending where you have to cope with a lot of checks, and it might not be enough to win. So right now, Anna, I must say, after rook takes h6, or I would even say in general, the position to me feels like Anish is better, but I would be surprised if it's enough to win the game because of this misplaced queen on a6.
That would be a pity, because he was winning yesterday too.
Yeah, that's okay. The positive side is, I think there's a lot that he can calculate over here, so he might be able to figure out the very best way of getting it back into the game. Wei Yi's king could also potentially be exposed, but yeah, currently not looking like a win for Anish quite yet. And Wei Yi now thinking about how to defend this. The other thing we have to mention, I think, is the time situation.
Definitely. Anish gave 47 minutes, twice as much as Wei Yi.
Yeah, so that plays in Anish's favor as well. All right, let's have a look at maybe the tournament leader, whose position we liked initially. And of course, the game took an entirely different turn than I predicted it to.
So black didn't try to push b6.
Yeah, so over here we actually left off after h4, h6.
I liked your idea with b6.
Yeah, queen e4. I was suggesting here knight cd5 and b6, and then trying to activate the rooks over the b file. But actually knight b5 was played, so Aronian here is really not very worried about his king side, it seems, because he is ready to put the knights on c6 and b5, maybe thinking about going for the d4 square in some cases. And I think this is the position where Eljanov is thinking. Which idea comes to your mind first here, Anna?
I'm not sure. I feel like this is a balanced position. As white, I don't like that my a5 pawn can be hanging all the time. So I wish I could activate my a1 rook, but I'm worried about dropping the pawn. And also, before I was hoping for a kingside attack as white, but I don't see any attack going on anymore.
Okay, because I'm kind of just looking at the king side. So what I would love to do...
You still see an attack. Oh!
I would love to play bishop f1 and go to d3, right? And then that's a pattern we discussed earlier, where if you're forcing black to play g6, then h5 comes and things will go your way. The reason maybe that it's not so easy is, for example, black could prevent it by queen d7. And I don't immediately see how I'm forcing my way with bishop coming to d3. And in fact, if that's not happening immediately, black might be very happy to offer an exchange of queens, when those knights could turn out to be very nicely placed because of what you said, this a5 pawn always hanging, right? So I think maybe, so kind of the last conclusion where we said, oh, this looks like such a nice position for white. Maybe it really wasn't that amazing, and that it's sort of unclear to begin with. It just felt like white was making a few very active moves and gaining a bit of a momentum. But right now, if I look at the position, it seems like Aronian has it under control. So this is still unbalanced, but it could be totally fine for black. All right, and let's see what's next.
Oh, look
Oh.
at that. We have a behind-the-scenes picture, Magnus Carlsen analyzing with Jan Nepomniachtchi right now, and we are hoping to have them soon after they finish their private analysis.
Yes. Let's see what's next. Should we have a quick look if our friend Adiban is actually converting his 2-pawn advantage?
Let's see, definitely. That could be the upset of the day.
So last time we checked in, this was the position, and we talked about rook g1, where I suggested rook f6. Now that I look at the position again, I don't think that was the best move, and Adiban actually did play the best move, which of course is more logical, bishop to e8. And this involves the bishop into the game in maybe a defensive way, but still on d7 it wasn't doing that much. Just a nice way to defend g6, which is really an important point in this position. Knight d1, also we said at some point he's going to try to put that knight into play, but seems slow. Rook h5. I think maybe thinking about queen h6 and putting pressure on the h-pawn even. H4 was played, and now rook e5. I'm not quite sure what was the point of sort of provoking this h4 move. But that being said, Adiban's still up 2 pawns, and it still seems very, very good for black here. Of course, the first threat is to just go rook e2. That's something you have to deal with, so let's say knight e3 would be a logical way of doing that. And question is, what does Adiban have in mind?
Yeah, and
position?
why it was important for him to provoke this h4
Why
move.
was it important to provoke h4? Well, I mean, one way of putting more pressure on the knight
Queen h6,
is this
yes.
move, right? But I still don't see exactly why h4 was so useful. In fact,
Now it's like rook g5
I
is
only see rook
possible
g5 as an
because of
extra.
the pawn on h4.
Exactly. So this is still a little bit vague to me, and I'm not sure what he's planning to play after knight e3. Maybe we're missing a tactic of some sort. I also don't think that black can take yet. You know, sometimes you might think about tactics of pushing the pawn forward, but here I don't see immediately why this is working. So knight to e3 is what I expect to see, but it seems like Karyakin is actually taking his time here, so clearly it's not that simple.
So he's down 2 pawns and also down on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, still heavily predict a win for Adiban here, and I think he has it figured out after knight to e3. Some sort of combination or some sort of idea, because it seems like Karyakin isn't too happy about playing it, otherwise he would have already done so. So yeah, honestly not too much change here. Adiban finding a pretty decent way with bishop e8 to defend his position and in great shape. Alright. Going to, I think, I would like to see Wesley's game because we haven't seen it in a while.
Oh,
and
what happened to the queens? We thought that the black queen was not so well placed on d8.
Yeah,
Queen d6. That
Queen
solved
d6.
the problem.
Yeah, that's actually a very, a move we should have considered, but I still don't really like it for
Yes, because of
for
the
black.
backward pawn on d6, knight b5
Yes.
jumps.
Knight, exactly. First of all, this pawn is a long-term weakness, right, on d6. And secondly, also this move is nice because of destabilizing this b6 knight. And now we see a6, at least taking out the sting of some knight b5 ideas. And after bishop f4, d5, it's not a matter of white winning his pawn back one way or another. It's really how is he going to do it and what will maybe also ensure that he wins the c4 pawn. This looks like a very unpleasant position for black. I would say either a5 or bishop c7. They both seem like very decent tries, but let's play simple chess and say a5, knight d7, knight takes d5. There's no doubt that it's really white who's much better here. So Wesley got an opening advantage after taking his time early on in the game, and it looks to me like, Wesley, I feel that once he gets a hold of you with some sort of positional advantage, which is going to happen very soon, it's very, very difficult to defend against him. I've personally experienced it. I played him like 4 times or 3 times.
What's the score?
I made half a point, which is half more than some other people. So no, but Wesley, and this was really before he had a total breakthrough. Already then he was like a horrible opponent for me. I thought he was very strong, and I can honestly say that he's much stronger now. So I'm happy I don't have to play him anymore. So. So yeah, I think Wesley in the driver's seat here could potentially turn into a big advantage.
What about Mr. Van Willy? Is he doing
Luke
okay?
Yes, and of course we need to look at his time as well, which we'll find out soon. He played this move Queen C6. We saw him hesitating a little bit on the live stream. Seemed like he wasn't too sure about it.
16 minutes for Luke. That
Queen
is
D2.
getting close to the time trouble.
Yeah, just taking control over the D file here. I must say, and of course attacking the rook. I must say, his position still feels a little clumsy. Unless he can get a nice attack going on the B pawn, which he can't. Actually, it's a nice trick, I must say, that Radek put into the position here, because after rook to B5, it seems that black is ready to move the knight away and get a hold of this pawn, or at least some serious pressure. But knight to A3 is what turns out to be very annoying, because after rook to B4, the only square for the rook, we have queen takes B4 using the pin of this pawn, and white is immediately winning. So rook to B5, the most natural move, wasn't possible, and that either left Luke with the choice of moving away but dropping this pawn, or playing the very awkward looking move rook BA8. Now I think it's clear to everyone that this is not the right direction for white's pieces, or black's pieces, who would love to be on the B file, putting actual pressure.
Yeah.
So this is, again, I feel that things are going a little bit wrong here. Knight to A3 anyway. Already said before, this is kind of a natural square for the knight. H5. Okay, it's a move that might be a little useful in the future, but it also signifies that Luke is not entirely sure what to do here. And queen D6. And to be honest, this went from bad to worse very quickly. I thought that after queen C6 it wasn't so dramatic, but this move queen D2 was very strong.
It's painful because the B6 knight will be hanging, you don't have a good square for it, and the rooks are weird on the A file, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I would like to do is probably try to hold on to at least my, not having to move my B6 knight, because if that happens, even if I don't immediately lose a pawn, if I lose grip of the C4 square, that's also a very annoying blockade. So that's not something I want to do. Rook to C8 might be an idea. But yeah, it's clearly that white's better here. Radek is putting serious pressure on Luke, and the time situation also isn't getting any better. We're now around 1 minute per move left for Luke, which to me, when I get into that situation, I feel that the time trouble is actually sort of starting. Even though it's 14 minutes, you really have to get to move 40 to be out of the time trouble. So, not easy at all.
Not easy for Luke, and this is what you were talking about before, that some players like Adiban are very positive, and even though they lost 2 games, they still think that, okay, there are a lot of games ahead. And maybe for Luke it's more difficult to forget about those bad games, because he might just go into a very bad streak.
Well, I think, he is very experienced, but the problem is he's playing very aggressive openings, and when it doesn't work, it goes from bad to worse very quickly. Like today, he's taking some risk with the pawn structure. It looks active for a while, but then when it doesn't work out, it really looks unpleasant in no time. So I think, but
so
Luke,
it's also his opening choice.
It's his opening choice predominantly, because I think Luke is, a very good player and on par with many of the players here, but not opening wise. And yeah, that's tough for him. But then again, I think Luke is very, very, he's so experienced here that I would say if he manages to make a few draws and maybe win one game, he can turn it around. He's had very good bijkanses even in the past few years, where he made a plus score. So don't write him off, but today's looking like a hard day for him again.
What about the Andreikin rapport game? We left it
yes.
a couple of moves ago. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Several moves ago.
Yes, definitely several moves ago. We left off around here, rook to e5. I thought f4 was going to be, was going to be played. It wasn't. Andreiken actually decided, and I must honestly admit I completely missed this idea, queen to a1, queen takes d4. Very nice. It also explains the move b4, which I kind of just went over without explaining it, but now we know. Queen a1, knight takes d5, queen takes d4. But the one thing I don't like about this is that although, of course, white's better, it's fully based on the bishop pair now. And maybe a little bit the access over the e-file. But if we see how this game develops, now Richard actually changes the rooks, and the queens are being changed as well. It's really the question, okay, this last move b5 is very committal, but it's really the question if just the bishop pair alone is going to guarantee you enough to win this game. I must say, I think on this level, this type of position is probably very unpleasant. But if you put this on, let's say, 200 points, 300 points lower level, let's say, 2400 international masters kind of players, I think this is very hard to convert. I would have a lot of trouble converting this into some sort of a really tangible advantage. But
and you're not at 2400.
Sure, but okay, so what white wants to do is he wants to probably put pressure on b5 now that the pawn is there, but also he wants to gain space in the center, he wants to centralize the king. Black is going to do something similar, but it's harder for him, he has less space. So this is going to be a very long game, a very, very long game, in which the question is, can Andreiken grind out a win here? And my first impression is, it's very possible. It's very possible.
He's enjoying it. Look at him.
Yeah, he's definitely enjoying it. So, although f4 would have kept a little bit more tension in the position, he's as risk-free as he gets in this position, and I think he's technically a very good technical player. So, this is not a pleasant position for Richie, and I know Richie doesn't like to just stand or sit and do nothing, which is maybe going to be required here at some point. So. That's the update in the Richard Rapport game. Not really in his style today, and he's suffering as a result, I would say. So Dmitry Andreiken might be up for his first win today if he manages to play a long and good game and keep the pressure on here as white.
We have another special video coming up. It's about the impressions of today. We are back in the Feyenoord Stadium. Actually, we've been here the whole time. Our live audience can, I think, prove it that we haven't moved from here ever.
Still in the same
and if
place.
you have questions, please be brave and tell us the questions about the games, about the players.
Yeah.
We are here to talk about the games and to discuss them together.
Yeah, I think we're moving towards time of the day where maybe the games are a little slower. And okay, we already have our first result. At some point, I would say between now and like 30-40 minutes, we might start with the time trouble phase. But if you do have questions about players, about a specific game, please go ahead, because I feel like this is the somewhat slower stage of the game, so we won't miss as much.
Oh, we have a question there.
How do players find it to move to a different location? Like in say to
Okay,
so the question is how the players
it,
got here in Rotterdam, because yes, it's true that the Tata Steel Chess Tournament is based in Wijkenzee. That's where we play the first 4 rounds, and they will play there tomorrow too. So today they were taken by a bus and some cars. I think they were picked up at 11:15, so it was an early morning for some of the night owls. And they were driven here, all of them. First they saw the stadium, they had a chance to look around, see the Feyenoord Stadium. They have some pictures there. And now, well, it's time for them to fight on the board.
Yeah, and do you think some of them are a little bit annoyed with having to leave earlier and so on, or do you think they kind of enjoy it?
Well, I think it has its pros and cons because, of course, they get used to a certain daily routine. They might get up every day at the same time. They might go to have lunch at the same place, and it changes when we are on tour. But on the other hand, I think they also see how impressive it is when people can come and see us.
Yeah.
And we are in a different location. We are in a football stadium, the best Dutch team at the moment, are the leading team.
Yes.
So this is huge as well for them. I think they appreciate that factor.
Yeah, exactly. I think that actually is true. A lot of them like to get into a rhythm and wake up at the same time. And there's a little bit of a, it breaks up the daily rhythm. But then again, they had a rest day before, so I think that works out well for them, and they can sort of adjust a little bit. So I think it's good for everyone, really. Okay, let's move on to one of the games that we haven't looked at in a while. We actually have been cruising over them quite a bit. Let's see if anything happened in Anish's game, because everyone would love to see Anish pull in a win today. It seems like something has actually happened. And last time we left off, it was over here, queen to f4. I said rook h6, also possible queen f4, the other option, rook d7. So he clearly thinks this pawn is the most important because it also safeguards the e6 pawn. d5, so actually Wei Yi is here the one that is not interested in taking either the h pawn or the g pawn and keeps on playing very actively here. So the simple question is, what happens if we take it twice and not with the rook, so we don't loosen up this pawn? And that's exactly what Anish did. So let's see what happened. E takes d5, and now Wei Yi playing queen to g4. Okay, first of all, black is 3 pawns up right now. And it's clear that he's going to lose at least one of them, maybe 2. The main idea that Wei Yi is targeting is, of course, the d5 pawn. If he can get it, then he can also add more pressure with the other rook swinging in. But still, this seems somewhat surprising to me. I feel that this is a little bit exaggerated when it comes to active play. One of the moves that seems logical to me is, for example, rook to e8. When I don't think it's rook takes d5 that Wei Yi is necessarily planning, because queen e2 check, which makes white lose the rook. I'm getting rid of the pin over here with check. But there is stuff such as rook to c1 check, which forces king d8, and okay, that is probably not really what you want to do.
Then you start worrying whether this can be lost as well at some point.
Exactly. For example, taking and aiming for b8. So, okay, queen to g4, the main idea being rook c1 check, if rook takes d5 is not possible. So Anish is kind of dealing here with a double threat almost. And the question is, can he prevent both, or does he have to let one sort of happen, and that means his king might be in some trouble. Yeah, one thing I, for example, also don't like is what happens if you just defend the rook. So after check you have king to b8. Now of course, rook takes d5 will be played, and it seems very hard to get out of this pin. For example, queen to b7, I'm just adding another attacker, and I still don't know.
Really unpleasant, you can't move.
Yeah, it seems like this is not the way forward. So actually, again, when I'm thinking that it's time for Wei Yi to get a little bit of his material back, he keeps on sacrificing and he finds different resources. It really comes to show how much of a dynamic player he is, not only in attack, also in defense. Honestly, that's very often the most difficult defense to play against, because it goes paired with a lot of traps and tricks, and makes you a little bit more worried when your opponent keeps finding active ideas rather than play the moves you maybe expect. So Anish here, deep in thought, and rightly so. This might be a very critical moment in the game. Queen b7? Yes, queen b7. I think that one of the ideas could be to play queen takes g3 now. First of all, there's no check on e2. Secondly, we blocked this move.
We have a special guest joining us, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has just drawn with the world champion Magnus Carlsen. So, Jan, if you would like to have a seat here. What is your favorite chess quote?
Favorite chess quote? Actually, I really like the one of Bent Larsen. If you have to be a chess grandmaster, you have to win the White at least once.
Well, I think it's famous statement of Tartakover that in a chess game wins the one who did mistake not the last but the one mistake before.
Never say never.
Something like chess is life, but life is not only chess.
My life is chess, but my life is not only chess.
If I win this game, well, then I will thank God on my knees. But once you won the game, you will never thank God anyway. Yeah, so.
What's your favorite chess opening?
Well, I have no idea, but let's say something between Sicilian and Grunfeld, no?
Chess opening, maybe Sicilian.
My favorite chess opening is Tarash system.
Let it be English opening.
Sicilian?
Although I've been mated a zillion times, I still stick to my Sicilian. So it's, it's still a lot of fun. It's.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm very glad to be joined by Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of, I would say, the very exciting players of 2016, who is doing incredibly well right now. So far, not his luckiest tournament, but he's here to talk about his game with Magnus Carlsen. We all saw that he really was playing for two results pretty much the entire game, but Magnus did get away with a draw. So your thoughts on the game? First of all, are you satisfied with the result?
Yeah, well, hello everybody. Well, it's some mixed feelings for me because I was sure in basically during the game that I'm just having just a better position with no real counter chances for him, and just it was more or less two results all the time. But somehow perhaps I underestimated the counterplay because it seems like and we couldn't figure out any better ideas for White in the analysis after the game. So it seems like it's just enough to exchange all the pieces, and at some point you're just getting this through Ken game 4 and 3, which is basically a draw, and perhaps I could have tried to get to this end game, but even if I get to this 4 against 3, it's not a big fun to play, especially against a strong opponent. I cannot call this a disrespect, but it's a well-known draw.
Yeah. So if we have a look at the game, first of all, you decided to play c4. That's one of your main, you kind of switch between c4 and e4, I believe. That's what I was telling the people. He actually opened with this move 2, bishop b4, which, to my knowledge, is not something he generally plays, right? So I guess it came as a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, bishop b4 is a new move, for Magnus, because, Vichy played this against me in Town Memorial, and he just got a decent position with black. So, I had some idea in my mind what to do in case of bishop b4, so I wasn't completely unprepared. But, of course, it was a surprise, so Magnus normally plays knight f6, knight c6, d5. Well, and this is just a well-known theory, so c6, knight c3, d6, e3, so I think Vichy did something like bishop b4 here, and then he took on c3, ruining my pawn structure on queen side, and it's very difficult position, very tough to evaluate, because White would actually get two bishops, in case of bishop b4, d4, bishop takes c3, but still there is some good chances for black as well, because the center is closed and it's hard to to exploit the activity for our bishops. So
okay, I think queen e7 is
queen
the
e7,
old main line, right?
Yeah, but this is, I think, just somewhat worse for almost for nothing. I'm not sure what is the main line here, but I think that d4 is one of the main moves, of course.
Yeah, because otherwise maybe he goes e4.
Yeah, maybe
right?
he goes e4, and it starts to remind this Alapin.
Yeah, exactly.
Alapin Sicilian, so.
So you played d4.
Takes. Yeah, bishop e2, castles, and this d5 is critical move. I think it's very topical here, because if you don't play d5, you're just worse.
Yeah,
you can also try to start with rook d8. That was the option.
Yeah.
But I think here I can just play b3. D5, cd, knight takes, and in case of rook takes, I just play not bishop a3 but bishop b2, and next move is queen c2. And if you try to play bishop takes d4, I check with a bishop c5, and here bishop f3.
Okay.
And this seems to be just better for white, because in case of rook d8 I have bishop takes c5.
Yeah.
And there is some funny line if you play bishop g4 instead of this. Here, I mean, just trying to trick. I think it's also bishop takes c5. Is good enough.
Oh wow. Okay. So
yeah, and in case of rook d7, I play queen c2. So that's what I calculated, and that's why I was really, reasonably happy.
Yeah. So you did have some knowledge in the back of your mind.
No. This is just I calculated at the board, so I had no idea about this position. But
nice.
looks like rook d8 is just too slow.
All right. So rook d8.
So that's why. Absolutely. So that's why you should play d5 if you want to fight for equality. I think cd5 is logical. C takes. Yeah, and here is it's a big choice for white. So I decided to play the most principal line, knight b3, and there was also very interesting like knight a4 here. I couldn't choose, but I decided no, because after bishop d6, I think knight b5, bishop e5, and here I have f4, but also I have b3 trick. So it's I can't say it's absolutely smart, but after bishop a3. I don't know, queen's on there, let's say queen d7, maybe I can even take into account queen a1, and then, knight c5, knight d6, maybe this might also work. I wasn't sure at the board, but I mean, it looks very,
That's
very
a pleasant
promising.
choice, right? Because f4, this
also
looks...
it's considered to be a better position, I mean, this structure. If you get this bishop off the board, and you have this bishop on b2, I mean, it should be okay after b3. Okay.
So, but you decided for knight b3, which pretty much is like, it's going to win a pawn almost inevitably, right?
Well, the problem that after knight a4, bishop takes d4, I think should be more or less okay for black.
Okay, so this was actually your main reason for not going.
Yeah, and maybe I should take with the pawn already, because if I take with the queen, it's knight c6, d4, and so on. I mean, it should be...
this is very active, right?
Yeah, it should be enough to hold an equality. Yeah. I think.
Okay, so... also maybe slightly better ED, but then knight b3 looks maybe even more promising.
Yeah, but knight b3, so there is a choice. So if you play rook d8, I mean, I can... Well, I just take on c5, and in some way maybe I can just play knight b5, or maybe knight a4, so and then b3. Well, anyway, it should be somewhat better for white because of two bishops, and I'm not really sure that black has enough time to push the pawn to d4.
Right.
Well, it's still just worse for black, so that's why bishop b4 is a critical line.
Yeah, so actually we were wondering in the game, because initially I thought bishop to d6 is like the more logical move, and then later on in the game actually you ended up playing a3 and the bishop went to d6 anyway. Was it an important subtlety to provoke a3 at some point, or was there like a significant thought that went into bishop b4 opposed to bishop d6?
Well, after with pawn on e3, knight on b3 is hanging sometimes, so it's really important. We can show it later, I think.
Okay, sure. So
I also had something like a3 here in this position, immediately instead of taking on d5. But I mean, no, not here. This, but this, if you even take on c3, I'm not sure I have enough time of promoting, c4 and exchanging this weak pawn. So I mean, I don't need this. Instead of winning a pawn.
Yeah, it looks like this is time
I thought it should be some compensation, but I was sure that it's not enough to hold inequality. So rook d8. Well, there was a big choice like queen c4, queen b5, and queen h5. I don't know. Queen c4 was, by the way, very tricky. But I think it runs more or less into the same problems like knight c6, bishop e6, and some.
Yeah.
Because after bishop e6, I basically have queen e4, but then you can even try f5 and. I wasn't sure if I should give black some extra development.
Right. So, but in general, it's interesting because normally you would like to at least play for some sort of attack with black, but here you're just trying to sort of actively prevent you from developing, right?
But when your bishop is on b4, it's hard to dream about the attack. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, so knight c6 is a logical one. It's very critical line. I'm not sure if it's easy to improve for white or black either. So a3 I think is the move because I should develop somehow.
Yeah.
Because rook d1 is too slow. I mean,
Yeah,
rook
so-
d1. No, I don't like this. Just even because of bishop e6, for
Yeah.
example, it takes on bishop e6. I mean, this is just
Yeah, it's not the piece that is so urgently
yeah,
to be
it
developed.
looks awful.
Yeah. So A3,
a3, bishop
bishop
d6,
d6.
knight d4.
Yeah, but so this is more or less the point where
Yeah,
we
and
were
here-
wondering, like, why
Yeah,
is A3 so
absolutely.
bad?
So after bishop d2 instead of this,
Yeah.
I think there was some trick like bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say knight d4.
Yeah. So first of all, if the pawn were on A2, now I
Yeah.
would simply play bishop
yeah,
C3
bishop
and it'd be
c3
great,
and
right?
just much get a much better position.
Yeah. So now I need to play like knight D4. you
Yeah, knight
suggested?
d4, and here it's some crappy tactics like g6,
G6. Okay.
and in case of queen f3, something like bishop d5.
Okay. Bishop D5. That's,
You know, it
yeah.
was really annoying. I was calculating this, so maybe I'm losing some material already. But if not, then black can always win a pawn back by taking on h2 in some forced
Yeah.
lines.
So for example, something of this type.
Yeah, like queen
and
h3
then,
it takes, and here
yeah.
black is just better.
Exactly. So okay. So that's really where the A3 difference came into play then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So then you, because of this line not working, you decided knight D4 immediately.
Yeah, I mean knight d4, but yeah, here I was very optimistic about my position. So bishop e5, I think more or less only move.
Yeah.
So takes on c6, takes, and here I don't know. I think that I decided to play in the most logical way.
Yeah. Bishop to C4.
Because I have no time for playing rook b1 because of g6 and bishop f5, and I cannot play e4 because black simply takes on e4
Yeah,
and
just
some tactics.
quickly for those who weren't there when we were analyzing his position, we also looked at this, and again we have this bishop takes h2
Yeah,
tactic,
just
which is really important these lines. Yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah. So rook b1, and you need a way to release
Yeah, so
your
bishop
position.
c4, queen e2 is a good setup. I think it's
Yeah.
more or less perfect for white in this structure.
Yeah.
So like white has absolutely no weaknesses, but it's still hard to develop all the pieces.
Yeah.
And I had some idea in my mind like bishop f5 here, preventing the idea to play bishop b1 after rook a2. But here I think there is a trick like e4, bishop takes, and rook e1. And it's very unpleasant pin, and it's hard to unpin. Like in case of bishop d5, there is bishop f4, which looks to me extremely strong.
Yeah. This seems
And looks like black should give away pawn, like bishop takes c4, queen c4, and rook d5, and pray for the best, because it looks like
yeah. This is
okay, at least it's a pawn down, but maybe it's
Yeah.
white can get him into something more.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So
Well,
basically
so
bishop e6 was
bishop
kind of
e6 is
required then.
critical, but I think here was a critical moment of the game because I just missed the idea of queen a2 in all these forced lines like before and bishop b2. I just thought that I'm just getting this better position with next to pawn. Well, it's not that much. I think it should be about not about draw, but should be more or less okay for black to hold this position.
Okay.
But the problem that after queen went to e6 in one tempo, then it's rook b1, and before is always met with queen e2 later on.
Yeah, and he's
So
forcing a
maybe-
lot of exchanges.
Yeah, all exchanges, and then just it's a rook endgame.
Is there other options in this
No,
position?
this after rook
perhaps?
e2, bishop takes h2. I think is winning.
Bishop takes h2.
Yeah, because
of
Chateau is
course.
not with f4.
Again, and we have this tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're always
It's pretty
worrying.
annoying.
Yeah. So he has a direct threat of
So
bishop takes
it
h2.
was a choice between h3 and g3, and I think that g3 was a critical move because the difference is if you play, for example, rook b8, I can answer with, let's say, rook b1.
Yep.
Or maybe, okay, rook b1 and rook e2 doesn't really matter. And the idea that after bishop f5, I already get this move e4, and if bishop e4 doesn't work anymore.
Yes. So this
So
is
that
no
was
longer a thing.
the trick of the move g3, but it's very unpleasant to play like this. G3 just weakening all the
Yeah.
all the live squares,
Doesn't
and
feel like a
playing
natural
like some sort of checkers already.
Yeah.
So it's a3, b2, e3. I mean, everything is on dark.
Yeah, so this
square.
position almost required some illogical moves to maybe make it more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, what did I do was, very logical, but I'm just afraid it's not enough because it's just in time with counterplay before c5. So if I wait here, then this c4, c3, I think it's still better for white, but I don't really want to get into this sort of mess. And after bishop b2, just Magnus was very precise, so he played queen a2. And
Yeah,
after
here
rook
it's quite forced.
Yeah, and this is just very forced, like rook e1, so it changes all the stuff. Yeah, and after e5, I can get into some interesting lines after b5, but I just was a little bit disappointed because just rook d3, let's say.
We were looking at something of this kind.
Yeah, absolutely, like g3.
And then rook a4, I think. Is something like this that you looked at?
Yeah, but I think that the trick that you don't want to take on e3. You play a4 first after rook c1. That was the reason to
not even bother.
Yeah, because after a4, g3. Let's say rook b3, it wasn't so clear to me. Because I mean, okay, if I play just rook c2, rook c5, it's still the same draw.
Yeah.
But
there's no point to.
Yeah, but I mean, does it really? Yeah, start with rook b5. I mean, it's more precise. But should I really care about this? Or, I mean,
okay, so I mean, there's not even a real clear way to get 4 against 3, I guess, and even then.
Yeah, maybe computer might show, but I mean, even once I get, so it's not this type like g4 and g5, so no fixed pawn structure. So I don't have this.
Yeah, he gets
promising
this,
stuff.
This
structure. Like get this structure with pawn on h5. I mean, this is just nothing. So.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, so I guess a little bit disappointing because you felt like Magnus is doing something that's not really correct, but it was hard to punish it.
Well, I mean, it wasn't. I didn't feel like this, but it seemed like it's not really a big compensation for this pawn.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I thought that I'm better, but he got away with this position. So I mean, I think just more or less was a good game. With my opponent played really precise in a few critical moments, so that's some sort of a logical outcome.
Okay. Do you know who you're playing in the next round already? Or?
I think Giri.
Okay. So well, best of luck in the next rounds. Thanks for coming by, and I really hope you get a bit of a reset from the game against Wei Yi because you've been playing a very enterprising chess. So thank you again. Yeah. And next on we have Adiban. Everyone, a little applause for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for you, because of this beautiful game that you have just won with the black pieces against Sergei Karyakin, who seems like if you choose somebody from the Masters who is the most stable, who would never lose games, but even in an inferior position he would defend, and you've just beaten him.
Yeah, it's really a great feeling to beat actually he's called the world defense champion now.
Exactly.
So beating him is like a really great thing, so I'm really happy about it.
Can you show us your game and what were your thoughts before the game? Let's. I hope that I can open it. I'm not very good at this, but I should find your game here. And how did you, first of all, choose the opening? Because you said you have never played the French defense.
Yeah, it was actually my first time in my life that I played the French.
That's a good debut, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, actually no, it was just he was just so solid that it was actually, I just wanted to get an interesting game, so that's why I thought maybe French might be an interesting choice. But okay, of course, it was very risky choice. But still I felt very confident for some reason. I don't know why. So that's why I chose this, and yeah, the game developed quite well, I think. Yeah, so this was the thing. He plays this quite often, and this is one of his main lines, and yeah.
So basically you decided yesterday that you would play the French?
Yeah, actually.
Or already before the tournament?
No, just yesterday, I think.
Inspired choice, and we see the result now.
Yeah. So far it has been played, and now this is the novelty actually. So this was new actually, which has not been played, and it has a lot of options. But I think he chose the most the strongest one. So this was all preparation.
And this knight d7, was it the suggestion of the computer, or was it an idea that you had, like, why not knight d7?
Oh no, actually it was a suggestion of my trainer, so I have to thank him for this. So f6. Yeah, actually, he has to take this is first. And now, actually I was more expecting long castle here. So that's how it goes. So he goes long castle, then I have this e5, then bishop c5, knight c5, queen c5, ef4, and okay, I was expecting to hold this position, but at least I thought, okay, this was very interesting and maybe not so easy to find over the board.
Is it the line you consider the most principal?
Yeah, and also the top choice of engine, so this was what I was focusing on. Bishop f6 is also the second best choice, I think. So yeah, all this. Yeah, the looks a little bit risky, but okay, at least I'm a pawn up, and so I can try. Yeah, okay, here he has to play rook d4. This was how the line goes, I thought. So he takes, I take rook check. Here queen g3, and okay, it's quite risky for me because he has very good compensation. But okay, at least I'm a pawn up, and I can try to maybe defend and eventually convert the extra pawn. That was the plan.
So in most of the lines that you prepared, you saw that you would have a pawn up, but it's a complicated position that he has some counterplay.
Yeah, exactly.
And you were not afraid.
Yeah, no, okay. I had to try this.
Instead, he went king b1. Is it a move that surprised you,
Yeah,
or you
actually,
also
king-
thought about this one?
No, king b1 I was not expecting. So maybe it is not the best, but still okay. It's worth the alternative. Here actually, yeah, this g4 I was not sure. I think he has to play rook d4. And here I wanted to do something like queen g7. Yeah, knight e5, rook f4, queen g7 is not so clear. So this already I don't like. So I was thinking of giving back the pawn with this, rook f4 and knight f6. Now get the pawns rolling with e5 and think I'm better, I'm not sure. But okay, it's not so much. I think you can probably play queen e3, and I was just planning to continue bishop d7, and okay, he eventually will take the f3 pawn, but then I can get I think e5. Also, yeah, this was a nice trick. Like he cannot develop bishop h3, which is so it's met by e5. So it's not so easy for him. But still, I felt he can do this.
Second.
Yeah, rook e8.
Are we okay?
And queen e5.
Yeah.
And somehow it was not so easy for me. I felt how to continue. But okay, I'm still a pawn up, so it was fine.
As long as you are a pawn up,
Yeah,
it's
it's fine. Yeah. So g4. Yeah, here he started to. This is very complex now already. G4 and g5.
Do you think he was too optimistic about this kingside attack?
No, but okay, this is the thing. This is one of his strengths. Like he knows which is the most difficult for his opponent, and now just by giving up one more pawn, he just complicated the position so much that I have to be really careful because my king can come under like a very strong attack. So yeah, here actually no, my original intention was something like this. With the idea that if he goes rook d4, I have this nice trick knight g4. But unfortunately, queen f4, I think he can play bishop h3. And this was not so clear. And I have to play knight g6. And this I was not at all sure. Like something like rook g1. Yeah, the thing is I'm an extra pawn up, but the pawns I cannot easily get rolling. So it's not so easy. So that's why I thought, okay, I'll just fianchetto to the queen for now. So yeah, g6. This was actually a surprise. Though I was expecting something like h4 with the same idea. To
and you thought he would push h5 and
yeah,
then
h5,
g6.
g6 or h5.
G6 and then
just keep
h5.
it there and just try to annoy me as much as possible. But g6 was a bit of a surprise. And the point is, I think he might have underestimated at g6 because knight g6, then I think he gets this bishop d3. And it is like I have to do this, then rook g1, rook f6, then he takes here, and he will get this f3 pawn. And if I don't, if I take here, then it's like really dangerous for me. Maybe yeah, some moves like knight e4, I don't know, something like this looks already very like takes some rook check. It looks really dangerous for me. So think yeah, rook f8, yeah.
Be winning.
Yeah, no, okay, it's
Well, no,
not
you are
so.
right. It's,
Yeah, it's
but
like a mess here, and I take this. Yeah, but probably black is hold. Not so sure.
yeah, with
I
the
have to do
queen
king
side
h7.
pieces just waiting.
Yeah, I have to do this. Yeah, maybe I can hold, but okay, it's not easy joke. So
But
I
this was not
just
your objective to
yeah.
save somehow a position where your opponent
Yeah,
pawns
pawn
up.
up, yeah. So I thought, okay, the knight is good on e5, so I'll just keep it there and take with the pawn. Here, bishop d3 somewhat surprised me, and I was kind of relieved to see this because now I just get rid of this bishop, and I can always protect the g6 with bishop d7, bishop e8. I was more worried about something like h4 actually, and I was planning this. And here I think I can do something like this. This might have been like a better option for him, I felt. Still, yeah, this was one of the ideas I like rook f5, with the idea to put rook h5 and just then rook the other rook to f5, and I think I'm holding the position because this knight e5 I need to protect so that this g6 is under control. So this was the things I was calculating. But bishop d3 I was happy to see, so he goes here. And now, yeah, he went rook g1. Yeah, now I just take. Also, this was again bit of a surprise. I was expecting this rook, so that when I take, he can attack this f3 pawn. Which at this point I was even considering to give to get my other rook and then just play a extra pawn because otherwise it was not. Oh yeah, also I was considering rook f6. I think yeah. Rook of 6 and somehow I don't think his compensation has evaporated. I think somewhere along the line I think he went wrong. Maybe this g4 was a bit too optimistic maybe.
Did you talk to him after the game or he just left?
Yeah, no, he said actually once again he said some bishop d3. What was it? He said some queen instead of bishop d3. I think he said queen d4, something like this.
So he still believed in this g4, g5, g6?
Yeah, he still felt that, yeah, maybe this was a better try actually. He said this is what I should have played. Also, yeah, like I said, bishop d3 was probably the mistake. He's, okay, it's, I'm 2 pawns up, but I think he has a lot of compensation. So yeah, bishop d3 and here. Yeah, I just brought the last piece. Yeah, here I did something funny. Bishop e8. Okay, the only piece which is not playing is this knight, so I brought it. Here maybe I should have played this rook e5 immediately. I think it was stronger. Knight e3, bishop b5, the same plan which I did in the game. But for some reason I rejected it, so I went this stupid rook h5.
Is that stupid?
Yeah, because that's why I repeated it actually after h4. Maybe you should have played something else. Like, no, the point is the queen is a very bad blockader.
Yes,
so I think
definitely.
now he could have used the chance to maybe improve this and just bring the knight to f2 and then he protects everything. Like this d3 is one of his problems. So once the knight comes to f2, it is not at all easy for me. Then he can slowly start the attack like h4, rook g5 and try to play on the dark squares, which I felt was not so easy. So that's why I decided, okay, it was rook h5 was stupid, so I just decided.
Yeah, we were wondering with Robin what was the idea because we thought that you wanted this pawn on h4.
No, actually no, because it's better on h2. Because I'll show you the line. It doesn't really matter if the pawn is okay.
So this rook h5 was just a bad moment.
Yeah,
Then you realized that
yeah,
it was
yeah.
not the right idea.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought it was the safest, but then I realized, okay, I have to be more active in this position. So yeah, here there were a lot of interesting lines actually. For example, one was knight c4. So if I have to take, and he takes, but I just play rook f6, and I'm just 2 pawns up. So bishop b5. One more line was king c2, which was very interesting, and then I go for this rook c8, king d2, and rook and e3. So if he goes rook g6, then I have this nice mate here, and rook c1 mate. So
Wow, that's pretty.
yeah, so king d3. Yeah, so he has to. If he takes with the king, queen e5. No, this was also very funny. Like here, I could not see exactly how I'm winning.
So
okay,
Jan
it looks
exchanged down,
yeah,
but the
but
king is on e3.
yeah, king is on e3. So eventually I decided I will do something like this because okay, taking okay is also winning, but I wanted to keep the queen. So and then I just okay. The funny thing is queen d3 runs king f4.
And then he hides on g3.
Yeah, which I did not want. So I just thought bishop d3 and okay, it should be over here. So yeah, after rook e3, so king c2 you cannot do. So bb5, rook d4 was the move actually, which forced me not to go for this line at first. And yeah, he is practically forced. He cannot really do anything else. So he has to play rook d4. And now yeah, this rook e4. Now the thing is, yeah, he has to, okay, he missed bishop d3, but he has to play this. And I have to take this. Now rook g6. Now you can say this was the whole point of this h4. To provoke h4 so that I don't have this queen h4 made. But
And
the
it's
thing,
true, that's why you played it.
no, it's not true because rook h6 and I cannot, I'm not happy about this position at all. I can do this but already I'm not happy. So rook g6 and king f7. And the point is now it doesn't really matter if the okay pawn on h4 is actually now good for me because queen h4 no ideas are there. So if he takes here I just take and I win this e3 piece and he doesn't have a perpetual. So rook g6, yeah, king f7 he has to, I think rook g4 or something he has to come back. Then I give a check, he goes a2 and I just take this. And the king is quite safe on e8 and I have like 2 extra pawns. So it's totally fine. Yeah, yeah, that's it I think. So yeah, also this was funny. Rook and d5 I was thinking, but now I just take rook and e3 and I'm an extra piece. So yeah,
you calculated all this at this moment after, well, before rook takes g6.
yeah, well, nothing else to do, so. Yeah, so rook g6, that's why I played this immediately because I had already seen this. Because this was one of the critical lines because this was not at all clear for me. So that's why I saw that this bishop d3 and now suddenly cannot take the rook and I just take this on g6 next move.
Then what do you think was his mistake then?
Mistake,
where
I
it
think
all went wrong?
probably this king b1 maybe was not the best. But I think also after that maybe g4 was the critical moment because okay he's just giving up this f he's admitting that he has a pawn down and he's going for the attack. Maybe that was the moment. Maybe he should just try to win this f3 pawn and maybe it's equal, I'm not sure, but I think already I'm more comfortable maybe.
Oh, look at that tweet by Tarjei Svensson. Brilliant game by Adivan, who beat the world defense minister Karyakin. First time in my life that I played the French. That's a quote from Yura already on Twitter.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because he has not lost a game, I think, for quite a while. Even against Magnus, he did not lose in the World Championship.
Yes.
So it's like a great honor for me that I actually won against one of the
Definitely.
strongest defenders in the world.
Did you have time to look at the other games if you want to quickly assess the other games
Yeah,
for
sure.
us?
Yeah, sure. So far, yeah, Magnus drew and
Yeah, Magnus drew with Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is your compatriot Pantala
Hari.
playing with the black pieces.
yeah, okay, I guess yeah, this is quite interesting. So Hari is maybe better, I guess. He has these 2 bishops and okay, this I did not see. So he has to take, I think, rook d6 and then knight a8. Yeah, I guess he has a lot of compensation, but it's not so clear. Yeah, probably I predict maybe a draw, not sure.
This seems to be a huge time trouble for both players actually, because Harry is down to 4 minutes, Wesley So has 7.5, and it's
yeah.
only moved 22, so
Yeah,
18 more moves to make.
Yeah, maybe then it does. No, actually, I think he can just take and here and just bishop h6. Think maybe So missed this because e3, then he takes rook d4.
Wow, that's beautiful. Tactical
yeah.
motives everywhere, knight
Yeah.
fork.
And okay, it's funny, but I think yeah, he goes here, yeah, and he gives a check and he moves the knight. So yeah, so I think then Hari might actually win this one.
You think he's winning here?
Yeah, because I don't see already. I mean, his position is very good. Like for example, if you do something like this, I can just take, and okay, there's just too many.
And he has just taken on d6.
Yeah, he took. Yeah, so
Knight takes a8, exactly what you were showing. So he will go bishop h6.
yeah, bishop h6. Ah, okay, there's also f4. Ah, okay, so maybe it's not so easy at all. Yeah, yes, this f4, so this whole line maybe is not working. Yeah,
Any
so
other ideas with this
yeah, he can play
hanging
knight.
piece on d4, knight,
Yeah, he
knight
can play
c6?
knight c6, but he will just play knight f3, and it looks totally fine. Like he takes, so he takes this. Yeah, this is why I said it might be a draw.
So he could have a bishop and a pawn
Yeah,
for the exchange,
and
for the rook.
it's like two bishops. So
Rook c8.
yeah, but okay. Okay, this. He played
Sorry,
knight
no,
c6.
no,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, knight c6 is
Yeah,
already
this
on the board.
Yeah, so might be a draw, but okay, I think so is the one pushing clearly. Yeah, so exactly knight f3.
So bishop h6 was not working because of f4.
Yeah, f4. Yeah. So
And now,
yeah, now probably they will go to the same game which I just showed, and
so you think that this might be a draw, but it's Pentala who has to defend.
yeah, for sure.
Very
Yeah.
hard.
No,
very
maybe it's
hard
lost actually once again. Okay, you can just see. I think.
exchange down for Pentala Hare Krishna. Do you think he made a mistake before, or how did he end up losing
Yeah, it looked.
an exchange?
Yeah, this queen a3. I remember Kramnik did something like this once. Gave the c4 and played for this domination. Okay. Maybe they're still gonna play.
Yes, the live board is there in the
Yeah, yeah.
corner, the blue board.
Yeah, once again here. Okay, so far, yeah, here it looks not so bad for him. Think he can hold this maybe. Yeah, looks completely fine. Yeah, but here it started maybe.
He has exchanged
Yeah,
rooks.
so he will just take knight f and hope
Yes.
to defend this, I think. Bishop e2 is also knight c4 also. Maybe that's what he will do, yeah. Bishop e2.
Bishop into
knight
knight c4. Yeah, he's going for it.
It took bishop b2 actually. So rook c4. He wants to keep the two bishops. He will take on e2. No, why is it not coming? Yeah, rook
no,
c4.
Yeah, now we have it.
Yeah, so rook bishop e2.
Yeah.
Rook e4.
How do you assess this position? How do you think White's
Yeah, white
winning
is good.
chances are?
It's good, but okay, Ari is pretty good at defense, so I'm predicting a draw.
But not as good as Sergei's?
Yeah, probably not.
Well, today maybe it will be Pentala who will be better at defending. At
Yeah.
least you proved that it's possible to beat Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah,
We
thanks.
once again congratulate you on your victory.
Yeah, thanks.
First time you play the French defense, I think you should play it more often.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably I should play more often.
Congratulations and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
That is my favorite Tata Steel Chess moment. Maybe when tournament is over and if I play good.
Many very nice restaurants here in like.
Maybe from fish restaurant, which is closed already, unfortunately. But okay, in fact, there are a lot of moments because atmosphere in the Vike is fantastic. Chess atmosphere that I like very much and appreciate.
When I won the Tata Steel Challengers, that was my favorite moment since I qualified to the Tata Steel Masters.
A dive in the North Sea, just to celebrate it's over. But yeah, that's basically my finest moment.
What a day we are having here at the Feyenoord Stadium. Adiban beating Sergei Karyakin with the black pieces. He played the French defense for the first time in his life.
Yep. What a upset and what a great game by him. Playing the French for the first time, I just
Yes.
understood what an amazing result. And really great comeback for Adiban, who said he was studying chess on the rest day, and clearly it worked out very well.
Yeah, so he
perhaps,
studied the French in one day.
yeah, it looks like you can get a lot done in one day. So What we have here is, well, we still actually have most games going. We are looking now at the position of Luke, who's playing with black against Radoslav Wojtaszek, and it looks like Luke is down a lot of material at this point, and it's really seems like it's more of a technical task left for Wojtaszek than any serious problems he could have here. The first idea that comes to my mind is, let's just get that rook behind the pawn. He just he played
push.
He played it as I tried to put it on the board, and exactly, Anna, you just push this pawn all the way.
This is just lost. I don't see any hopes for black, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean you can take on g4
and try to give checks, but
it really shouldn't matter too much. I think I can even keep pushing in this position. You're not going to create real mating threats here. I mean, I have to be a bit careful, not blundering one of my rooks with a knight c2 trick, but even this seems to work. So, King Luke, it seems that, like we said earlier, it was not really going in his direction.
He is in trouble. Can we see where? Maybe it all went wrong. But when we saw it, Queen d6 was already an unpleasant position. So actually,
exactly.
It's not a bomb move blunder.
No, right around here it started looking rather unpleasant. Actually, over here Wojtaszek played a nice maneuver, putting more pressure on Luke's position with the rook on b8. And, it's really also this rook that still hasn't really found a proper square to exercise any sort of pressure on the white position. And I think from here it just steadily went downwards. Here he actually decided to give up the pawn. Then Wojtaszek sort of consolidated that, and it went downhill. So, yeah, again, Luke, risky opening choice, actually turned out in kind of a positional game that just didn't seem to be fully equal, and looks like a very steady performance by Wojtaszek on his part. I have a couple of other games going on. I do expect this one to finish soon. So
how about Anish Giri? Because we were wondering what happens with those pins. It was 3 pawns up for Anish Giri, but the king is not very safe, and now it's a rook down at the moment. At the moment for white.
Okay, so let's have a quick look, because before we start calculating all kinds of crazy lines, the last time we checked it was this position, and someone in the crowd
was suggested by our audience.
Yes,
well done.
Yeah, someone in the audience suggests queen to b7, and I said I'm not sure. Queen takes g3 is maybe a problem. And later on, I was actually made aware of the fact that you don't have to play queen c7 to get your king out, because that would fill to rook c1, which is why I kind of not approved of this idea. But queen b8 is a very strong move.
Wow, and then
serving
king b7.
Exactly. It's a little bit of a shuffling around strategy, but it works very nicely. And if you ignore the queen exchange, then black might have a nice check here and get the other rook into play. So queen to b8 is the reason that didn't work. Queen f4 was played, and again queen b8, so we see this was a very important move. But now at least Wei Yi, he had this idea of queen f6 attacking the rook, and maybe toying with the idea of giving a check, right? King to b7 anyway, important move. And again, it looks to me like Wei Yi was calculating some crazy lines here, because he took on d5. And this looks kind of like forced almost, because queen f4, queen f6, that check on c6 looks very annoying, so you kind of want to play king b7.
Yes.
And now this, again, very forced approach by Wei Yi. So what exactly is going on? White is attacking our rook and our king, and the first move we should be looking at, of course, is king to c6.
I think it was already played by Anish, and then rook c1 check, rook c5 and queen f3. This is the current position.
Okay.
And the question is there a perpetual for white?
If there is a perpetual, it was most definitely missed by Anish. But at first sight, it really doesn't look like there should be one. Okay, let's start. First of all, if we try to run away with the king here, I guess white has to check with, let's be precise, if a4 check, I go king a5. If we check like this, let's say.
Queen d3 first, or queen e2?
Yeah, it looks kind of
better.
scary, to be honest. Okay, let's try to do it the normal way without having to bother with pawn checks first. What happens if he keeps checking us on this side of the board, right? So imagine something like this, and then probably queen e4 check is the point, and then we play king a6 without having allowed all these pawn moves.
So if queen a4, then we have rook a5.
Yes, that's the idea. Queen a4.
And if queen c4, then b5.
Yeah. But it seems to sort of continue here as well, because I'm losing my queen.
And now we are losing the queen. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is not easy. This is a rook up for Anish Giri, but perhaps it was very well calculated by Veilly, and it might be just a draw.
Yeah, so
Luke van Wille
it surely
resigned in the
seems-
meantime. I believe
okay.
that was the end of the game. Was it? Was it a handshake?
No,
Or-
no,
they're still playing. I
they're
thought I saw them.
Yeah, so this is really one of those. I think I cannot believe that this is a draw, but we have to be very careful. And Anish has to. What I'm surprised by a little bit is that Anish played this move and now seems to be thinking, although it probably is explained by the amount of time he had left on his clock. It feels like you kind of want to play king c6 as soon as you understand if it's a perpetual or not. But then again, if we look briefly, maybe he just thought the other options aren't so serious, like queen c7, king a6, just wasn't satisfied with it. So he figured king c6 or nothing, rook c5, and queen f3 check is on the board.
He's down to 4 minutes. He still has to play 5 moves. Well, I guess he's calculating all of it right now.
Yeah, he's definitely calculating it. We're gonna see an update very quickly here, and then what I'm expecting is some sort of shuffling with the king. I don't think Anish is trying to solve the position right now and trying to find its way out. He's trying to see if he can sort of make a little bit of a walk with the king, a pattern.
Until move 40.
Yeah, until move 40, and then without having the restriction of repeating 3 times or whatnot, he can think calmly on move 40. But it's tricky because he needs to make 5 moves.
Without repeating the position 3 times.
And also not having to. Yeah, exactly. So.
And that's a handshake. Now it is. Unfortunately for Luke van Wille, this is another defeat.
Yeah, so Luke unfortunately going down there, but to be fair, this just seemed like a pretty
very good game
steady
by
game.
Wojtaszek.
Yeah, exactly. We still have a few very important games going on. Elyanov against Aronian is one that I want to have a look at briefly.
Yes, the tournament leader with the white pieces. He's on +3. It's true that he hasn't played against the other top players, the other ones on the top standings, but still, +3 is +3.
+3 is +3, and but I must say that at first impression of this position is something went wrong here for white, because black's position is more active. It seems like he has easy moves to increase the pressure in the short run. G5 is one of them, rook d2 is one of them, and we actually left off a while ago in this position, so let's briefly look at what happened here in the middle game. So queen to f4 was played, rook d7, and if we remember,
yeah, we tried
the point
this
here
bishop
was
f1. That was your idea to try to give mate, but still this queen d7 pointed out by you.
We thought this was annoying, yeah. So queen f4, rook d7, normal move, I would say, knight e1, and now knight to d4. Yeah, suddenly things are looking much better for black here, and we kind of felt it's moving in that direction already. So here black just slowly increasing the activity of the pieces. Queen to g5. Not sure about this h5 move, but okay. Few exchanges happening here. Queen takes h5. Starts to look a little scary now with moves like rook d1 and maybe some mating threats happening. So white decides to exchange the queens. That is refused initially by black. Black now once again activating those rooks, and here we do see an exchange. And I think the main reason for that is that if we play queen h5 now, is g4 actually a problem? It might not be, because queen to g6. So perhaps queen h5 was still an option there, but apparently Levon was very satisfied with the position here, which initially, at first glance, this looks truly very nice for black.
With the rook on the second, attacking this b4 pawn, you can bring the other rook as well, and the knight is nice on f5.
Yeah, for sure. He played rook to c1. One of the things I really like to do here is black
G5.
is something like g5.
Yeah, I like it too.
And just because aesthetically it looks first of all very nice to be able to do something like this,
Yeah,
or maybe even freeze this pawn on f2. Also, maybe if white has to give up the defense of the f2 pawn, so let's say he moves
Double
it.
rooks in the second rank.
Yeah, but then again, there are defensive resources
Rook
for white.
c2,
Like,
yes.
maybe rook c2 could be an idea.
Yeah, and if you take it, then he can capture with the knight so that
Yeah.
the pawn is defended on
But
b4.
it's all hanging on by a
And
threat, I
yeah.
feel.
Yeah, this is not a pleasant position for a tournament leader.
Not at all, not at all.
That's a handshake there, so it must have been a draw offer that we missed when we started thinking that he is getting into trouble.
Okay, that's very peculiar to me because I really thought that this position is better for black. What made him decide? Actually, no. It's a simple blunder. We're not right. Yeah.
No,
They're
this
simply,
is not a draw.
yeah.
Levon Aronian has just beaten Pavel Elyanov.
Yeah, we're not paying attention. After rook c1, there was a simple trick. Somebody in the
Ouch.
audience, if you spotted it, that's a
Yes,
that's a
free
test.
drinks.
But knight to e2. That's actually a very bad blunder for our tournament leader. But to be honest,
Yes.
my first impression was this is going wrong to begin with. So I must say, I thought that this is a very impressive performance by Aronian, who in the opening I thought was a little bit worse, but then he showed that it's actually black who has the easier moves and the easier play. And Pavel definitely didn't manage to find his way in that middle game.
Yes.
And yeah, once again, for those who wonder, there's just the problem is really knight e2 is always going to win material. Whether you move the rook of f1 or
yeah, the
c1 or the
rook,
king, then this still is a full exchange. And with another rook coming into d2 and this pawn starting to hang, there really isn't much to play for anymore.
This is a huge blunder by Pavel Elyanov, who is now joined by Magnus Carlsen. He's still leading, but Magnus Carlsen catches him with 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
And Wesley So, if he wins, he can take over. Let's see his game.
Okay, let's have a look at Wesley So's game. Yes, not a good day for the tournament leader, and I must say this really came from a position of strength of Aronian. I don't think that this was because Elyanov was playing too risky or whatnot. I really feel like he got outplayed a little bit there. So Wesley playing with white against Hare Krishna, and he definitely seems to be heading for a win here. Last time,
no, it's a piece up.
Yes.
Adibam was actually analyzing this position, and it was an exchange. Bishop and pawn for the rook for Pentala. I don't know what happened afterwards.
somewhere in this.
Yes.
Yeah. So
He thought that if he can defend it, but it's very difficult.
it is really difficult because I think most positions with exchange down here is just lost once you lose the a pawn as well. So for example, here he's refusing to get into this bishop takes b6, rook takes d3 because he thinks he'll end up losing this one, and that should be a lost position.
But like this, he lost.
But like this, he
it's
also
just a
lost.
piece down.
Yeah, he also lost significant material. He could have still opted for bishop takes b6, and I think Wesley would have just taken. But again, rook d6 is so annoying, and let's just imagine that white eventually manages to win this pawn. Pretty much all endings should be winning. So, yeah. So jumping around here a little bit, trying to find the least easy win for white, so to speak, or at least one where there's some technical difficulties. But this doesn't really look to me like
I don't really
something
understand why he
yeah.
thinks this is a better choice. A piece down. Yes, he has an a pawn, but as long as you keep some of the white pawns on the king side, this is just winning.
I mean, of course, it should be noted that traditionally there's this thing that knights are very bad against
the bishop.
No, against the pawn on the side, right? The a and the h pawn. But with two knights, I mean, you cover so much ground that I don't think that this is.
Yeah, I thought you were meaning that since they are short-range pieces, you cannot be on both flanks at the same time.
That too, of
but
course.
But with two knights.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so Wesley actually blitzing out his moves right now. I think we're going to see a quick win by Wesley from this position, which means he is the new tournament leader.
He will be the tournament leader.
Yeah.
He wins this, then he is on 4 out of 5. Let's go back to Anish Giri because it was so exciting, and we don't know if it will end in a draw, if there's perpetual for Veyi. Oh, this is not a check, but a huge threat. Mate on a4. So after the check, it was king c6, rook c1. Yeah, but queen f3 was the last check we saw, I think.
The last move we saw was here. He actually went to a5. When we were like, okay, not sure if this is a draw or what.
And
But
after queen d4, king a6, preventing the mate on a4.
queen d4 is a very nice resource in my opinion. You know, just there's nothing to do about this checkmate other than king a6.
And he can't even go queen e5. It's just because there's b4 also in the air.
This is the current position. I believe he has
he
played
went king a6.
King a6, yeah, we can tell. And Wei Yi now queen a4 check.
Rook a5. Now queen c4 check.
This is the line we had on the board right before we left.
This is move 39. Just 2 more moves, Anish.
Bit of a fan over here. So okay, b5 is the very committal choice. Rook b5 is the neutral one which he played, and I don't think he's worried about a4 because at least he has this check and he's defending against any sort of mates. So Wei Yi's going to play queen a4 check here, and then I'm pretty sure we're moving towards this position anyway, where queen e6 check is going to be played. Queen b6 is the only move, and rook c6. And well, we are only going to see this if this even offers the slightest chance of winning for black, which at first sight it looks horrible.
With the a5
this,
rook, this is just no.
Especially if maybe white could also get b4 a3 to even make this already worse than it is. But I think we're about to see a perpetual check.
He has made it to move 40. So Anish has time to stand up, but maybe it's just, that's it. Maybe it's a perpetual. He cannot prevent it.
Yes, so Anish's curse almost at this point of not being able to convert a good position. It looks like, but to be honest,
it's credit to Wei Yi for the sacrifice.
If this works, then this combination over here is incredibly impressive because
the third pawn sacrifice and then the rook sacrifice.
Yeah, and also just seeing that this is a perpetual. Like my first impression was like, okay, that never works, but you know, it's really just raw calculation.
Yeah.
And actually check it all the way. And queen d4 is of course the move that.
Yes, it was easy to miss this move, I think.
Yeah, and you know, especially because when I saw this move, I was like, queen e5, right? But rook takes c5, queen takes c5, and now that the pin is undone, queen a4 mate with the last piece you have left. So, going back to the game, I believe this one's not updating.
The last few moves, but
so
let's reconstruct it. Yeah, they repeated until move 40, and well, it's more second queen c4. Anish thinking whether he can prevent the draw, but there's just no way.
No.
So it will be another draw for Anish Giri, and as you said, this is a bit of a curse for him.
Yeah, it is. Today, I think he did absolutely everything possible to try and win a game with black. He went for an opening he's not familiar with. He prepared what looked like a risky line. He, had a few pawns up, but it just seems that Wei Yi was very determined not to lose this, and probably there was an option somewhere for black. But the moves Anish made and missing this perpetual.
Wait a second. He wants to. He wants to move the king.
Okay. I'm skipping my speech. I'm skipping my speech. Queen takes b5. We're going to see, and well, actually, why not? Why not? He's still a pawn up.
Oh, but now it's a draw. Oh. Agreed. Anyway, well, you can now give the speech.
Yes, now I can continue my speech. So Wei Yi's finding this, and actually, I feel like Wei Yi right now is pointing out.
Yeah, look at that. He's pointing out what Anish missed. So this is 17-year-old Wei Yi now giving a master class. Is that? Now, I believe that Anish was doing fine, as you said.
I feel like Wei Yi was trying to point out a line he saw that maybe wasn't working the way he had planned to, and Anish said something about it. So that will be very interesting to know.
Yes, I hope that we will have them here in the live commentary. It really seemed that Anish controlled everything. He was 2 pawns up, but then somehow, maybe this third pawn sacrifice, was that something that he didn't take into account?
Yeah, well, surely he missed this idea of rook takes d5 and what we saw over here. But this is just so easy to miss, especially considering how much time they had. I don't feel like you can really, if this is what you needed to find and then find an improvement for black in order to win this game, that's just very difficult. So I would say credit to Wei Yi for defending. This is not really Anish's fault, in my opinion. He did try very hard to win this game, and he did a lot of things right. So hopefully we can get one of the players, and while this game ended in a draw, there are still other games going. So let's switch back to...
Is Wesley so converting his advantage? Well, this will be a long game, but he already activated the king.
Yes,
so this should
here
be fine.
The kings came into the game. Yeah, this feels like it could be over fairly soon as well. But then we still have your boy, Richard.
Is he my boy?
Your countryman, what
yes,
do you
definitely.
prefer?
No, he has a great support here, his wife. So
yeah. So a lot has happened. Last time I spoke about this position, I said this is going to be a very, very long and difficult defense for Richard. And I thought Andreiken has great winning chances. Really, you can say a lot about these moves, but as long as I see white with the bishop pair and black with a few weak pawns, the consensus is that it's probably not very good for black.
Yes.
And if we move to the current position, we do have Richard. Well, one thing Richard achieved is exchanging a lot of pawns. One thing he definitely didn't achieve is activating his king, and it looks like Andreiken did a lot better in that regard. So the first question that comes to mind is, well, what is Richard planning to do if I just recapture this pawn? And my plan of king b5 seems rather annoying at first.
I don't have high hopes here as black,
no,
unfortunately.
Certainly not. There might be some very concrete ideas, but this seems very, very dangerous. And of course, it's like even if you end up finding some counterplay, there will be transitions into endgames where I will even give up the bishop pair, and you'll be stuck with something that you were indicating about another game, that a knight is not necessarily the greatest piece when it comes to defending against passed pawns and so on. In fact, here we see kind of a knight being somewhat dominated by this bishop, right? So something like this could most likely is lost, right? So f takes e5 I'm expecting, but Andreiken seems to be thinking about it. Maybe he's also considering moves like king d5. But to me, it looks like he's well on his way to achieve his first win. Unless Richard has very concrete plans of how to activate his king and create counterplay, but it doesn't look very good for the moment.
It doesn't look good at all. Andreiken's taking his time and a cup of tea. I think we could just sum up the results of the round and then go back to Wesley's game maybe.
Yeah.
So basically we have seen most of the games finished already. Tournament leader Pavel Yanov going down against Levon Aronian, and Sergei Karyakin, the world defense champion, losing to Adiban in the French defense. Adiban playing the French defense for the first time in his life.
Yeah. Really, probably the game of the day, although I do really like the efforts of Wojtaszek and Aronian as well. I thought those were very convincing games. And we have Wesley So about to win his game and, thereby taking the lead in the tournament. And the longest game of the day will most likely be Andreiken against Rapport, where we expect Andreiken to win. Now, if these predictions are right, that means we have 4 decisive results, which I think might be a new record.
That's huge. It's I believe, a record. We have seen many decisive results in the challengers. By the way, the challengers, have we seen the final scores there? Because Jordan, I never know how you pronounce it. Jordan was winning. And Marcus Ragger, did we see the final score there?
Jordan indeed won, so that is no surprise there. And Lu Shanglai actually managed to draw that position over here, was the last thing we saw. against Roger, he played this move rook to a2, which I thought was his best shot, and probably wasn't that bad after all there. Because of the counterplay against this pawn, and it turned out that even though black is missing a pawn on the king side, this d pawn rendered enough compensation. Here a draw was agreed. I think rook d1. He probably thought it was enough after something like this, and also regaining the pawn on c5. It seems fairly equal. So. Lu Shanglai actually the first one to stop Marcus Roger after his 4 out of 4 streak. And some other results from there is unfortunately Sopiko lost to Arjan Tari. So
well, Arjan is a very nice boy, but of course I'm a super fan of Sopiko. I think everybody knows that. She started very well. She was winning against Lu Shanglai, so I was really cheering for her. I'm still cheering, of course, but I thought that she would have started with a win, and that would have given her an extra boost in the tournament. It's a very tough tournament.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. So we have 2 games going on there. If you want, we can have a quick look at...
Let's see, Benjamin Bok against Gawain Jones.
Also, this seems to be coming to an end pretty soon. Just at the first impression is that black has a little bit of an advantage over here due to the amazing pawns on e2 and f3. And yeah, I mean, this doesn't look particularly good for Benjamin, unfortunately. So also this, it seems like Gawain can maybe gain a bit more ground on Marcus Roger, because I believe Gawain has a good score as well so far. So he's going to win here as black. And then we have Jeffrey Zhang against Tingji Li, is that correct?
I think so, but I doubt myself.
I'm sure I also just butchered Jeffrey's name, but I know how they pronounce it in the US, so I'm doing it that way. And this still looks like a very tough fight ahead, where at first sight Jeffrey might be doing very well. What I always find very interesting about these types of positions is that if you have these situations where it's kind of like a side, like an A pawn or a B pawn against the central pawn, and it's rook and queen formations. And of course, the queen pawn or the king pawn has to be advanced up to a certain level, but very often that gives white a huge amount of space and therefore a big advantage. So here, what black wants to do is something like rook to d8, and hoping that after rook takes a4, rook takes d6, it's not lost because of some check, and it looks actually very dangerous. So maybe it will be draw, maybe Jeffrey taking this and still bring it home as a win, which would be a little bit of a comeback for him, because I believe he lost to Marcus early on in the tournament.
Yes, he
and
did.
I actually tipped Jeffrey as one of the tournament favorites.
So you picked Wesley So for the Masters, and you picked Jeffrey Xiong for the Challengers.
Yes.
I see. Rooting for the States.
I'm rooting for the US, yes, it looks like that.
What about the Dutch players then?
Well, I'm always rooting for Anish, that's well known.
Your boy.
I'm rooting for Luke. Luke is a good friend of mine. Actually, to be honest, it's getting boring. I'm rooting for all of them, they're all friends of mine. And I like, out of them, I probably know Jordan least well. But I really like his chess, so I always support him as well. And Erwin, he used to be my coach in the under-20 championships, so I'm close to him as well. But especially Luke, I'm a little bit worried about now. I hope he's going to make a comeback. And also Benjamin is not on a good streak now, because he had a bit of a bad game against Vladimir Dobrov. So I'm mostly rooting for them to make a comeback right now.
So many rounds are left, so they can do it. Just give them a speech and that's it, a pep talk.
Give them a pep talk, yeah. All right, let's check in.
Wesley So, who can be the leader after this game. If he wins, he will be the sole leader of the Masters.
Yeah. Right in this position, I think, Hare Krishna just played f5, that pawn was hanging. What Wesley is calculating right now is, do I run any danger of allowing a draw if I go knight c4 check, bishop takes c4, king takes c4, king e5? Because the nightmare for white would be that, for example, the black king suddenly gets to go to f3 and maybe g2, whatnot, and change pawns or even take pawns. So, for example, a move like f3 would be logical here. But it looks like Wesley decided to not even really bother having to calculate this, and I think I see on the screen he played knight c3. So just attacking this bishop. Actually, the bishop is forced to a very awkward square unless it goes to b5, because only g4 and h5 are available, and b5 clearly isn't very attractive because I'm just going to take it, and that should be an easy win. So bishop to g4, I expect, and maybe then Wesley somehow wants to gain, he wants to get closer to that pawn, or he's thinking about distracting the bishop even further to like h5 or h3. But the position still looks really winning. Bishop to h5 was played, and Hari still struggling, or still trying to struggle a
We
little
have
bit.
a tweet from Susan Polgar, former women's world champion, and of course one of the famous Polgar sisters. With Elyanov losing, so can be in sole lead after this round. This is what we were also talking about. It's nice to see her tweeting about the tournament.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, Wesley, again, I think he's an amazing player, but it has to be said he was a little bit lucky this tournament. But there's a good reason that I picked him as the tournament winner, and you need to have a lot of faith in someone if you pick them above Magnus Carlsen, right? So
That's true.
he's just like Jan Nepomniachtchi, in my opinion, one of the players who had an amazing year in 2016, whereas Jan kind of, to me, showed that he's now part of this like elite group and qualifying for the Grand Chess Tour and so on. Wesley just won the Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly.
So,
and he didn't just win it like by luck. He won 2 super tournaments, the
Yes.
2 classical ones, basically.
Exactly. So Wesley is really establishing himself right now, to me, kind of as a number 2, number 3, where he's kind of battling it out with Fabiano, and of course Magnus still being in the undisputed number 1. The reason I thought Wesley's going to do well in this tournament is because if I think about beating somewhat lower rated players, and maybe in general the tournaments he's been playing, he's been going to like these Grand Chess Tour events, and also he is he more recently played events where you're beating lower rated opponents, like for example the Olympiad.
Yeah, board 3 for the Olympiad.
Yeah, whereas Magnus came right off the match, basically. Of course he played the World Rapid and World Blitz, but he had a completely different kind of chess that he had to work on recently than Wesley. And I think the kind of chess Wesley was working on like what kind of openings do I pick against certain opponents, and a little bit more risky, that suits Vaikanze better, where you do need a fairly high plus score in order to win the event, especially in the last year. So that's why I thought Wesley might have a very good chance, not because head-to-head against Magnus he's going to beat him necessarily.
Yes. No, that was a very solid draw in round 1, so he didn't aim for beating Magnus Carlsen, but as you said, he's very well prepared for playing against the lower-rated players. What score do you think is enough for winning this year, the Masters? How big a plus?
I actually would like to know how much it was last year, but I feel that it was almost in the range of +5 or something like that.
I think it was about that. I don't remember exactly if it's +4 or +5.
I feel like it was Magnus and Wesley, if I'm not mistaken. I might be off completely here. Who were really putting in enormous scores. So I think +5, that range which is really a lot. I mean, we just saw Elyanov make this huge run. He's at +3, and then he would even have to get a higher score, right?
I think we need glasses for reading last year's standings. Magnus Carlsen was, of course, the champion. We know that he has won 5 times, which is a record, together with Vishianen. So I'm sure he wants to get this 6th win and say that I'm the only one in 79 years of Tata Steel Chess history.
Yeah.
Carlsen won with 9 out of 13. That's plus. I'm so bad at maths. Can you help me?
That's +5, right?
+5. We didn't get it. So Rong and Caruana and Dingliren were second. Shared second
with 8 out of 13. So yeah, around +5, maybe +4 could be enough, but definitely a huge score. So there's 2 ways of doing it. It's either winning a huge amount of gains and losing some, kind of like Elyanov. He's still very much in the running. Or what Magnus tends to do is he doesn't lose a game, but he kind of has a lot of draws, and then at some point he makes a streak, right? Like
Yeah.
very often Magnus wins 2-3 games in a row. So
It's interesting that so far what he has done was drawing his black game and winning with the white pieces. It's not like his usual strategy. He wants to win with no matter what color he has. It's just this is how it turned out.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, so here we see Harry. F4 was played. I think he is considering to resign right now. He doesn't look.
No, I think
Oh,
he's
actually
just
no,
waiting.
sort of. He's played
He played something?
King D7. Is that correct?
I thought he wanted to resign, basically waiting for Wesley to sit down. Chris Bird has tweeted, looks like Wesley So is going to leapfrog to the top of Tata Steel chess standings after 5 rounds, continuing his great run he started in 2016. And that, I think it will be the 48th game that he does not lose, if I'm correct. I
Incredible.
lost count.
Incredible.
You know who has the longest streak of not losing games?
I think it's Wang Yu. I imagine it is. But
From the modern players, yes, but we were discussing this with Yasser, so I have an extra information that you don't, and we were so surprised that the one who has the longest ever undefeated streak is called Mikhail Tal.
Really? Okay,
And with
I would have
his
never
playing
guessed. I would have
style,
never
it's
guessed.
like he went undefeated for 95 games.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Just going sharp in every game and not losing, I think that's incredible because Vladimir Kramnik also has and Wang Yue, but their playing style is more solid.
Oh
so
yeah, for sure. Wang Ye, I think it was like over 80 games, but he has a super solid style. So there it's
Yeah.
like, okay, like sort of imagine it, but of course that's the last world champion pretty much that you'd guess would go on such a long non-losing streak. So. But yeah, we're being informed Tal played extremely solid, around 73, 74 in his career. So,
I think this is still a huge
it's
record.
still massive, yeah. Okay, I'm expecting King C5. I put it on the board, but Wesley hasn't actually played it yet. Why do I think it should be played? Well, I mean, you just get the king a little closer to the pawn and take more space away from the black king, right? So
step by step, how do you win this endgame? You're a piece up, but you should make sure that your pawns are not exchanged.
yeah, really what you just want to do is make sure there's not some sort of breakthrough happening on the king side where black might have a chance to trade some pawns. So, if he plays h6, you play h4. If he then tries to somehow get the king to f6, you make sure you, for example, check him and not allow g5 in a normal way. And as soon as, you feel that you're ready, you can just pick this one up, I think.
Yes. Knight a4.
Knight a4.
Good suggestion.
Yeah, good suggestion.
Yes, I think we should just handle the microphone to our audience, and they are suggesting better moves than we do.
At this point, yes. Okay, so for example, yeah, I think it is winning a pawn. Honestly, yeah, it's a perfectly legitimate suggestion. I'm getting to play g5, but here you just don't take it. You just move your knight back, and the king really doesn't have any access squares to your pawn. So now you reroute your pieces back to the king side, and you slowly pick it up. So knight a4, that's maybe why he's not playing king c5, because even better to have your knights there. Maybe the way to defend it, in fact, I think it's the only way, is to bring the king to b5. And perhaps that's what Wesley is now briefly calculating is, am I now maybe transferring my knight towards the king side? I don't really think he wants to do that. He just wants to get rid of this pawn. So if king c6 holds on to this pawn, that might be enough of a reason not to play it. So perhaps that is the reason that knight a4 is not the move he'll play. But he's still thinking. In the meantime, let's quickly switch over. Oh, king to c5. Okay, king c5 was
It must
played.
have been because of the king c6 move.
Yeah, must be. So king c5. I honestly do expect Hare Krishna to resign any time now. It really doesn't seem like he has much left to try.
No, I don't see any tricks. It's not like an objective plan, but not even a trick that White could fall into.
No. Yeah. Still, for the moment, he looks, I guess, like he's about to still think and make a move, but And we're getting some funny
Whoa,
statistics over here on other
Chandu.
people who are very good at not losing.
Capablanca went 8 years without a loss from 1916 to 1924, including his World Chess Championship match in 1921. That's 47 wins and 39 draws. That's also a massive score. I wish I could add up those two numbers. Yeah, don't count on my math skills.
Yeah, so what I wanted to do is quickly go to Richard Report, see what happened in this game. Actually, the line I was sort of showing there happened with knight g5, king to b5, I expect, and I was talking about how this looks winning to me, but of course, it has to be properly calculated. For example, knight f3 is a move I didn't consider, but let's say you do this. There's two things you could try. First of all, e6 looks very tempting, but then maybe this is not as great as you would like it to be, because you do end up losing that pawn immediately almost.
And the knight can be sacrificed for the remaining pawn.
Exactly, a knight could be sacrificed, but I like c4 personally, and it's not a difficult to explain why. I'm just planning to bring my king to b7 and advance that pawn all the way to c8. And once again, if the knight does try to come closer, then I was thinking probably it just can't really reach
yeah,
the
even
pawn
if
in time.
knight d3, c6, captures on e5, c7, and
Maybe
maybe this could
the
still
line
be tricky
that has to be calculated. Yeah,
because
for
of
sure.
the check and then knight e7.
Yeah, so over here, this is definitely not good for white, because black will just put the king on f8 and then start advancing his own pawns, and it seems overly complicated to try and win this position in that way. It might even still be winning, but I don't think it's the right approach. So that's why Andreikin now is thinking after knight g5. And of course, white has other choices too. He could just play h4 and something like this, a little bit less straightforward, but still looks quite good for white. Or maybe just how to improve on this line over here. And we do have a resignation.
So Wesley So, the new leader of the Tata Steel Masters.
Yes, yeah, Wesley So already from the opening looked like a very good game for him, and it seemed that he managed to increase that advantage steadily. So after a bit of a hiccup against Richie, I call him Richie actually.
Yeah, you can call him Richie. That's the nickname we have
I call him Richie.
in Hungary as well.
After the hiccup against Richie, this was actually a very good performance, it seemed. So, Wesley really back with the level that we're used to see, and a real legitimate win, so to speak.
Yeah, what he said about that game is that it was a very low quality from his side, and he had to learn from that game.
Yeah.
Wesley So, of course, always very humble and modest.
Extremely humble.
And we hope that we will have him here. I hope that he can join us.
Yeah, that would be great if he could give us a few thoughts about his win today, and being in the leadership position now, how he's feeling. And looks like the players are still analyzing the game among each other a little bit, so might be here in a little later. But
and for those who might not have seen this before or haven't been to so many super tournaments, this is how super grandmasters analyze. They don't move a piece.
Yeah, that's actually what happens very often is they just stay at the board for so long, unless it was so complicated that you need a board, but they just stay around and sit like this, sometimes 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then they're done analyzing. There's no board needed.
Yes.
They don't need to move the pieces.
Just pointing at squares.
Yeah. And what is much easier analyzing this way is that if you both have the same perception of what were critical moments, then it's just like, oh, what about that moment? What about that moment? And you don't actually have to set up that position. So that's why you see this a lot. And then if it is really interesting, they will probably put it on a board and look at it a little bit deeper. But this is very common practice, yeah.
So that means that the only game that's still left is the Andreikin Rapport, an unpleasant endgame for my compatriot. Knight g5 was the last move, and we are hoping for Wesley So, of course, to join us.
Yeah, for sure.
In the meantime, maybe we shall bring back our board for the Andreikin
Yeah.
rapport game
So
and also the
this-
camera. Yeah,
This
there they are.
game, again, I think Andreikin very well realizes that this is a critical point, and I think a good decision here will win the game. So, to me, King b5 feels almost too logical not to be played, but I do see that Bishop d8 even is a little bit too simplified, because also Bishop to d4 had to be considered here. So, very important moment. Maybe actually h4 is what he plans on doing. The one thing is that I keep on going after this a pawn, and I realize that in order to win this game, I just need to promote my own c pawn. So maybe King b5, trying to get that pawn is not even necessary, and instead Andreikin might be thinking about strategies where he puts the king to d5 and just advances. And the a pawn is already blocked, so why bother about it, right?
Yes,
So-
true.
So that's another way of looking at it, and maybe he realizes that that's a better way to play. So h4 is the solid move, I would say. King to b5, especially now that I've seen bishop to d4, starting to wonder if it's really necessary to go for that.
On such a high level, do you think that the stereotype of the Russian super endgame technique also counts? Or they are all very good at anything?
Well, it's interesting. I remember there was a book about Dutch players. I think it was Michal Chisin, who in one of his books he talked about a Dutch player and then about Dutch players in general, where he says like, oh, they're calculating really, really well and so on, but then they're horrible endgame players and they're horrible this and that's why they're all kind of like 2600, because they're all good at these few things and they're all lacking this.
That was his analysis on
yeah.
Dutch chess.
But I don't know if it's a stereotype. It probably is, but I do feel that Russians are significantly better at endgames. One thing I was really impressed by is in the game of Wei Yi against Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi actually ended up losing that game, but if you saw what happened is that it was a bishop pawn against rook and pawn, and Nepo actually took very little time to recall that this position is a theoretical draw, only to lose it because of an error later. But just that knowledge, I think, is very impressive, because it really requires you to kind of know the Dvoretsky encyclopedia
Yes.
and that stuff. And I can honestly attest to the fact that going through that book once, it's not really...
A joy.
No, it's not only not a joy, it's also not enough to actually become a good endgame player, because I'm a living example, so to speak. So yeah, I do think specifically Andreikin, I expect him to have very good technique.
Yeah, I think the difference might also be in how they educate children. That the Russian school of chess is that they tend to start with the endgame, so they don't emphasize that much the openings and like attacks.
Yeah.
But I think now we should start talking about the American chess, because we have the tournament leader joining us, Wesley So. Congratulations, Wesley. Wesley, can you...
Playing in the B group this year.
Okay. Well, everyone, this is Wesley So, the current tournament leader, joining me. Thank you, Wesley. I think we're all very happy that you're here and that you give us a few thoughts about your game. Congratulations, of course.
Thank you. Yeah, always my pleasure to be here.
And we're just bringing it up right now. Yeah, so today all of the games moved extremely quickly in the opening, and then there was your game where we felt that the pace is a little bit more normal, and that maybe both of you were either thinking about what was analyzed or what was happening. Could you give us a little bit of your thoughts, maybe? How did it develop?
Yeah, so somehow in this tournament I always use a lot of time around these moves, but he surprised me by copying my fianchetto first of all, and so then he played knight c3. Of course, he can castle. There's another variation. And I thought d5. And here I had some inspiration. I'm not sure if d4 is a good move, but I decided to play to take advantage of the fact that black hasn't castled yet, and I always have check. So d4, I think the critical variation here is e5,
Okay.
but
Just click on receiving moves here. Sorry about that. Yeah, now you can
take
make
your
moves.
time. So e5 might be. So it's either better for black or it simply doesn't work. So I have to give a check, make use of the fact he's not castled. So it's very hard to say if it's working.
Okay, yeah, I see.
But he didn't go for it, so it must be working somehow. And here, my queen can never be trapped because if queen b6, I always have bishop e3. So it's either very good for me or very bad for me.
So already quite early on in the game, you had to do a little bit of calculation there, it seems.
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought till here. That's why I spent a lot of time on my move d4 in 13 minutes because it's either I'm worse or I'm just better.
Okay.
But again, without the computer, hard to say.
And just out of interest, I think I'm about to blunder something. But is d4 an option here, or is that simply a bad move?
So d4 here, I have two options. I can check, or maybe I can just take this guy.
Just take it, yeah. And this, you just take the rook, and there's nothing too clear for black.
Yeah, the good thing is that this pawn e5 blocks this bishop, and I'm threatening check. So if a6, knight d6, and if it castles, then I can move my queen. Maybe take this guy.
Okay, queen takes a7, and too much material, right?
Yeah, hard to say. There's also he can also block with the knight, or he move his king. So if he blocks with the knight, I play the same, threatening a check. So he probably has to castle, and then I take this pawn, take a6. Now he's threatening knight b6, so knight c3, b5. But then I'm a pawn up, although I'm not castled. So this might be the critical positions, but he didn't go for it, so maybe it works.
Right.
So, yeah, maybe this d4 is a good move. Hard to say, because if he takes on c4, I can also give a check, and it's very annoying. So maybe I'm just a very nice position here.
Okay.
So take, yeah.
So this happened. He took the pawn on c4.
Yeah, and check.
And check now, yeah.
Check, yeah, very important. Because in many cases, let's say after castle, in many lines, black wants to develop this knight on c6 to more active square.
Yeah, exactly.
So with check, I put him more passive square here. So yeah. So castle, I think this is all normal. I think white is slightly better here. Queen c7 is an option, but he didn't go for it.
So you think that after knight d7, basically you have a small edge, right? Because
yes, I think slightly
just
better.
out of curiosity, is there something like knight c6? Is there any other options at all, or bishop d7 doesn't look so good? But
yeah, probably it doesn't have much of a choice. But let's say, okay, knight c6, knight takes.
Just queen takes, of course. Yeah,
simply loses material.
Yeah, and if bishop takes, then
queen c4.
Then queen c4. This is also very unpleasant, right?
Yeah, I'm threatening to take the guy. And queen b6, I always have, let's say, castle.
Yeah.
Castle and bishop e3.
Okay, yeah, and again, I cannot take on b2. So.
Yeah, rook a b1. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so basically, already out of the opening, you were fairly happy, I suppose.
Yeah, when I played rook d1, I was happy because I think white is better, and also I've seen a game that went like this before.
Okay.
And in this tournament, it's very hard to get an advantage with white or with black. So I'm very pleased with how the opening went because at least I got a little something, and it's not a draw right away. So, and here queen a3, very strong move, because in other cases, let's say queen a5 or queen b4, he's got knight here.
Yeah.
Trade some pieces. So this is a good move. And this is also how my how the game I've seen went. So a4, I think, is a very strong move because I want to weaken his knight, and he spent half an hour after a4.
Yeah, would you say that at this point it's already more than a slight advantage for white, or is it still possible to hold this together as black? Because when we were looking at it, we really felt that black is already in pretty big trouble here.
Yeah, I felt that way, that white has a clear advantage here.
Okay.
But the problem is how to convert it to a win. Because many cases he can give back a pawn or two. And
Yeah.
but of course I was very happy to get this. I mean, he doesn't really have a logical, comfortable move, so he just played a6. I'm not sure if this is the best move.
I guess a6 and a5 are both options. Does black have anything other than that? Because a5, a6 is kind of a positional threat, right?
a5, a6.
Maybe,
then
or
these pawns are weak.
Yeah.
I thought bishop e6.
Okay.
But might be a little deep because I'm not even sure if it works. So if, let's say takes, it's just one variation I saw. Rook a d8. Now I can take this pawn, or I can take this pawn. But let's say if takes, black king f7, somehow this rook is under pressure, so I have to move here. And then let's say he plays knight d5, takes, and now I just got 2 pawns, I'm a pawn up, but he's got some pressure here, and so I can't move my bishop away. And check, let's say king e8, rook takes, king takes, but probably just much better for me.
Okay.
But this is one possibility.
Right. At least you were afraid of some like more active options by black. It seems, right? Yeah, where he sacrifices some pawns back. Okay. So a6, at least it prevents knight b5. I guess that was one of the main reasons he went for that.
Yes.
But it doesn't really solve his problems other than that.
Yeah. So one thing that I played in this game is I didn't really try to get my pawn right away, but I just decided to hinder his development. Because a5, I was looking at many options here. I think if knight d5, bishop d5, I mean, I can win a pawn, but then he gets his development, and then of course white is better here. For example, in this kind of position, white should be better, but I thought it's not so easy to convert because this pawn on a5 is a bit loose with that square bishop, and also this pawn, but of course white should be better. But it's hard to say, so I just decided to play rook c1.
Okay, so rook to c1. Actually, I think a move that a lot of people wouldn't make because it feels good to get your material back at some point, right? But I think you correctly judged that he's not really holding on to that d pawn anyway, right?
No, and the point is, I want him to move his knight somewhere before I take, and also he can't activate his knight yet because I win the exchange.
Right.
But I think he played well, rook d8. I mean, by the way, here he has less than 20 minutes, and so he's in a bit of a time trouble already. I think rook d8 is a good move. And here again I can take this pawn, but I decide to hinder his development. And I probably missed some things. Bishop rook e8. Here again I can take, and then he will play this same idea, bishop g4. So I decide to try my luck and play bishop 6. And where the variations here are really, really concrete.
yeah, for sure. And because you're no longer planning to take on d5 the conventional way, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So knight e5 feels
good,
like the normal move. Yeah.
Knight f8 is another possibility. Just so, for example, if takes, he has rook d8, and then my pieces are stuck on the d file. But he played knight e5. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Knight e5. And then now I decide to take with the bishop. Again, it's very concrete because if it doesn't work, then I just gave away my bishop pair for nothing. But I was attracted to the fact that my knight can go It looks very attractive to me. So he
Think to all of us.
and by the way, here the difference between knight takes and the difference between bishop takes is that my pawn on b2 is not as vulnerable compared to the other one.
Oh,
And
sure. Like the
also,
long diagonal, you have the
yeah.
knight on c3 to cover it, right?
Yeah, and
Okay.
his pieces are blocking the long diagonal. Also, I'm protecting the pawn on e2 with another knight. So, so for example, yeah, I mean, rook d8 might be interesting. But I can take.
Take on e5 or take on b7. You wanna play?
Yeah, and then I win a pawn.
Okay, at least.
Yeah. So maybe that's why he didn't play rook d8. So here he has to take on d5, as otherwise I drop back my bishop on g2, and he's completely paralyzed on the queen side. So he took, and since I have so many threats, he found bishop g4. And it's very good actually. I have to be careful here. Because, for example, if knight c7, he plays knight d3, and it's really, really tricky. I can probably equalize with e takes d3, but if I make a blunder, let's say rook c4, knight b2, and let's say if I takes, and most of my pieces and pawns are hanging.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fortunately, I found this rook d2 because.
So did bishop g4 come as a surprise, or did you already you saw rook d2 ahead of time?
I think I had a brief idea that I saw rook d2.
Okay.
But
okay.
First of all, I missed that after f3 there's knight d3, and he takes with check. And I was pretty much forced to take on d5 with the bishop anyway because I was playing for an advantage. And he was getting low on time, so I decided to take my chances. Yeah, so I saw this rook d2, but I wasn't really that happy with it. It just looks so strange. But maybe it works because Penchala didn't see anything. So again, it's all forced because I'm threatening knight c7 or knight b6. So he played rook d8. If he went with this rook, the knight c7,
Yeah,
and the
it's
rook
very
is
annoying.
trapped. Yeah, and later I take. Oops, sorry. I take and I also attack his bishop. So here he was low on time, and so I just decided to play rook d8. Actually, I was thinking of a move like this, but it's very deep. The point I have to take with the rook because he wants to play knight c4, and then rook e d8. So, e d8. Or maybe knight c6.
Okay, that looks annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, and then my pieces are pinned. So let's say, I can take, and I have knight f6 check.
Okay.
And if rook e d8, knight b6 takes knight a8, and then I have e3.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm just imagining things.
Okay, rook e8 does feel like the most logical move since rook e8 doesn't immediately
Doesn't
fills the
work.
knight c7, right? So this makes sense
Yes,
from his
and
perspective.
here, this is all kind of forced because you wouldn't want to play rook a7.
Yeah.
No one wants this move. So takes knight a8, and fortunately, every time he plays bishop h6, I have this saving move f4. So
Okay. So here, basically, you win the exchange, and to me, it started looking a little bit more technical already because after the exchange here,
yeah,
okay,
he has
rook
to
takes
take.
d2 looks
It's
yeah,
only
normal.
move, yeah. Knight d2.
Yeah, takes.
So he takes all the pawns.
Is this kind of the moment that you felt like you're going to win the game, or was it still like sort of maybe he has drawing chances?
Yeah, I didn't think I was winning because I think he has good drawing chances. but at least I have some chances to win, and at least I'm up on exchange. But he's got two powerful bishops. I only felt like I have very good chances to win when he gave up his bishop pair.
Okay. Okay. So let's see.
Here, so I attack his bishops, and here we both think knight b4 is a mistake. So he should play something like bishop f5, and then rook b3. Let's say bishop f6 or somewhere, or bishop a1. Anyway, bishop f6 takes, knight a5, rook b6, bishop c3. I think the point is that in this position, black just wants to keep the bishop pair at all costs.
Right.
For example, an endgame like this, let's just say this endgame might be a draw because of his two powerful bishops.
Yeah, as long as your knight doesn't get to exchange.
Doesn't get to exchange one bishop. So
okay.
Anyway, he was low on time, so we were blitzing our moves night before, and here I felt I have to bring my knight back to action, so knight b6, and I also set a trap. So if bishop c1, I play knight c4, trapping this bishop.
Oh, and you want to go rook e1,
Rook
right?
e1,
Yeah.
and if he takes, of course, check.
Yeah. So really, the moment that you get one of the two bishops and it doesn't come at a real cost, it suddenly becomes very good for white, right?
Yes. So if I get one of his bishops, if I manage to trade it, so yeah. Also here, knight e5 might be possible because at least he keeps both bishops. Let's say here.
Okay. Yep.
So I think just keep the bishops. But here I have threatened knight d5. Okay. And so to win one of the bishops, so he went here, takes, knight e5, rook d7, knight c6, knight b3, and here he didn't wanna play this because he probably thought it's lost. Yeah.
But it probably is lost, I imagine, right? My first impression was as well that.
Yeah. Maybe white should win this. Let's say this.
Yeah.
So maybe it's technically winning.
Yeah.
Bishop d5. But still, I think this is more resistant than bishop f5. Here I'm just.
This was a fairly easy task for you, I imagine.
Maybe it's technically winning. So I'm threatening knight g5.
Yeah.
Just gotta centralize my king. But it was only over after when I played f4. Oops. Yeah, so it's very nice his bishop has no squares, so he has to go to h5, check, and f4. So I think now with my pawns on the dark squares and his pawn so badly placed, it's just lost, and I'm threatening to pick up his a6 pawn with knight d5 or here. So yeah, now it's just completely lost. Yeah, now pick up this pawn.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Wesley.
Okay.
One last question. You're in the lead right now. I have this one, so.
Yeah.
You're in the lead right now. How are you feeling about your tournament, and who are you playing next?
Well, I'm playing Adiban next. So I've two Indian grandmasters for consecutive time in a row. But well, I'm very happy with the tournament. I have never really led this tournament in Waikanse before. So it's the first time in my life that I've been leading. And I feel very happy and confident because in the next few games I can just play normal chess without too much pressure of having to win. Because right now I'm on +3, so I can just play and give my best and try to learn from my games and my mistakes. So yeah, of course this tournament is still is very long, and I mean this is the longest tournament in the world, and we still have more or less 2 weeks in Waikanse.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Wesley. Best of luck with everything, and best of luck in your next games. And well, a little bit of applause for a nice explanation.
11, a victory at last.
Yes, I'm finally happy.
But now everything is possible again in the tournament.
I think in a long tournament, it doesn't really matter how you start. You can always come back.
Okay. And of course, then it's also nice that you beat the leader.
Yeah, although it doesn't really matter. As long as you win a game, you don't really care who you're beating.
Okay. The position was equal for a long time, according to the engines. But was it more pleasant for humans?
Yeah, I kind of felt. We shared an.
The black position.
Yeah. We shared an opinion that both of us were overestimating our chances. Pavel felt that he's better, and I felt that I'm better. But yeah, as it often happens, it was probably around equal at that moment. And then I thought that it was essential for him to play bishop f1 instead of rook c4. After rook c4, I felt that my position becomes very nice.
Well, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
That's been Wesley So, the new leader of the tournament, such a humble player. And Adiban also had a great day today, winning with the French defense. Am I still on?
Yes, and of course Aronian putting in a very nice effort against Janov and winning that game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to speak to him, but I'm sure we will in the following days. Really very exciting game. So I'm so happy that we have this great location. Also one of the most exciting games. I think all in all, just a very interesting day for everyone. Here we see the current score. So we see Wesley in the lead, and I already kind of hinted that I think Wesley will stay in the lead. So
and you bet on him.
I didn't bet on him, but I expected him to win. Yeah, here we have the standings. So we see Carlsen and Aljanov now in shared second place. Aronian ran behind that, and then we have a horde of players with 50%. And the game that's still going on is Andreikin against Rapport. And I must say, I think Andreikin found a very nice way of continuing something that I didn't consider. So if we go briefly to where we left off, this was the position where we were wondering what to do, because king to b5, bishop d4 didn't look so clear, I thought. And then Andreikin actually found this move, bishop d2. Now if you take the pawn, that might not be such a great idea, because the knight looks a little bit dominated and has to get back into the game through f2. Okay, I'm not saying it's immediately lost, but Richie wasn't particularly happy about that prospect. Went king g7 to defend the pawn, and now h4 was played. And we see that Andreikin sort of lured the king into a potential e6 check, which, for example, we could see if this line goes on the board. Now you need to remove the bishop. It can no longer go to d4, and this looks unpleasant to say the least. One of the key points is that after bishop f6 I can play e7 and I promote my pawn. So this game will still go on for a while, undoubtedly, and I still think that Andreikin has very good chances to win, but it seems that we will not be with you for the entire time as we're wrapping up here in Rotterdam. So yeah, I wanted to say thank you, Anna.
Thanks to you, Robin.
I really enjoyed doing the commentary together. I will be back, actually, not back in Wijk aan Zee, but back at the tournament and in Wijk aan Zee next time.
With Yasser Sayraban, he will be
Yasser
commentating at the weekend, I believe.
Yes, exactly, and I hope that you make an appearance again too. Really a very nice day, I think, for spectators, and I had a great time as well.
Yeah, me
as
too, in a football stadium. Let's just not forget
Exactly.
where we are, in a football
Exactly.
stadium, playing the longest and one of the strongest chess tournaments in the world. We are not playing, we are commentating, but it's the fact that the players are here: world champion Magnus Carlsen, world chess champion challenger Sergei Karyakin, world number 3 Wesley So, who is now leading. It's
Yep.
just impressive that we have them all here in Rotterdam.
Certainly very impressive and great chess today. I want to thank everyone who was watching, everyone who was also in the audience today. Not too many are left, but it's getting late, so
It's a long day.
we still have a few very nice interviews with both Nepomniachtchi and with Adiban, so make sure to tune in and check that out. And it's goodbye for now. I will be back on the weekend, and you'll certainly see Anna in all sorts of media stuff that's going to come up, videos and so on. So thank you for watching, and see you next time.
I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I played the French for the first time in my life, so it was like I think nice surprise. And
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like you're very familiar with that opening yourself.
I was kind of desperate to win a game, so I was just ready to try anything. So I think also, yeah, I was very focused today, so I think that was one of the reasons that I was able to play a good game.
Okay, but not everybody who surprised Karyakin in the opening with black will come out as the victor. I mean,
Yeah, it's probably a very risky choice, but I was kind of confident for some no reason. So
okay, and what did he do wrong? I mean,
yeah, no, actually the thing is, once he chose this line, he had to give up a pawn, and then he will get very strong compensation. But in the end, I'm a pawn up, so if I'm able to defend the position, I come out on top. So I think, but I think he went wrong in the opening at some point. So he was not familiar with it, so I think he went wrong, and then I was able to capitalize on his mistakes. Yeah.
okay. Is he the strongest player that you ever beat?
Yeah, actually, yeah, he's the strongest player I ever played. Yes.
So, I mean, you had like a slow start, but what can we expect from you in the rest of the tournament?
I just want to play good games and just try to play strong against these guys, these monsters.
Okay, the usual thing. Okay, well, good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay. Tata Chess on Tour is in Stadium Feyenoord, as old as the chess tournament. Had you ever heard of the team Feyenoord in Russia?
I mean, absolutely, it's one of the top Dutch teams. So it's, you know, as for me, I really follow all these different European championships. So not only, you know, UEFA Cup or not only Champions League, but also, I mean, some local championships. Okay, perhaps we all prefer, I mean, in Russia at least, we all prefer English Premier League and, you know, Spanish Primera. But of course, everyone has heard about, you know, some top Dutch teams, and of course Feyenoord is one of the top teams.
Very good. And as a coincidence, yesterday you played soccer against with Magnus, and today chess. Are your strengths comparable in soccer like in chess?
Well, you know, it's hard to judge. You know, in soccer, of course, we all are absolute amateurs, and as far as I know, Magnus used to play in some amateur Norwegian league for some teams, or he's, you know, he's in these terms he's more professional football player than me. But of course I like to play, I mean, football sometimes even more than chess. Yeah, you know, so we used to play like twice a week with our friends on a big field, so it's
okay. Then to today's game, the general impression that Magnus had some problems at some point. Do you agree?
Well, I was pretty sure that I'm just got half an extra pawn after opening, so just, let's say, pawn for almost nothing. But it looks like, you know, it seems like it's enough compensation for black, and maybe I should have played more creative. So looks like there wasn't some real problems for black, because, you know, all this stuff is very natural, like opening b file and then putting rook on b file and then trying to exchange all these pawns. So, you know, anyway, it could have ended in this rook endgame 4 and 3. This is just basically a draw. So, I mean, after e5, I realized that it's not so easy even to get this extra pawn. So, you know, it's some counterplay, some tricks, and, you know, I was a little bit, you know, disappointed with outcome of you know, the middle game, because I really thought that I was better. But maybe it wasn't anything special, because, you know, computer says, I mean, as I have heard, it was more or less acceptable for black, this pawn sacrifice, and okay, maybe just a good game.
Okay. Well, Ian, thank you very much, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.